Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Nia. Take that, you jerk. A leather jacket hits the snow with a wet thud, followed by the satisfying crash of his cologne bottles exploding against the sidewalk. The scent of expensive bad decisions mingles with the crisp December air. Come on, Nia, Zach calls up from the street, hands spread in that infuriating gesture he uses when he wants to appear reasonable. You're being so dramatic. I lean further out the window, my curls whipping in the wind. Dramatic? You want dramatic? His precious gaming console sails through the air next. The sound it makes when it connects with concrete feels like justice. That was $800. Should have thought about that before you started sliding into Madison's DMs, not to mention her freaking pants. I grab the box of his designer sneakers, the ones he babies like they're made of actual gold. What was it you said? Can't wait to see you when I'm back in town. It was nothing. Just friendly conversation. The first sneaker lands in a puddle. The second bounces off the hood of his pretentious Tesla. Friendly? My voice cracks. Not from sadness, but from pure rage. You told her she looked absolutely stunning in her bikini photos. That's just... People say that stuff online. Baby, come on. I chuck his artfully distressed jeans next, watching them unfurl like surrender flags. People in relationships don't. Zach drags a hand through his sandy hair, that move that used to make my stomach flutter. Now it just makes me want to throw something heavier, like him. Sweetie, you're overreacting. It's Christmas. Can't we just... Don't you dare sweetie me. The coffee table book about modern architecture, the one he insists on leaving out to look sophisticated, tumbles end over end. And don't blame Christmas for your wandering eye. He sidesteps the falling book with athletic grace, then has the audacity to check if it scratched his car. You know what? Fine. He brushes snow off his coat like he's the injured party. Maybe this is for the best. You've been impossible lately anyway, kind of letting yourself go. I pause. A framed photo of us at Aspen in my hands. We look happy. We look like people who might actually last. Letting myself go? You know, getting all clingy, jealous, always wanting to know where I am, who I'm with. He shrugs, and something cold settles in my chest. I need space to breathe. The frame shatters against the pavement, glass catching the streetlight like tiny stars. Our faces stare up from the wreckage, split down the middle. There's your space, I call down. Breathe all you want. Zach doesn't even look upset anymore. He's already pulling out his phone, probably texting Madison that he's suddenly available for those drinks she mentioned. The indifference in his pale hazel eyes cuts deeper than any fight we've ever had. The Tesla's taillights disappear around the corner, taking 2 years of my life with them. I stand at the window, snow drifting through the frame I forgot to close, watching my breath fog the glass. The apartment feels cavernous now. Empty hangers dangle in the closet like question marks. The indent on his side of the bed stares back at me, accusatory. Even the coffee maker looks lonely without his pretentious single-origin beans cluttering the counter. God, what am I going to do? My voice echoes off walls that suddenly feel too thin, too temporary. The lease is in both our names. The couch we fought over at West Elm. The subscription services he'll probably cancel out of spite. But staying here for Christmas? surrounded by the ghost of his cologne and my own spectacular failure? Not happening. I grab my phone, scrolling through contacts. Mom will want to dissect every detail while force-feeding me casseroles. Tasha's probably at some artsy holiday party, documenting other people's joy for Instagram. My sister's hosting her perfect in-laws, and I'd rather eat glass than explain why Prince Charming turned into a pumpkin. I don't care where I end up. The words taste like freedom and panic in equal measure. I'm just going to start driving. I yank my suitcase from under the bed, tossing in whatever's clean. Oversized sweaters, leggings, the knee-high boots that make me feel invincible. My laptop, because work doesn't stop for heartbreak. The jade plant Zach always complained about. Medusa's coming with me. She's got to bring me some better luck. My hands shake as I zip the bag shut. Not from cold, but from the terrifying thrill of having absolutely no plan. Done. I hoist the strap over my shoulder. I'm done with men who think vibes are a personality trait. My car sits under a blanket of snow, faithful and ready. I brush ice from the windshield with more force than necessary, each scrape punctuating my resolve. The engine turns over on the second try. A Christmas miracle. I blast the heat, watching steam rise from my coffee cup as the defroster works its magic. Wherever you're taking me, I tell the dashboard, it's got to be better than here. I pull out of the parking space without looking back. The city lights blur past my windows, each one a possibility I hadn't considered an hour ago. My phone vibrates against the cup holder, the emergency alert chime cutting through my righteous fury playlist. I glance down at the screen. Winter storm warning. Blizzard conditions expected. Travel not advised. Oh, perfect. I swipe it away without reading the details. Because my night wasn't dramatic enough already. The phone buzzes again. Same alert, more insistent this time. I silence it completely. Nope, not happening. I grip the steering wheel tighter, watching snow swirl through my headlight beams like angry ghosts. I'd rather face a blizzard than spend one more second thinking about his pathetic excuses. The highway stretches ahead, mostly empty except for the occasional semi-truck. Smart people are probably home right now, wrapped in blankets, drinking hot chocolate with people who actually give a damn about them. People whose boyfriends don't think friendly conversation includes telling other women they're hot. Another alert. I don't even look. The radio sparks to life between songs. Expect up to 18 inches overnight with wind gusts reaching 60 miles per hour. State Patrol is advising all motorists to... I punch the button, cutting off the weatherman's doom and gloom. Christmas music fills the cabin instead. Some saccharine nonsense about being home for the holidays. Home. The word tastes bitter. What home? The apartment belongs to both of us legally, but it stopped feeling like mine the moment I found those messages. Every corner holds some memory of Zach's casual cruelty, the way he'd critique my cooking while ordering takeout, how he'd scroll through his phone during movies I picked, that particular sigh he'd make when I wanted to talk about anything deeper than his workout routine. My phone lights up again. Text this time. I glimpse Tasha's name before forcing my eyes back to the road. Probably checking in about tonight's party, the one I was supposed to attend as half of a couple, playing the role of supportive girlfriend while Zach networked his way through Denver's social scene. Another performance I won't miss. Let him explain to everyone why his +1 became a -1. The satisfaction in my voice surprises me. I'm sure Madison would love to take my place. The snow falls heavier now, thick flakes that stick to my windshield much faster than the wipers can clear them. My headlights catch less and less of the road ahead, but I press on. Each mile puts distance between me and the wreckage of my relationship. My phone buzzes insistently. 3 times. 4. Everyone can wait. I crack the window, letting cold air snap me alert. The only person whose opinion matters right now is mine, and I vote for anywhere but here. The road curves upward, winding into the mountain pass like a ribbon thrown carelessly against the darkness. Pine trees lean in from both sides, their branches heavy with snow that glows ghostly white in my headlights. The world narrows to this tunnel of light cutting through the storm. Letting myself go. I taste the words again, bitter as burnt coffee. What the hell is that? 2 years of my life and that's what he comes up with? My hands grip the steering wheel until my knuckles ache. The windshield wipers scrape against ice, their rhythm hypnotic and useless. Snow builds up faster than they can clear it, turning the glass into a kaleidoscope of white and shadow. I was the one holding us together. My voice cracks, not from sadness, but from pure rage. Making dinner while he played video games. Remembering his mother's birthday, pretending his friends weren't complete jackasses. The tears come without warning, hot against my cold cheeks. I swipe at them with my hand, furious at my own reaction. I don't want to cry over Zach Kane. He doesn't deserve the salt. But they keep coming anyway, blurring my vision until the road becomes an impressionist painting of white and black. I blink hard, trying to focus on the yellow line that's disappearing under fresh powder. Damn him. The words fog the windshield. Damn his stupid hair, and his stupid car, and his stupid... A gust of wind hits the car, rocking it sideways. Snow swirls across the asphalt like smoke, erasing any trace of where the road ends and the shoulder begins. I ease off the gas, my heart hammering against my ribs. Okay, maybe the weatherman had a point. Another sob escapes before I can stop it. The kind that starts in your chest and builds until it feels like your whole body might shake apart. I pull over, hazard lights blinking orange against the white void, and let myself fall apart for exactly 30 seconds. Get it together, Nia. I wipe my face with my sleeve, tasting vanilla lip balm and defeat. You've survived worse than some guy with commitment issues and a gold chain. Have I, though? The question sits in my chest like a stone. I remember a sign a few miles back, Mountain View B and B. Next 3 exits. The kind of place that probably serves hot chocolate in chipped mugs and has quilts that smell like lavender. Somewhere I can hole up until this storm passes and my mascara stops running. Just need to make it that far. I put the car back in drive, inching forward into the swirling chaos. 1 mile at a time. The snow thickens, each flake fat and determined. My phone sits silent in the cup holder, probably full of messages I'm not ready to answer. Questions about where I am, why I left, whether I'm okay. I'm not okay. But I'm driving anyway, following taillights that might be real or might be wishes. Climbing higher into mountains that don't care about broken hearts or bruised pride.
Chapter 2. Michael. The lodge exhales silence like a held breath. I sit at the heavy oak desk, lamplight cutting geometric shadows across contracts that blur together after the 3rd hour. Digital security assessments for corporate clients who pay enough to fund small countries. The numbers align in neat columns, predictable as the ticking of my watch. Systems don't disappoint you. They follow protocols, execute commands, maintain boundaries. Unlike people who promise forever and deliver maybe, if you're lucky. I push back from the desk, joints protesting the stillness. The fire needs another log. Outside, wind tests the windows with increasing persistence, rattling glass like an unwelcome visitor demanding entry. My phone chimes against the wood surface. Elaine's name lights up the screen. Aspen Gala tonight. Your seat's open if you change your mind. I stare at the message until the screen dims, then delete it without responding. The thought of champagne toasts and air kisses, of pretending the divorce was amicable instead of the strategic dismantling it actually was, makes my jaw clench. She'll be radiant tonight in something that costs more than most people's cars, holding court with the kind of crowd that measures worth in stock portfolios and vacation homes. The same people who whispered when our marriage imploded, taking bets on who'd keep the house in Vale. Another buzz. This time it's a photo. Elaine in a black gown that probably has its own insurance policy. Diamond earrings catching camera flash. The caption reads, "Missing my favorite +1. Not tonight." I silence the phone completely, sliding it face down across the desk. Not any night, for that matter. The photograph beside my laptop seems to mock the gesture. Zach at 10, gap-toothed and grinning, his small hand dwarfed by mine as we stand beside a half-built treehouse. Back when I was his hero instead of his ATM. Before Elaine decided I worked too much and loved too little. Before my son learned to look through me like I wasn't there. I flip the frame face down, but the guilt lingers. 28 years old, and Zach still can't hold a job or a relationship longer than his attention span. Maybe that's my fault too. Maybe everything is. The barometer on the wall catches my eye. The needle's dropped significantly since this morning. Atmospheric pressure tells a story more honest than weather reports. I've learned to read these mountains, their moods and warnings. Standing, I stretch muscles that have grown stiff from hunching over spreadsheets. The wind's changed pitch, no longer the gentle whisper that accompanied my afternoon, but something with teeth. Time for rounds. I pull on the thermal Henley hanging by the door, then the heavy coat that's seen me through winters when solitude felt like choice instead of sentence. My boots find familiar grooves in the wooden floor as I move toward the door. The cold slaps like a physical blow when I step outside. Snow drives horizontal now, stinging exposed skin and turning the world into a kaleidoscope of white. I pull the collar higher, muscle memory from decades of harsh environments kicking in. The generator hums contentedly in its housing, fuel gauge reading full. I check the connections anyway, running gloved hands along power lines that could mean the difference between comfort and survival. The security cameras need clearing. Snow accumulates on lenses faster than I anticipated. Each step crunches through powder that's already ankle-deep and climbing. The familiar ritual soothes something restless in my chest. Control what you can. Accept what you can't. Words drilled into me during training that still serve me now. By the time I circle back to the front door, my cheeks burn with cold, and my breath clouds the air in short puffs. The lodge welcomes me back with warmth and the sharp scent of wood smoke. I pour 2 fingers of Macallan, the 18-year-old I save for nights when silence feels heavier than usual. The whiskey burns pleasantly, chasing away the chill that settled deeper than my bones. The radio murmurs from the kitchen, weather warnings threading between Christmas carols like unwelcome guests at a party. Whiteout conditions expected through tomorrow morning. Travel strongly discouraged. Just weather. I settle back into the leather chair that's molded to my shape over the years. Always passes. But the wind argues otherwise, howling around the eaves with increasing fury. The lodge creaks in response, old wood speaking its own language of endurance and time. I take another sip and return to the contracts, finding comfort in their cold logic. Numbers don't care about loneliness. Protocols don't judge past mistakes. The satellite phone lights up against the oak desk, its harsh buzz cutting through the lodge's silence. I assume it's Graham with another contractor crisis, or maybe an emergency alert from the security system. Then I see the name blazing across the small screen. Nia Brooks. My chest tightens like someone's pulled a drawstring around my ribs. Her name sits there, pulsing with each ring, dragging up memories I've spent months burying. Naya laughing at something ridiculous Zach said. Nia rolling her eyes when he forgot another dinner reservation. Nia looking at me over coffee cups with those amber eyes that always seem to see too much. The woman who made my kitchen feel like home when she was in it. The woman who dated my son while I pretended not to notice how her presence changed the air pressure in any room we shared. What the hell could she possibly want from me? The phone keeps ringing. My thumb stalls over the answer button like it's wired to a bomb. Every rational part of my brain screams to let it go to voicemail, to maintain the distance I've carefully constructed since they started dating. But my hand moves anyway, muscle memory overriding common sense. "Hey." "Michael?" Her voice comes through small and tight, barely recognizable beneath the strain. I slid off the road. I'm stuck. It's freezing. Behind her words, I catch the hollow rush of wind battering metal, the subtle tremor that means teeth chattering despite efforts to control it. My laptop screen dims as I push back from the desk, already cataloging what I'll need. "Where are you exactly?" "About 15 miles past the 74 turnoff. I can't see much." The admission carries defeat that cuts through static and storm noise. "The snow's coming down so hard I can barely see the road." I'm already moving. Thermal coat off the hook, keys from the bowl, flashlight from the drawer. My hands work with practiced movements while my mind shifts into the mode that kept people alive in places where mistakes meant body bags. "Listen to me, Nia." I modulate my voice to the low, certain tone that cuts through panic and confusion. "Stay in the car. Turn the engine off every few minutes to save fuel. Keep your hazard lights on. Do you have a blanket?" "A throw in the back seat." "Good. Wrap up. I'm on my way." "Michael, I don't want to trouble." "You already did." The words come out sharper than intended, but I don't soften them. "Sit tight." The line goes quiet except for her shaky breathing, a sound that claws at something deep in my chest that I've kept locked down for months. The kind of silence that used to mean incoming mortars or ambush positions. But this feels worse somehow. This feels personal. The emergency rucksack waits by the door like it always has. 30 pounds of survival gear that's pulled me through worse than mountain storms. I sling it over my shoulders, the familiar weight settling against my spine. The rifle green parka follows, thick enough to block wind that could strip flesh from bone. The moment I step outside, the storm swallows me whole. Wind slams into my chest with the force of a freight train, driving snow horizontally until the world becomes nothing but white static. I can barely make out my truck 10 feet away, its dark bulk wavering like a mirage. Each step forward requires deliberate effort, boots finding solid ground that's already disappeared under 6 inches of powder. The cold bites through exposed skin around my eyes, sharp as broken glass. I pull the hood tighter and push toward where I know the truck waits. My gloves fumble with frozen door handles. The engine growls to reluctant life, headlights cutting weak tunnels through the wall of snow that closes in faster than I can penetrate it. The defroster battles ice crystals forming on the windshield faster than the windshield wipers can clear them. I back out slowly, feeling for the road more than seeing it. The GPS glows uselessly on the dashboard, satellite signals scattered by the storm until even technology admits defeat. But I know these mountains, their curves and switchbacks carved into memory from years of solitary drives, 15 miles past the 74 turnoff. My hands grip the wheel as I navigate by instinct and the faint impression of guardrails appearing and vanishing in the headlight beams. She's my son's girlfriend. The thought cuts through the storm noise, sharp and unforgiving. The woman who dated him for 2 years while I measured every word, every glance, every accidental brush of fingers when she handed me coffee. Off limits. But she called me. Not roadside assistance. Not Zach. Me. The road narrows until the guardrails disappear entirely, swallowed by drifts that reshape the landscape into something alien and treacherous. I lean forward, squinting through snow that pelts the windshield like artillery fire. The map on the dashboard shows my location as a blue dot floating in digital wilderness, but the reality outside bears no resemblance to clean lines and elevation markers. My phone sits in the cup holder, Nia's contact information still glowing on the dark screen. I imagine her wrapped in that throw blanket, probably inadequate against cold that seeps through metal and glass like it has personal grudges to settle. "Hold on, Nia." The words escape before I'm able to stop them, low and steady, more prayer than order. They disappear into the cab's warmth, swallowed by the storm's endless howling. The tires crunch forward into white oblivion, each rotation taking me deeper into the kind of weather that kills people who make poor decisions. But I keep driving, because somewhere ahead in this frozen hell, she's waiting.
Chapter 3. Nia. The dashboard clock reads 8:47 p.m., but time feels elastic in this white cocoon. Snow continues its relentless assault, transforming my little Honda into an igloo with windows. I reach for the ignition key again, the third time in 20 minutes. Come on, baby, just a little more heat. The engine coughs to life, reluctant but obedient. Warm air whispers from the vents, a brief reprieve that I savor like expensive wine. The fuel gauge needle hovers dangerously close to the quarter mark, a red line I'm trying not to cross too quickly. 2 minutes. That's all I can afford before shutting off again. My breath clouds in the sudden quiet when the engine dies. The silence feels heavier than the storm outside, pressing against my eardrums until I can hear my own heartbeat. Snow builds against the windshield faster now, each flake adding another layer to the white wall that's slowly erasing my connection to the world. Okay, Brooks. Entertainment Committee of One reporting for duty. My voice sounds strange in the confined space, smaller than usual. I pull the throw blanket tighter around my shoulders. A pathetic thing I bought at Target because it matched my apartment's color scheme. Soft coral fleece that seemed adequate for Netflix marathons, but laughable against mountain cold that seeps through metal like it's made of tissue paper. The overhead light flickers when I reach for it, the battery protesting another demand on its dwindling reserves. I snap it off quickly. Can't waste what little power remains. Silent night, holy night. The words emerge shaky but determined. All is calm, all is bright. Ironic choice, considering the chaos thundering in my chest, but familiar melodies feel like anchors in the spinning dark. My voice gains strength with each line, filling the car with something warmer than the useless heater. Round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant so tender and mild. My phone screen glows briefly when I check the time. No signal bars, just the ghost outline of connection that died an hour ago. The battery shows 63%, but I resist the urge to play music. Need to preserve every electron for emergencies. If this isn't an emergency yet, what exactly qualifies? I switch to Jingle Bells, something with more energy to keep the blood moving. My toes have gone numb inside my knee-high boots, and flexing them sends sharp tingles up my calves. The sensation wavers between painful and terrifying. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. I clap my gloved hands together, trying to generate friction. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. The absurdity hits me mid-verse. Here I am, stranded in a blizzard, singing Christmas carols like some demented holiday special. Zach would laugh if he could see me now. Actually, he'd probably shrug and ask if I remembered to charge my portable phone battery. Then he'd take Madison out for dinner. The thought stings more than the cold. 2 years of dating someone who treated emergencies like minor inconveniences, whose first response to crisis was always, "Why didn't you plan better?" Well, Zach, I plan to drive to my parents' house for Christmas. I plan to arrive safely and eat my mother's terrible fruitcake while pretending everything was fine. I didn't plan for your wandering text messages or this apocalyptic weather system. Snow pelts the windows with increasing fury, each impact like tiny frozen bullets. The wind finds new ways to rock my car, testing its stability with gusts that make the frame groan. I peer through the side window, but the world beyond has vanished completely. No road markers, no guardrails, no hint of civilization. Just endless white that swallows everything. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. My voice cracks on the high notes, breath visible in puffs that dissipate quickly in the frigid air. And a Happy New Year. The battery gauge on my dashboard dims another notch when I glance at it. Time for another heat cycle, but the fuel needle mocks me with its proximity to empty. Mathematics becomes survival. How many more warming sessions before the tank runs dry? How long before hypothermia sets in? I've never been this cold in my life. The chill creeps through layers of clothing like it has personal business with my bones. My fingers fumble with the key, nearly dropping it before the engine grudgingly responds. Blessed heat floods the cabin again. I angle the vents toward my face, letting the warm air chase away the numbness creeping up my cheeks. 2 minutes. Maybe 3 if I'm feeling reckless. But what happens when Michael arrives? If he arrives? The rational part of my brain whispers questions I don't want to answer. How will he find me in this whiteout? How will anyone find me? A sudden light cuts through the whiteout like a blade, twin beams that slice the endless snow and turn my heart into a pinball machine. Relief crashes into terror, bouncing between my ribs until I can't tell which emotion wins. A truck materializes from the storm, massive and dark, its headlights painting my buried Honda in harsh relief. The engine rumbles deeper than the wind, confident so that it makes my throat tight. Michael. Thank God. The driver's door opens, and he unfolds from the cab like some mythical creature built for emergencies. Snow immediately claims his dark hair, turning the silver streaks to ice, but he moves through the storm like it owes him money. His stride cuts through drifts that would swallow me whole. I fumble for my door handle, fingers numb and clumsy, but he reaches me first. The door opens with a protest of frozen hinges, and Arctic air floods my small sanctuary, stealing what little warmth I'd hoarded. Nia. His voice carries that same command calm from the phone, but seeing him up close scrambles my circuits completely. Steel gray eyes assess me with military precision, cataloging damage, calculating solutions. How long since you ran the engine? Maybe 10 minutes? I was trying to save fuel. He shrugs out of his parka before I finish the sentence, revealing a thermal Henley that clings to shoulders, built for carrying the world. The coat comes around me like armor, heavy and warm and smelling of cedar smoke and safety. Can you walk? My legs wobble when I test them. Pins and needles shooting from my toes to my knees. I think so. Maybe. Jury's still out. His hands find my elbows, steadying me with a touch that burns through the numbness. We need to move. Storm's getting worse. Standing next to him feels like standing next to a mountain. Solid, immovable. The kind of presence that makes the chaos around us seem negotiable. Snow clings to his beard, and that scar on his forehead catches the truck's headlights. You came? The words slip out smaller than intended, carrying more weight than I meant to give them. I said I would. I know, but... I gesture at the apocalyptic weather surrounding us, searching for words that make sense. This is insane. You're insane for driving in this. Something that might be amusement flickers in those gray eyes. You called. The simple statement lands like a punch to my solar plexus. No dramatics, no heroic speeches, just the matter-of-fact acknowledgement that my voice in the dark was enough to pull him into a blizzard. Heat that has little to do with his parka spreads through my chest. Right, well, I clear my throat, trying to find my footing in more ways than one. Your very punctual doom. His mouth twitches, barely perceptible, but I catch it. Doom? Look around. I wave at the white hellscape swirling around us. This is either a rescue or the opening scene of a horror movie. Which would you prefer? The question lingers between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to unpack. His hands still grip my elbows. And standing this close, I can see the exhaustion etched around his eyes, the way snow melts on his skin from body heat alone. Rescue, I say quickly, then wonder if I've just lied to both of us. His hands slide from my elbows to my waist, and suddenly I'm airborne. He lifts me like I weigh nothing, like the laws of physics bend to his will the same way everything else seems to. My boots leave the ground, and for a disorienting moment, I'm suspended between the storm and safety, caught in the space where his strength meets my complete lack of control. I can walk. Not in this. The truck's cab opens into a cathedral of warmth. He deposits me onto heated leather seats that feel like luxury after my frozen Honda. And suddenly, I'm surrounded by everything that makes Michael dangerous to my equilibrium. Cedar smoke clings to the upholstery, mixed with clean soap and something indefinably masculine that makes my pulse skip. The scent wraps around me like a second rescue. Seatbelt. He leans across me to reach for the safety harness, his body creating a canopy of heat and presence that makes the spacious cab feel intimate. His thermal Henley stretches across his chest, revealing the kind of muscle definition that comes from actual work, not gym vanity. The fabric carries his scent directly to my nervous system, bypassing rational thought entirely. My heart hammers against my ribs like it's trying to escape my chest. This proximity feels dangerous in ways that aren't related to the blizzard. I've got it. My fingers fumble with the buckle, but he's already there. His calloused hands brushing mine as he clicks the mechanism into place. The contact sends electricity up my arms, and I wonder if hypothermia causes hallucinations. Better? His gray eyes meet mine, and I realize he's asking about more than the seatbelt. Warmer. The word comes out breathier than intended. Definitely warmer. He settles into the driver's seat, and the truck's interior shrinks around his presence. Everything about him radiates controlled power, the way his hands grip the steering wheel, the careful efficiency of his movements, the quiet confidence that turns a blizzard into a minor inconvenience. I steal glances at his profile as he navigates the white chaos outside. The scar on his temple catches the dashboard lights, a reminder that this man has history written in permanent ink. His jaw works slightly as he concentrates, and I find myself wondering what it would feel like under my fingertips. Stop it, Brooks. But sitting this close to Michael Caine, wrapped in his coat and his scent, makes rational thought feel like a luxury I can't afford. The cab holds us in forced intimacy, and every breath brings more awareness of how his presence fills the space, how his quiet strength makes me feel protected and unsteady in equal measure. Where exactly are we going? I ask, needing words to cut through the tension building in my chest. My place. Only option until this clears. His place. Alone. With Michael. I swallow hard, wondering if I've just traded one kind of danger for another.
Chapter 4. Michael. The chains bite into frozen asphalt with mechanical precision, each rotation a negotiation between steel and ice. I keep the speedometer barely above crawling pace, headlights carving narrow tunnels through the white void that swallows everything beyond 10 feet. The truck lurches over hidden obstacles, fallen branches, drifted snow, the ghost outline of a road that exists more in memory than reality. Nia sits cocooned in my parka, the oversized coat transforming her into something small and protected. Pink blooms across her bronze cheeks as circulation returns, and her amber eyes catch the dashboard glow like captured starlight. She stopped shivering, which means the hypothermia threat is backing down. But I need to keep her talking, keep her mind engaged. "What's your full name?" She glances at me, eyebrows raised. "Seriously? We're doing a concussion protocol?" "Humor me. Nia Simone Brooks. Born in Atlanta, currently residing in Denver until my lease expires in February." Her voice carries that same spark that made Zach's stories bearable at poker nights. "Favorite color is burgundy. Favorite food is anything I didn't have to cook myself." "Good. Clear speech, quick responses, attitude intact." "Hometown? You already asked that." "But fine. Technically Marietta, which is Atlanta's overachieving suburb where everyone drives white SUVs and pretends their marriages are perfect." The truck's transmission groans as we climb a steep grade I can barely see. Wind rocks the cab with gusts that test even this beast's stability. Through the storm's chaos, her voice remains steady, grounding me to something beyond the mechanical demands of keeping us alive. "Think I can sue Colorado for emotional damages?" She tucks her hands under her thighs, still chasing warmth. False advertising, you know? All those tourism brochures with sunshine and happy skiers. Nobody mentioned the part where the mountains try to murder you. The corner of my mouth twitches before I catch it. Might have a case there. Right? Come for the skiing, stay because you're literally trapped in a frozen hellscape. Not exactly catchy marketing copy. Her laughter fills the narrow space between us, bright and defiant against the storm's roar. The sound cuts through my carefully maintained calm like a blade through Kevlar. She keeps talking, weaving sarcasm and observations into a steady stream that I realize isn't just about staying conscious. She's trying to keep me talking too, pulling me back from the soldier's detachment that wants to treat this like any other mission extraction. So what's the story with your place? Her question slides into the cab's warmth, casual but pointed. Remote enough for privacy or remote enough for bodies? Depends on your definition of bodies. Oh, good. Cryptic answers. That's not ominous at all. The steering wheel protests under my grip as another gust tries to push us sideways. Red lights flash in the distance, a snowplow convoy disappearing into the white like ghosts. They're abandoning the roads, which means we're truly alone out here. How much further? Nia peers through the windshield, her breath fogging the glass despite the heater running full blast. You mean if we get there? A digital sign materializes from the white, its LED message blinking urgently. Road closed. Hazardous conditions. Emergency vehicles only. Damn, that didn't sound like we're almost there, damn. That sounded like we're completely screwed, damn. I checked the rearview mirror, but the road behind us has already vanished under fresh accumulation. The storm devours our tracks within minutes, erasing any possibility of retreat. Forward or nowhere. So what's the ETA? Her voice carries forced lightness, the kind people use when they suspect the answer won't be comforting. Whenever we make it, if we do. She laughs, soft, but something in the sound slices through armor I didn't realize I was wearing. That's reassuring. My hands twist on the wheel as the truck pushes deeper into white oblivion. The truth sits heavy in my chest. Her voice threading through this chaos is the only thing keeping my own pulse steady. But admitting that feels more dangerous than the storm trying to claim us. After what seems like forever, the lodge materializes from the white chaos like something conjured from memory. Log walls thick as fortress stones, black windows crowned with snowdrifts that transform each frame into an Arctic portrait. Relief slams into my chest so hard it nearly buckles my knees. I cut the engine under the covered entrance, the sudden silence after hours of mechanical grinding almost disorienting. Stay put. I'm already moving, boots hitting packed snow before she can argue. The cold attacks with renewed viciousness outside the truck's shelter, wind-driven ice needles finding every gap in my clothing. I clear a path from the vehicle to the front door with broad sweeps of my arms, muscle memory from countless winter extractions taking over. Snow flies in crystalline arcs, each shovelful a small victory against the storm's determination to bury us alive. Okay, move fast! Nia's boots hit the ground and immediately she's fighting for balance, the cold striking her like a physical blow despite my parka's protection. Her sharp intake of breath cuts through the wind's howl. I steady her with one hand, key the lock with the other, and we stumble across the threshold together. The door slams shut behind us with a finality that echoes through the lodge's vaulted ceiling. Silence rushes in to fill the space, thick, sacred, complete. Outside, the storm can rage all at once. Inside, it's just us and the sudden weight of being alive. My body shifts into practiced efficiency without conscious thought. Boots off, kicked aside. Generator status check. Fuel good. Backup power engaged. I move to the massive stone fireplace where kindling waits in neat stacks, muscle memory guiding hands that strike matches and coax flames from tinder. The fire catches, spreads, fills the hearth with dancing orange light that transforms the lodge's shadows. Oh God. Nia's voice carries wonder beneath the exhaustion. She hovers near the growing fire, still wrapped in my parka, shivering as heat and adrenaline wage war in her system. This place is enormous. Kettle on the gas burner. Water, hot as I can manage without scalding. Steam rises in eager spirals while I check the lodge's bones. Windows secure, heating system responding, communications equipment functioning despite the storm's electromagnetic interference. Everything controlled. Order restored. Except for the way my eyes keep finding her across the room, tracking the gradual return of color to bronze cheeks that had gone ashen with cold. The way firelight catches in her amber eyes and transforms them into something molten. I hand her the mug of steaming water, watch her wrap both hands around ceramic warmth like it's precious metal. Pink creeps back into fingertips that had been edging toward blue. Better? Getting there. Steam clouds her face as she breathes in the heat, though I'm pretty sure I lost feeling in 3 toes. Something deep in my chest exhales, relief so profound it threatens the careful control I maintain. She's safe. We made it. The mission parameters met successfully. Except this doesn't feel like mission completion. It feels like something far more dangerous beginning. I pull a heavy wool blanket from the cedar chest beside the hearth, its weight familiar in my hands. The fabric carries the scent of mountain air and cedar shavings, cleaner than any 5-star hotel could manage. Nia sits curled on the leather couch, firelight dancing across her bronze skin, my oversized parka still draped around her shoulders like armor. Here. I shake out the blanket, step closer. This'll help with the residual cold. She tilts her head back to look at me, amber eyes reflecting the flames. You really don't have to keep mothering me. I'm not going to die of hypothermia on your couch. Just humor me. I drape the blanket over her shoulders, my fingers working to arrange the heavy wool properly. The moment my knuckles brush the bare skin on her neck, electricity shoots through my nerve endings like I've grabbed a live wire. Her breath catches, sharp, audible. She shivers, but the tremor has very little to do with temperature. I jerk my hands back like she's on fire, cursing myself for the tactical error. Boundaries, distance, control. The fundamentals I've maintained for years dissolving because of accidental contact with soft skin that smells like vanilla and determination. Before I can retreat to safe distance, her fingers wrap around my wrist. Not grabbing, catching. Her touch feather-light, but somehow capable of stopping 6'3" of forward momentum dead in its tracks. Thank you. 2 words. That's all. But the way she says them, quiet, direct, eyes holding mine without wavering, shifts something fundamental in the lodge's atmosphere. The silence between us transforms from mere absence of sound into something charged, electric, dangerous. I've been in firefights that felt less hazardous than this moment. Her thumb rests against my pulse point, probably feeling the way my heart rate spikes despite every attempt at regulation. The fire crackles behind her, casting moving shadows across cheekbones that belong in Renaissance paintings, and I realize I'm standing close enough to count her eyelashes, close enough to notice the way her lips part slightly when she breathes, close enough to make catastrophic decisions. My God, what is happening here? Michael. My name on her tongue sounds different than when Zach says it over poker chips and bad jokes. Softer, more real. I should step back. Should manufacture distance and redirect this energy towards something safer. Weather reports, food inventory, anything that doesn't involve the way firelight turns her skin to burnished gold. Instead, I find myself cataloging details like intelligence gathering. The constellation of freckles across her nose, the way her curls catch light, the precise shade of brown in eyes that seem to see straight through every defense I've spent years constructing. Nia. Her name comes out rougher than intended, carrying weight I didn't plan to give it. Her fingers slide away from my wrist, leaving phantom heat in their wake. The spell breaks, but something irrevocable has shifted between us. The careful distance I've maintained since the rescue evaporates like steam. She settles deeper into the couch cushions, pulling the blanket up to her chin, but her gaze never leaves mine. Outside, wind batters windows with renewed fury, but the storm feels secondary now. background noise to whatever dangerous current has sparked to life in this room. I force myself to move toward the windows, needing the physical distance to regain equilibrium. My reflection stares back from storm-lashed glass, split between shadow and flame. A man caught between what he should do and what every instinct screams he wants. I tell myself I'm staying awake to monitor weather patterns, to ensure the generator maintains power, to fulfill basic host responsibilities. But my eyes keep finding her reflection in the dark glass, firelight painting her skin in warm gold, blankets shifting as she moves to look at the fire, then at me. I wish she'd stick to the fire. Would make things a lot easier. The truth sits heavy in my chest, pulling her from that wrecked car. I stopped feeling like a rescuer and started feeling like a man balanced on the edge of something that could destroy everything I've built.
Chapter 5. Nia. There's a shower down the hall if you want to warm up properly. Michael's voice carries that same controlled tone he's maintained since pulling me from the snow, but something flickers in his steel gray eyes. Take your time. The offer hits like salvation wrapped in practicality. My skin still carries the ghost of winter's bite, and the thought of hot water makes my muscles ache with anticipation. That sounds like heaven. He gestures toward a hallway that disappears into shadow. First door on the right. I'll see what I can scrounge up for food. The bathroom pipes groan to life when I turn the handle, sending up a rush of hot water that smells faintly of iron and pine. Steam clouds the mirror until I'm just a silhouette, all shivers and soft sighs as I peel away layers of cold, stiffened clothing. The heat burns away the chill, but not the memory of his hands steadying me, the way his fingers lingered a heartbeat too long when he wrapped the blanket around my shoulders. Water cascades over bronze skin that drinks in the warmth like parched earth drinking rain. I let the heat penetrate deep, washing away road salt and fear, and the phantom sensation of Zach's dismissive shrug when I confronted him about those messages. The shower becomes a baptism of sorts, cleansing away everything that led me into that storm. But not everything. Not the way Michael's jaw tightened when he saw my car in the ditch, or the careful control in his voice when he said my name. A folded stack waits on the counter when I finally emerge. Flannel thermals, thick socks, and one navy t-shirt far too large to be mine. The fabric feels impossibly soft between my fingers, worn to perfection by someone who understands comfort over fashion. I slip it on anyway. It hangs past mid-thigh, the collar brushing my collarbone, carrying his scent. Cedar, smoke, faint whiskey. The fabric feels like both comfort and trespass, intimate enough to make my pulse quicken. I tell myself it's just borrowed. My reflection doesn't believe me. The girl staring back from the steam-fogged mirror looks different wrapped in Michael's clothes. Smaller. Protected. Claimed. Whispers a voice I try to ignore. The navy cotton transforms my curves into something softer, more vulnerable, while simultaneously highlighting every inch of bare leg beneath the shirt's hem. When I pad down the hall, the air hums with heat and the smell of broth. The fire throws molten light across the great room. Outside, the storm still claws at the cabin windows with renewed fury. Michael stands by the hearth, sleeves pushed up to reveal forearms, corded with muscle, one hand braced on the mantel, the other holding a steaming mug. A pot steams on the stove. A single bowl waits for me on the heavy wooden table. He doesn't sit. He doesn't look at me at first. The light paints him in gold and shadow, all edges and restraint, like a statue carved from mountain stone and brought to life by firelight. When his gaze finally finds me, something shifts in the room's atmosphere. His eyes travel from my damp curls to the way his shirt skims my thighs, and for one electric moment, his careful control wavers. The mug freezes halfway to his lips. I suddenly feel overdressed in nothing but his shirt. Smells amazing. I manage, sliding into the chair before my knees can betray me. The leather cushion still holds warmth from the fire. And thank you for all of it. He moves to the stove with practiced efficiency, pouring soup into my bowl with steady movements that betray none of the exhaustion I know he must feel. Steam rises between us like incense, carrying the rich scent of vegetables and herbs that taste like safety. You made the call that saved your life, he says simply, setting the bowl before me. The words are factual, but there's weight beneath them. Gratitude. Fear he won't name. I watch his jaw tighten, like he's fighting the urge to feel anything at all. I wonder what it would take to make that control slip. The soup tastes like home, rich, warm, grounding. I let the silence stretch between spoonfuls, studying the way firelight plays across Michael's jaw. He's not eating, just holding that mug like it's the only thing keeping his hands occupied. The storm rattles the windows with fresh fury, but inside feels impossibly still. Too still. Like the air right before lightning strikes. Why me, Nia? His voice cuts through the quiet, low, curious, dangerous in its gentleness. Not accusing, just asking a question that shouldn't be asked. One that makes my spoon freeze halfway to my mouth. I stare into the amber depths of my bowl, watching steam rise and dissipate. The honest answer sits heavy on my tongue, too big and too complicated for this moment. Too true. Because Zach and I were done. The words come slowly, carefully measured. Because I didn't want to explain. And because when I thought about who could actually handle a storm like this, my throat tightens. The admission wants to claw its way out, raw and unfiltered. You were the only one I could think of. The words hang in the air like steam, visible, fragile, impossible to take back. They taste like truth and regret, and something I can't name. He doesn't look away, and that's somehow worse than if he had. Those steel gray eyes hold mine with an intensity that causes my pulse to stutter. The fire pops, sending sparks up the chimney, but neither of us moves. The storm outside dulls to a low moan, wind finding new ways to test the lodge's defenses. Inside, the silence hums in a way that has absolutely nothing to do with the generator. Every creak of settling logs sounds amplified. Every breath feels deliberate. He sets his spoon down carefully, gaze fixed somewhere past my shoulder, but I feel it on my skin anyway. The weight of his attention burns hotter than the fire at my back. The air between us tastes charged, alive with possibility and restraint warring against each other. I wrap my fingers tighter around the bowl to keep from shaking. I'm not cold, not anymore. When I finally stand to take my empty bowl to the sink, he moves at the same time. Some unspoken synchronization that brings us too close in the small space between table and counter. Our fingers brush at the rim of the porcelain, small contact that sends electricity racing up my arm. My pulse leaps. His expression flickers. Something unreadable crossing those granite features before disappearing behind familiar control. You should rest. His tone shifts to command, rough around the edges like gravel scraped across restraint. Guest rooms down the hall. The words sound like retreat disguised as hospitality, like a man building walls too late. Right, sleep. Good plan. The words tumble out too quickly, too bright. I'm overcompensating for the electricity still humming under my skin, for the way his fingers felt against mine at the bowl's rim. The hallway stretches before me like a gauntlet. Each step away from him feels deliberate, necessary, and completely wrong. My bare feet whisper against the wood floor, silent as secrets. The walls here are lined with photographs I can't quite make out in the dim light. Landscapes, maybe, or memories he keeps close but doesn't display. The guest room door looms ahead, brass handle gleaming like a lifeline, or an escape route. I pause with my palm pressed against the cool metal, fingers curling around the handle without turning it. Behind me, I hear the soft clink of dishes being cleared, the measured footsteps of a man who moves like he's still on patrol. The fire pops in the great room, sending shadows dancing down the hallway. Every instinct screams at me to turn around. To walk back into that warm circle of firelight and say something, anything. Thank you feels too small. Good night feels like a lie when I know sleep won't come easy. Don't let the fire die sounds too much like what I really mean. Don't let this die. But I don't turn around. Instead, I twist the handle and slip inside, closing the door with a soft click that sounds too final in the mountain quiet. The breath I've been holding since he asked why me rushes out in a shaky exhale. My back finds the door, solid wood supporting weight I didn't realize I was carrying. The darkness wraps around me like a blanket, broken only by the thin line of firelight, bleeding under the door. Steady, distant, comforting. His scent clings to the borrowed shirt like memory made manifest. Cedar and smoke and something uniquely him that makes my pulse flutter every time I breathe. The navy cotton feels soft as whispered promises against my skin, too intimate for borrowed clothes, too comfortable for someone who should still feel like a stranger. The bed calls to me, a wide expanse of white linens that smell like mountain air and safety. I crawl under the covers, pulling the blankets up to my chin like armor against thoughts I shouldn't be thinking. The wind rattles the windows with fresh fury, but inside feels impossibly still, protected. For the first time since I threw Zach out, since I packed my car with wounded pride and drove straight into a storm, my body remembers what it feels like to be somewhere that won't hurt me. And that realization terrifies me more than sliding off an icy mountain road ever could. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Michael. The click of her door closing echoes through the lodge like a period at the end of a sentence I don't want to finish. I stand in the kitchen, hands gripping the edge of the counter, watching steam rise from the abandoned soup pot. The silence stretches between us now. Her on one side of that door, me on this side, both pretending we don't feel the electricity still crackling in the air. The satellite phone sits on the counter like a reminder of the outside world. Time to check in with reality. County Dispatch picks up on the second ring. Emergency services, this is Rodriguez. Michael Kane, up at Pine Ridge Lodge. Got a civilian extraction about 2 hours ago. Vehicle in the ditch at mile marker 47 on Mountain View Pass. Copy that, Kane. Vehicle recovery needed. I glanced toward the hallway where Nia disappeared. Eventually, driver's safe at my location. Road conditions? Outside, the wind howls like something wild and hungry. Snow pelts the windows with renewed fury, each gust rattling the glass in its frames. I've seen storms like this before, the kind that reshaped the landscape, that turned familiar roads into death traps. Pass is completely closed. Zero visibility, drifts over 8 feet in places. Nobody's moving tonight. Roger. We're showing closures until at least 0800 tomorrow, possibly longer depending on plows. You good for supplies? Affirmative. Generators running clean, food and water for several days. Copy. Stay warm, Kane. Rodriguez out. The line goes dead, leaving me alone with the storm and the phantom scent of her shampoo still lingering in the air. Pine and something softer. Vanilla, maybe. It clings to the hallway like a promise I shouldn't want to keep. Discipline kicks in. The same routine that kept me alive in hostile territory now keeps me anchored in my own home. Perimeter check first. Habits die hard, and good habits keep people breathing. I pull on my parka and step into the howling white. The cold hits like a physical blow, stealing breath and bringing tears to my eyes. Snow whips across the deck in sheets, drifts already climbing past the railing on the windward side. The lodge's exterior lights barely penetrate 2 feet into the storm. Everything's secure. The generator hums steady in its shelter, fuel lines clear, exhaust venting properly into the wind. Propane tanks locked down tight. Emergency supplies stocked and accessible. The kind of methodical preparation that comes from years of expecting the worst and being grateful when it doesn't arrive. But tonight feels different. Tonight there's someone else depending on this place to keep the world at bay. Back inside, I shake snow from my hair and hang the parka by the door. The warmth hits me like an embrace, and I find myself pausing in the entryway, listening for sounds from the guest room. Nothing but the storm outside and the steady tick of the grandfather clock in the corner. The logbook waits on my desk, a leather-bound record of everything that happens on this mountain. Insurance requires it, but the habit runs deeper than paperwork. Some things need to be documented, remembered, filed away where they can't be questioned or forgotten. December 22nd, 21:47 hours. Civilian vehicle recovery, Mountain View Pass, mile marker 47. Driver, Nia Brooks, age 28, no injuries. Road conditions, hazardous, zero visibility. Pass closed indefinitely. Subject relocated to Pine Ridge Lodge pending weather clearance. I pause, pen hovering over the page. The clinical language feels wrong somehow. Too sterile for what happened out there. For the way her voice cracked when she said my name on the phone, or the trust in her eyes when I lifted her from that car. For the electricity that jumped between us when our fingers touched at the soup bowl. Subject doesn't capture the way she looks in my shirt, the way the navy cotton transforms her into something that belongs here. I close the logbook without adding more. The fire needs tending. I add 2 more logs, watching sparks climb toward the chimney like tiny stars seeking escape. The flames catch and grow, casting dancing shadows across the great room. Everything's secure now. The storm locked outside, warmth contained within these walls. Everything except the restless energy humming under my skin, the awareness that she's sleeping 20 feet away, wearing my clothes and carrying my scent on her skin. I settle into the leather chair facing the fire, but sleep feels impossible. Outside, the wind continues its assault on the lodge, testing every joint and seal. Inside, the silence holds different tests. Memories of her laugh, the unconscious grace in her movements, the way she said my name like it meant something more than just a contact in her phone. The storm will break eventually. They always do. The question is what happens when it does. The satellite phone buzzes against the coffee table like an angry wasp. The caller ID makes me consider letting it ring. Elaine. My ex-wife's timing remains impeccable, arriving precisely when I least want to deal with her particular brand of chaos. I answer on the 4th ring. What? Well, hello to you too, darling. Her voice carries that familiar note of manufactured sweetness over steel. I'm calling about your son. Through the phone, I hear the clink of ice against glass, the murmur of expensive conversation. She's at the Aspen party she wanted me to attend, the one where appearances matter more than oxygen. Zach's a grown man, Elaine. Whatever mess he's made this time isn't my problem. He's spiraling, Michael. The sweetness cracks slightly. Showed up here an hour ago looking like death, demanding to know if I'd heard from you. He's been drinking since... Good. The word cuts across her explanation like a blade. He should feel something for once. Silence stretches between us, filled only by the storm outside and the distant sound of party chatter bleeding through her phone. When she speaks again, The careful control has slipped entirely. That's cold, even for you. Is it? I lean back in the leather chair, watching flames devour the fresh logs. He's 28 years old, Elaine. When does accountability kick in? When does he stop expecting everyone else to clean up after his choices? He broke up with that girl. What's her name, Nina? Nia. The correction comes sharper than intended. And she broke up with him. Whatever. The point is, he's devastated. He keeps saying he made a terrible mistake, that he needs to fix things. Then maybe he should have thought about that before he decided flirting with Instagram models was more interesting than the woman who actually gave a damn about him. Another silence. In the background, someone laughs, high and artificial. The sound money makes when it's trying too hard to have fun. How do you know about that? The question hangs in the air like smoke. Truth is, I don't know the details, but I know Zach, know the pattern he follows like scripture. Charm, conquest, boredom, betrayal. Rinse and repeat until someone finally has the courage to walk away. Lucky guess. I rub my temple, feeling the old scar tissue pull tight. Let me paint you a picture, Elaine. Zach met someone real. Someone who saw past the performance and liked what she found. And instead of being grateful for that miracle, he got restless. Started looking for validation from strangers because steady love felt too much like work. You don't know? I know exactly what happened because I know him. The only surprise is that it took her this long to figure out she deserved better. The fire pops, sending sparks up the chimney like tiny distress signals. Down the hall, I catch the faint sound of movement. Nia shifting in her sleep, probably fighting dreams of sliding cars and icy roads. She's there, isn't she? Elaine's voice turns sharp as winter wind. That's how you know so much. Nia's with you. My grip tightens on the phone. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb, Michael. Zach said she was driving to Denver tonight. Road conditions are impossible, but somehow you know intimate details about their breakup. Either you're psychic, or she's sleeping in your guest room. The accusation hits like a physical blow, not because it's wrong, but because it's right. Because sitting here in the dark, listening to her breathe through 20 feet of lodge walls, feels more intimate than anything I shared with Elaine in 5 years of marriage. She needed help. I provided it. End of story. Is it? Her laugh carries no humor, just the bitter recognition of patterns repeating. How convenient that you happen to be the knight in shining armor when Zach's ex-girlfriend needed rescuing. Go to hell, Elaine. I end the call before she can twist the knife deeper, but her words echo in the sudden silence. How convenient that you happen to be the knight in shining armor. The accusation sits in my chest like swallowed glass. The fire crackles, logs settling with soft sighs. I need to move, to channel this restless energy somewhere useful. Patrol instincts kick in. Check the perimeter, assess resources, ensure readiness. The storm might last days, and I'll be damned if I let anything catch us unprepared. Her phone sits on the kitchen counter where she left it, and even in the firelight I can see the spiderweb of cracks across the screen. The impact from the car must have done more damage than either of us realized. I pick it up carefully, noting how the glass fragments catch the light like fractured ice. The device powers on, but half the screen flickers uselessly. No signal bars, of course. The storm killed the cell towers hours ago. But when the weather clears, she'll need communication. Contact with the outside world. A way to call someone who isn't me to come get her. The thought shouldn't sting, but it does. My supply room sits off the main hallway, stocked with the kind of redundant preparation that kept me breathing in hostile territory. Emergency radios, medical supplies, backup generators, and yes, communication devices. 3 unopened smartphones in their original packaging, along with a satellite communicator that works anywhere on the planet. I select one of the phones, still sealed in pristine plastic. Top-of-the-line model, the kind Zach would approve of. The irony tastes bitter, using my brother's standards to choose a gift for the woman who finally had the sense to walk away from him. Setting it up takes 15 minutes. I transfer her contacts from the damaged phone, grateful the SIM card survived the impact. Her photos remain intact too, mostly landscapes and coffee cups, a few shots with friends, none with Zach that I can see. Smart woman. Clean break. The new phone feels solid in my palm, its weight promising reliability. When the towers come back online, she'll have full connectivity. Video calls, messaging, whatever she needs to rebuild the life my son tried to wreck. I set it on the kitchen counter beside her broken one, along with the charging cable. No note, no explanation, just capability waiting to be discovered. Through the window, snow continues its relentless assault against the glass. The storm shows no sign of weakening, and part of me, the part I don't want to examine too closely, hopes it doesn't. Not yet. The guest room door sits 30 feet away across the great room, but it might as well be on another continent. I've been staring at it for the better part of an hour, nursing a whiskey that's gone warm in my hand and pretending I'm not memorizing the way lamplight catches the wood grain around its frame. This is pathetic, even for me. The leather chair creaks as I shift, trying to find a position that doesn't leave me facing that damn door. But every angle in this room seems designed to draw my attention back to the hallway, back to the knowledge that she's sleeping 20 feet away in my shirt. The fire has burned low, casting shifting shadows that make the lodge feel alive around us. Settling timber, wind-rattled windows, the steady hum of the generator, all familiar sounds that usually lull me towards sleep. Tonight they feel like a soundtrack to my restlessness. I drain the whiskey and set the glass aside with more force than necessary. The sharp clink echoes in the silence, followed immediately by guilt. She's been through hell tonight. The last thing she needs is me banging around like a lovesick teenager. The couch faces away from the hallway, a tactical advantage I should have recognized earlier. I grab a wool blanket from the storage chest and settle into the deep cushions, finally breaking the spell that door holds over me. The leather is worn soft from years of use, molding to my frame like an old friend. But closing my eyes only makes it worse. Without visual distraction, my mind fills the gaps with imagination. The sound of her breathing, the way she looked swimming in my thermal shirt, the trust in her voice when she thanked me for saving her life. You made the call that saved your life. That's what I told her, and it was true. But the whole truth cuts deeper. She called me because my number was programmed into her phone. Because sometime during her relationship with Zach, I'd made sure she had a way to reach me if she ever needed help. I told myself it was about safety. Mountain roads, unpredictable weather, Zach's tendency to vanish when things got complicated. Practical considerations that had nothing to do with the way my chest tightened whenever her name appeared on my caller ID. The couch springs protest as I roll onto my side, pulling the blanket higher. Through the window, snow continues its assault on the glass, each gust sounding like thrown sand. The storm shows no mercy, no signs of weakening. We could be trapped here for days. The thought should worry me more than it does. My phone buzzes against the coffee table, a text from Zach that I don't bother reading. Whatever crisis he's manufactured this time can wait until morning. Or longer. Some lessons are best learned in isolation, without dear old Dad swooping in to cushion the impact. The fire pops, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. In the sudden flare of light, I catch a glimpse of the hallway again. The guest room door remains closed, unchanged, silent as a secret. I force my eyes shut and focus on tactical breathing. 4 counts in, hold for 4, out for 4. The rhythm that kept me calm in war zones now serves a different kind of survival. Not physical danger this time, but something more dangerous. The growing certainty that saving Nia Brooks might be the beginning of destroying everything I've built to keep myself safe.
Chapter 7. Nia. Light filters through frost-etched windows like watercolors bleeding through wet paper, gray-blue and strange after last night's orange firelight. The silence presses against my eardrums, thick and muffled, broken only by the generator's steady mechanical heartbeat somewhere beneath the lodge. I blink at the window beside the bed, and my breath catches. Snow. Not falling snow or drifted snow, but a solid wall of white that climbs past the windowsill, past the frame, disappearing into gray sky like the world got erased overnight. We're buried, completely, utterly buried. The blankets wrapped around me smell like cedar and smoke. His scent, and for one reckless second I don't want to move. Don't want to break whatever spell held us through the storm. The borrowed thermal shirt clings to my skin, soft navy cotton that carries traces of his warmth, and I pull the covers closer, like I can hold on to this feeling. But daylight demands movement. Reality demands coffee and conversation, and figuring out what comes next. My bare feet hit the hardwood with whisper-soft impact, and I pad down the hallway toward the great room. The floorboards give slightly under my weight, old wood settling into familiar grooves. Each step brings me closer to whatever morning looks like, when you're snowed in with a man who makes your pulse forget its rhythm. He's there on the couch, asleep, or doing a convincing impression of it, one arm slung over his face like he's blocking out more than just light. His boots remain lace-tight, leather-scarred but clean, as if he fell asleep ready to spring into action. Dark hair falls across his forehead in messy waves that make him look younger, less guarded. On the coffee table beside him sits a phone I don't recognize. Sleek, military-looking charging cable attached. A yellow sticky note clings to its black case, blocky handwriting spelling out 3 words that hit me like a punch to the solar plexus. For emergencies. He didn't just find me a replacement phone. He set it up, charged it, left it where I'd find it with that careful, understated thoughtfulness that makes my whole body warm. The realization creeps over me like dawn. He didn't sleep much. Couldn't have if he was listening for problems, checking systems, making sure I had what I needed. He kept watch while I slept safe and warm in his guest room, wrapped in blankets that smell like home. Something warm and dangerous unspools in my chest, spreading through my ribs like honey laced with whiskey. Gratitude, yes. But underneath it lurks something that feels like want, wrapped in recognition. The kind that makes smart women do catastrophically stupid things. I need coffee. I need to move. I need to stop staring at the way his chest rises and falls beneath that flannel shirt. The kitchen greets me with morning light and the promise of productivity. I can make breakfast. I can contribute something beyond being the damsel who needed rescuing. The refrigerator yields eggs, butter, what looks like decent cheese. The cabinet reveals a cast iron pan that probably predates the lodge itself, seasoned black and heavy as a weapon. Coffee first. The bag of grounds looks suspicious, generic brand, probably purchased in bulk months ago, but it's caffeinated, and that's what matters. I scoop generous portions into the machine, muscle memory from early shifts at the design firm. The eggs crack against the pan's rim with satisfying precision. 6 of them, scrambled with cheese and what optimism I can muster. The cast iron heats fast. Too fast, I realize as the first batch begins sticking to the bottom with aggressive enthusiasm. Come on, I mutter, wielding a wooden spoon like it owes me money. The second batch burns. Actually burns, filling the kitchen with acrid smoke that makes my eyes water and sets off every primitive alarm in my brain. Cursing under my breath, creative combinations that would make my grandmother clutch her pearls. I wave a dish towel at the smoke detector, praying it doesn't shriek and wake the entire mountain. The kitchen fills with the aroma of my domestic failure just as footsteps creak around the corner. Heavy, measured, definitely awake. I glance toward the doorway and find him standing there, barefoot, hair mussed from the couch, jaw shadowed with overnight stubble that makes him look dangerously approachable. His gaze takes in the scene. Smoke-hazed kitchen, blackened pan. Me standing there holding a dish towel like a white flag of surrender. "Morning," he says, voice rough with sleep. I gesture at the plates of what can charitably be called scrambled regret. I made breakfast, use the term loosely. He leans against the counter, arms crossed. and his mouth does something that might be a smile if it tried harder. The morning light highlights the silver threads in his hair, makes them gleam like frost on dark water. You're armed and dangerous with that spatula. I brandish the weapon in question, still dripping with evidence of my crimes against breakfast. I'm expanding your culinary horizons. Charcoal chic is very now. He reaches across me, close enough that I catch cedar and soap and something distinctly him, and forks a bite of the least offensive scrambled disaster. Chews thoughtfully while I hold my breath. His expression gives away nothing. Steel gray eyes focused on some middle distance, like he's conducting a serious military assessment. Not bad. You're lying. Probably. But he keeps eating. Actually keeps eating, working through the plate with methodical determination that makes something flutter behind my ribs. No dramatic spitting, no polite pushing around with his fork. Just steady consumption of my breakfast catastrophe, like it's perfectly normal to eat charcoal for sustenance. The laugh bubbles up before I can stop it. Half disbelief, half gratitude, entirely too loud for the quiet kitchen. It echoes off the windows, bounces back from the ceiling, fills the space between us with something bright and unexpected. His fork pauses midway to his mouth. Those storm cloud eyes find mine, and for a heartbeat, the careful distance he maintains dissolves. One corner of his mouth twitches upward, not quite a smile, yet close enough to make my pulse stumble. What? You're actually eating it. All of it. Food is fuel. That's not food. That's a science experiment gone wrong. He takes another bite, deliberate and unflinching. I've had worse. The warmth spreading through my chest has little to do with the coffee. This man, this careful, controlled man who builds walls higher than mountains, just ate my terrible eggs without complaint, without judgment, like kindness cost him nothing. I turn toward the sink before I do something embarrassing like tear up over breakfast etiquette. Soap bubbles bloom under the hot water, iridescent and forgiving. The rhythm of scrubbing gives my hands something to do while my brain processes this unexpected tenderness. Okay, new deal. I glance over my shoulder where he's finishing the last bite, with stoic determination. You handle fire and water, I'll handle food, division of labor, like frontier roommates. He raises an eyebrow, the left one which somehow makes the gesture more devastating. Food? You sure you're qualified? A handful of soap bubbles flies through the air, landing on his flannel with satisfying accuracy. His expression shifts from skeptical to mildly scandalized, like I just declared war on his personal space. Confidence is half the recipe. A mean right arm is the other half. He brushes bubbles from his shirt slowly, but there's something different in his posture now. Looser, less guarded. Like laughter, might be a foreign language he's remembering how to speak. The next few minutes slide into easy cooperation. Him rinsing, me drying, our movements finding a rhythm that feels startlingly natural. His shoulder brushes mine when he reaches for the next plate. I catch myself watching his hands, the way water beads on his knuckles, the careful economy of every gesture. This feels dangerous. Not the storm outside, or the isolation, or even the way attraction keeps creeping up my spine. This, the quiet domesticity, the way we fit together in this small space, feels like the kind of dangerous that changes things. Do you ever relax? The question slips out before wisdom can intervene. Or do you come with a built-in mission briefing? Michael studies me for a beat. Those gray eyes storm dark, but touched with something that might be amusement. Then quietly, with a voice like whiskey over gravel, careful little storm. The nickname hits somewhere deep, curling through my chest like heat spreading through cold hands. Little storm. Not sweet or precious or any of the diminutives that usually make me bristle. This one tastes like recognition, like he sees exactly what I am. Unpredictable weather wrapped in warm skin. I swallow the grin that wants to form, But my pulse gives me away, thrumming against my throat where his eyes linger for just a second too long. Coffee, the universal language of morning civility. I need to break this spell he's casting over the entire kitchen. I reach for the mismatched mugs, one chipped ceramic with a faded logo, another sturdy glass that's seen better decades, and the pot trembles slightly in my grip. Whether from caffeine withdrawal or proximity to 6'3" of controlled chaos, I'm not investigating. The stream of coffee arcs dark and promising into the first mug. Steam rises between us, carrying the bitter comfort of morning ritual. I angle the pot toward the second mug, conscious of his presence beside me, close enough that his body heat radiates through the space like a furnace, set to dangerous. Sugar's in the... His hand reaches for the cabinet handle. At the same moment, I shift the coffee pot. Skin meets skin, his knuckles brushing the inside of my wrist, where my pulse hammers against bone. The contact burns, electric and immediate, sending shockwaves up my arm. The world contracts to that single point of connection. His skin, rough with calluses and work, warm against mine. My breath sticks in my throat, a tiny gasp that might as well be a confession in the quiet kitchen. Time stretches like taffy, each second measured in heartbeats that echo too loud in my ears. His thumb twitches against my wrist, barely perceptible movement that feels monumental. Like he's memorizing the texture of my skin, the way my pulse jumps under his touch. Like he might trace the path from wrist to palm to fingertips if the universe allowed such reckless behavior. But it doesn't. We don't. I jerk my hand back, nearly sloshing coffee across the counter in my haste to retreat. He pulls away simultaneously, fingers curling into a fist like he's capturing the sensation. The air between us crackles with the ghost of contact, charged and breathless. Sorry. The word falls flat, inadequate for the earthquake that just rearranged my nervous system. My fault. His voice carries gravel, rougher than it was 30 seconds ago. Neither statement rings true. The touch was inevitable, magnetic, the kind of accident that feels scripted by forces beyond human control. We both know it. We both pretend otherwise with the skill of people who've perfected the art of lying to themselves. I finish pouring with exaggerated care, focusing on the stream of liquid like my life depends on it. My hands steady, but my pulse continues its rebellious percussion against my throat. The silence stretches long between us. Not uncomfortable, but loaded with electricity that makes the air itself feel heavy. Michael accepts his mug without comment, fingers wrapping around ceramic with the same controlled precision he applies to everything else. But I catch the slight tremor in his grip, the way his jaw tightens like he's biting back words that would change everything. He turns toward the window, mug in hand, creating distance that feels both necessary and devastating. His shoulders shift beneath the thermal shirt as he assesses the world beyond glass, measuring snow depth with the methodical calm of someone who's built survival into an art form. I cradle my own mug against my chest, using the warmth to anchor myself in reality. But my eyes betray me, tracking the way morning light reflects the silver in his hair, how his posture speaks of coiled strength, even in stillness. The borrowed thermal shirt stretches across his back, fabric defining muscles that probably have their own tactical manual. 3 feet, maybe 4 in the drifts. His voice cuts through my inappropriate inventory of his physical architecture. Road won't be passable until the county gets equipment up here. How long? Day, maybe 2 if the wind keeps pushing snow around. He sips coffee without turning from the window. Generator's got enough fuel for a week if we're smart about it. A week. 7 days of this charged atmosphere. This careful dance around attraction that sparks like live wires every time we occupy the same space. The thought should terrify me. Instead, something warm and anticipatory unfurls in my chest, dangerous as any storm. Outside, snow continues falling, gentler now, robust flakes drifting past the window like the sky's running out of ammunition. Inside, A different kind of weather builds between us. Pressure systems and electric potential that no meteorologist could predict or contain.
Chapter 8. Michael. The lights flicker once, twice, then die with the finality of a judge's gavel. The refrigerator's hum cuts off mid-breath, leaving silence that feels heavier than the snow outside. Emergency protocols kick in automatically. Assess, adapt, execute. Generators cycling. My voice stays level while I calculate fuel reserves and power priorities. Should kick back in about 30 seconds. Nia's coffee mug clinks against the counter in the darkness. Should. Will. But 30 seconds stretch into 60, and the familiar rumble of the backup system doesn't materialize. The lodge settles into a quiet that's deeper than storm silence, the kind that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. Through the kitchen window, snow continues its relentless descent, each flake visible in the gray morning light, like nature's counting down to something inevitable. I move toward the utility room with the automatic precision of muscle memory, but Nia's hand catches my arm. Her fingers wrap around my forearm through the thermal fabric, warm pressure that stops me mid-stride. Where are you going? Supplies in the basement. Probably just need. In this weather? With no power to the heating system down there? Her grip tightens, anchoring me in place. That sounds like a spectacular way to freeze to death while fixing something that might fix itself. The logic cuts through military training with uncomfortable accuracy. The basement runs cold even with full power, and troubleshooting in sub-zero temperatures without proper lighting could turn a simple repair into a survival situation. Still, every instinct screams to take action, to control what can be controlled. I don't just sit and wait for problems to solve themselves. No, you probably solve them with intimidation and superior firepower. Her voice carries traces of humor that shouldn't work in the dark, but somehow does. But generators aren't enemy combatants. Sometimes they just need a minute to remember their job. The house creaks around us, old timber adjusting to the temperature drop that's already beginning. Without the forced air system, the lodge will start shedding heat fast. Basic thermodynamics, predictable as sunrise. I calculate options while Nia's touch burns through the fabric of my shirt. Firewood stacked and seasoned, blankets in the linen closet. The great room with its stone fireplace, built to heat the main living space even without modern conveniences. Fireplace it is. I turn toward the great room, her hand sliding away from my arm with reluctance that matches my own. Wood heat's more reliable anyway, said the man who probably learned that philosophy in some very unpleasant places. She follows me through the darkened lodge, her footsteps light but confident behind mine. The great room welcomes us with its cathedral ceiling and massive stone hearth, the centerpiece of the original structure built when heating meant fire, and backup heating meant more fire. Kindling catches with the first match, flames licking upward through carefully arranged wood with satisfying eagerness. The firelight pushes back shadows, painting warm gold across log walls and throwing our silhouettes in dancing relief. Heat begins radiating outward almost immediately, claiming space from the cold with territorial determination. Okay, this is actually better. Nia settles cross-legged on the rug in front of the hearth, borrowed thermal shirt riding up slightly to reveal a strip of skin above her leggings. More atmospheric, like camping but with better coffee. The coffee, still warm in the thermos from breakfast, but cooling fast without the heating element. I retrieve it from the kitchen along with the battery-powered lanterns from the emergency kit, their LED glow adding practical illumination to the fire's warmth. When I return, she's arranged throw pillows from the couch into a makeshift seating area, claiming territory with the unconscious confidence of someone who makes spaces her own. The firelight loves her skin, turning mahogany to burnished gold and catching amber highlights in her eyes. Blanket fort construction is my specialty. She accepts a lantern, switching it to its lowest setting. I have professional experience. Professional? Design work. Sometimes you have to show clients how spaces can feel intimate without being cramped. She unfolds a wool throw with practiced efficiency. Plus, I may have perfected the art during a particularly dramatic breakup in college. The mention of relationships sits between us like a third presence. But hearing her reference other romantic disasters makes something twist uncomfortably in my chest, territorial and unwelcome. Breakups require fortress construction, blankets, ice cream, and enough emotional armor to survive the siege. She wraps the throw around her shoulders like a cape. This is more strategic positioning. The phrase hits hard, loaded with double meaning that makes the fire suddenly feel inadequate for the heat building in the room. Strategic positioning. Like we're maneuvering around each other instead of simply sharing space, calculating angles and defensive positions, while pretending this is just two people waiting out a storm. Which it is. Except it isn't, and we both know it, and the knowing fills the space between us with an electric charge. I settle onto the opposite end of the rug, maintaining careful distance while the fire crackles between us like a chaperone made of flame and shadow. Nia pulls the throw tighter around her shoulders, but it's not enough. Her shivers are visible now, slight tremors running through her frame. The fire's doing its job, but the cold's creeping in from the edges, relentless and patient. I hesitate for a moment, then shift closer, lifting the edge of the blanket draped over my legs. Heat conservation. My voice sounds gruffer than I mean it to, but the words are out before I can soften them. Get under here. She glances at me, eyes catching the firelight, and for a second I think she'll refuse. But then she scoots closer, her weight sinking into the rug beside me. I adjust the blanket, letting it drape over both of us, and the warmth between us builds faster than the firewood could ever manage. Her thigh brushes mine, and she doesn't pull away. Neither do I. The silence hums with something unspoken, charged and fragile. Her scent, vanilla, cocoa butter, and something indefinably her, mixes with the cedar and smoke of the lodge, and it's intoxicating in a way I can't afford to let myself think about. This is probably a bad idea, she says, her voice low, almost a whisper, as if saying it out loud makes it more real. The worst. My response comes instantly, automatic, because it's the truth. Every nerve in my body is screaming it. Danger, risk, stop. But I don't move. I stay right where I am, her warmth seeping into me, her presence unraveling every defense I've built. Her hand brushes against mine, tentative, like she's testing the waters. My fingers twitch, and then I'm turning my hand over, palm up. She doesn't hesitate this time, sliding her hand into mine, her fingers intertwining with my calloused ones. The contact is electric, a current that pulses straight through my chest. We're not looking at each other, not yet. Both of us are staring at the fire, pretending this moment isn't tipping the balance of everything. But I can feel her every breath, the slight rise and fall of her shoulders, the tension in her hand like she's holding on to me for dear life. You're warm, she murmurs, her voice barely audible over the crackling fire. So warm. You're freezing. My thumb brushes against the back of her hand, a small, unconscious gesture that feels far more intimate than it should. She shifts slightly, her side leaning into mine, and I swear I can feel her heartbeat through the layers of fabric between us. My chest tightens, my breath catching as her curls brush against my shoulder. I should pull away. I should stop this before it goes any further. But I don't. I can't. She gasps softly when my fingers graze her chin, tilting her face up toward mine. The firelight flickers in her dark eyes, pupils already blown wide with anticipation. I can feel the tension between us like a live wire, taut, humming, begging to be touched. This is a terrible idea, she murmurs, but her lips part anyway, warm and inviting. The worst, I agree. And then I'm kissing her. Slow at first, testing, savoring the way her mouth yields under mine. She tastes like coffee and something sweet, like the sugar she stirred into her cup this morning. Her fingers graze my chest over my shirt, dragging me closer. And then suddenly the kiss isn't gentle anymore. It's hungry, desperate, her teeth catching my lower lip, her nails digging into my shoulders.
I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going. The fire's dying down to embers, casting everything in amber shadows that dance across her skin. She's curled against my side, her breathing deep and even, one hand resting on my chest like she's claiming territory. The weight of her feels dangerous, too right, too perfect, too much like something I could get used to. Which is exactly the problem. I extract myself carefully, trying not to wake her, but she stirs anyway, her eyes fluttering open as I move to the edge of the rug. The cold air hits my skin like a slap, sobering and sharp. "Where are you going?" Her voice is soft, drowsy, still thick with satisfaction. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the familiar knot of tension building in my jaw. Getting some space. The words come out harsher than I mean them to, and I watch her face change, confusion flickering across her features before something harder settles in. She sits up, pulling the blanket around herself like armor. "Space." She repeats the word like she's testing its weight. "Right. Of course." I can hear the hurt beneath the sarcasm, see it in the way her shoulders pull inward, protective. But I can't take it back. Can't explain that this isn't about her. It's about me, about the way I lose control around her, about how easily she could become the thing that breaks me. "Nia!" No, it's fine. She turns away, gathering her scattered clothes with sharp, efficient movements. I get it. Classic post-coital regret. The accusation stings because it's not regret. It's terror. Pure, bone-deep fear of what happens when this storm ends and reality comes crashing back. But I can't say that without sounding like every other man who's ever used vulnerability as an excuse for bad behavior. Snow hammers against the windows with a fresh fury, the wind howling like something wild and wounded. The sound fills the silence between us, violent and relentless. How can something so spectacular end like this?
Chapter 9. Nia. I wake with my face pressed against the cold hardwood floor, the fire reduced to ash, and my dignity somewhere in the vicinity of yesterday's weather forecast. The blanket Michael threw over me sometime during the night smells like cedar and regret. He's already up, of course. I can hear him moving around the kitchen with the kind of military precision that makes normal people feel inadequate. Coffee percolates on the wood stove, and the generator coughs to life before settling into an unsteady rhythm. I wrap the blanket around myself like a cape of shame and shuffle toward the kitchen, trying to summon enough attitude to salvage this situation. "Good morning, sunshine." My voice comes out too bright, too forced. "Sleep well on your voluntary exile?" He doesn't look up from the cast iron pan where he's cooking what appears to be a dozen eggs. His jaw works like he's chewing words he doesn't want to swallow. "Generator's running rough. We need to conserve fuel." Ah, yes. The weather report. My favorite morning conversation. I busy myself with coffee, adding enough sugar to make it borderline dessert. Right after "How did you sleep?" and "Wasn't that fun last night?" The generator hiccups, lights flickering before stabilizing. Michael's shoulders tense. "We've got maybe 18 hours of power left if we're careful." Define careful. Are we talking lights off during the day? Careful or huddle for warmth but don't touch careful? His spoon scrapes against the pan with unnecessary force. I lean against the counter, studying the rigid line of his spine, the way he's holding himself like I'm a loaded weapon he's trying not to accidentally discharge. Toast? I grab the loaf of bread, wielding it like a peace offering. I promise not to burn it this time. Much. There's no butter left. Jam then, or peanut butter if you have it. I'm nothing if not adaptable. I drop 2 slices into the ancient toaster, which immediately starts smoking. See? Already adapting to apocalyptic breakfast standards. The generator stutters again, and this time the light stayed dim for a full 3 seconds before flickering back to life. Michael finally turns, his expression carefully neutral. In that way, that means he's working overtime to keep it that way. We should eat in shifts. Keep the stove usage minimal. Right. Rationing. Very practical. I flip the potentially combustible toast, buying myself time to arrange my face into something resembling casual indifference. You know, if you wanted to establish a what happens in the snowstorm stays in the snowstorm policy, you could have just said so. I'm familiar with the concept. Nia? No, really, it's fine. I mean, clearly we're both adults who can handle a little cabin fever without making it weird. The toast pops up, slightly charred around the edges but edible. See? I'm so mature, I'm not even burning breakfast out of spite. The generator gives one final wheeze before cutting out entirely, plunging us into sudden silence. We settle at the kitchen table with our plates, the sudden quiet making every scrape of fork against ceramic sound amplified. Natural light filters through the snow-covered windows, casting everything in that peculiar blue-white glow that makes morning feel suspended. I reach for the replacement phone he left on the counter yesterday, powering it up while stabbing at my eggs. The familiar startup chime feels absurdly normal in our current circumstances. 17 missed calls from Zach. I scroll through notifications, shaking my head. 4 voicemails, 12 texts, and one very dramatic Instagram story featuring him looking forlorn in what appears to be a coffee shop. He's really committing to the heartbroken aesthetic. Michael cuts his toast into precise triangles, not looking up. There's also a text from my sister, asking if I made it safely. 3 weather alerts I obviously couldn't receive while stranded, and I pause, blinking at the screen. Wait, this phone knows my Netflix password. His fork freezes halfway to his mouth. It has all my apps, my photos, my contacts. I flip the device over, examining it like it might reveal its secrets. This isn't just any replacement phone. This is my exact model, with everything synced. I look up at him, genuinely confused. You stocked my model? He sets down his fork, reaching for his coffee with deliberate casualness. I stock contingencies. Contingencies. I lean back in my chair, studying his carefully neutral expression. You keep emergency phones lying around for every possible guest who might need one, in their exact specifications? Emergency preparedness is standard protocol. Protocol? I tap the phone against my chin. So if, say, my elderly neighbor Mrs. Henry got stranded here, you'd have her flip phone model ready to go? Complete with her Bridge Club contact list? His jaw twitches, which on Michael Caine passes for a full confession. I set the phone down carefully, my fingers lingering on its edges. The silence lingers between us like fresh snow, pristine and somehow dangerous to disturb. Was last night a mistake? The words come out before I'm able to stop them, quieter than I intended, but somehow filling the entire kitchen. Michael's coffee cup pauses halfway to his lips, steam curling between us like a question mark. He sets the cup down slowly, his steel gray eyes meeting mine across the small table. No, it was real. Something in my chest loosens at the simple honesty of it, but then his jaw tightens. And complicated. I let out a breath that's half laugh, half resignation. Oh, I know it's complicated. Zach's phone calls are a pretty clear reminder that he's barely out of the picture. Hell, he's not even out of the picture. He's just moved to a different frame. Michael's hands flatten against the table, Those calloused fingers I can still feel against my skin, spread wide like he's anchoring himself. I lean forward slightly, my voice dropping to something softer, more vulnerable than my usual armor of sarcasm. Do you regret that it's me? Your son's ex-girlfriend? The question hangs in the air like a held breath. Outside, snow continues its relentless assault against the windows, but inside, everything goes still. Michael's expression doesn't change, but something shifts in his eyes, a flicker of something raw before his walls slam back into place. The silence grows louder. 1 heartbeat, 2, 5. I start to count them, wondering if I've finally found the question he won't answer, the boundary he won't cross. His fingers curl slightly against the wood grain, and when he finally speaks, his voice is rough with something that sounds like honesty, scraped clean of pretense. No. The single word hits me like a physical thing, warm and certain and completely unexpected. Not elaborate, not qualified, not hedged with conditions or explanations. I blink at him, my smart mouth for once completely empty of responses. My coffee has gone cold in my hands, but I don't notice. All I can focus on is the way he's looking at me, direct and unflinching, like he's daring me to doubt him. No regrets, I repeat slowly, testing the words like they might dissolve if I speak them too quickly. His gaze doesn't waver. No comment. Not yet. The generator outside gives a mechanical hiccup, reminding us both that we're still stranded, still caught in this impossible situation where normal rules don't seem to apply. But somehow, in this moment, that feels less like a problem and more like a gift. I feel something cold settle in my chest, crystallizing like ice on a windshield. His honesty should make this easier, but it doesn't. It makes it worse, because now I have to choose between being smart and being stupid, and my track record with that particular decision is abysmal. I set my coffee cup down with the kind of control that means I'm fighting not to slam it. Then let's complicate breakfast. The smile I give him could power the dead generator. All teeth, no warmth, the kind of expression I've perfected for dealing with patronizing professors and men who think complicated is another word for temporary entertainment. Michael's fork pauses halfway to his mouth, something wary flickering across his features. Nia. No, really, I'm excellent at complications. I stand up, my chair scraping against the floor with unnecessary force. In fact, I specialize in them. Ask Zach. I help turn a simple relationship into a master class in dysfunction. I start collecting the breakfast dishes aggressively, stacking plates like I'm building a fortress between us. You know what I find fascinating about the word complicated? It's like interesting or nice, one of those words people use when they mean the exact opposite. Your casserole is interesting. Your haircut is nice. This situation is complicated. The dishes rattle in my hands as I carry them to the sink, the sound sharp in the kitchen's sudden tension. What it really means is inconvenient, or better yet, potentially embarrassing. I turn on the tap, cold water hitting the cast iron pan with a hiss. Because, God forbid, Michael Kane, respected businessman and pillar of the community, get caught with his son's sloppy seconds. Stop. His voice cuts through my rant like a blade, quiet but with enough steel behind it to make me pause. I keep my back to him, focusing on scrubbing the pan with way more force than necessary. You don't get to do that. Do what? I don't turn around, but I can feel him standing now, the weight of his attention like heat against my spine. Turn this into something ugly because you're scared. The pan slips in my hands, clanging against the sink's edge. I grip it tighter, my knuckles white against the dark metal. I'm not scared. I'm realistic. There's a difference. Is there? 2 words, delivered with a kind of calm that makes my defensive walls feel suddenly inadequate. I finally turn around, water dripping from my hands, and find him watching me with those steely eyes that seem to see straight through every layer of protection I've spent years building.
Chapter 10. Michael. The radio comes to life from the living room, cutting through our standoff like a serrated blade. Static pops and hisses before a voice breaks through. County dispatch, tinny and official. All units, update on Highway 285 closure. Plows estimate lower pass clearance by tomorrow afternoon, weather permitting. Repeat, estimated clearance tomorrow afternoon. I don't move from where I stand, but something in my chest shifts. A pulse of relief immediately swallowed by something colder. Tomorrow. Freedom and reckoning wrapped in a single word. Base, this is Kane Lodge. Copy the update. My voice comes out flat, professional. The same tone I used to confirm coordinates in the field when staying neutral meant staying alive. Roger that, Kane Lodge. Recommend maintaining current position until further notice. Understood. Kane Lodge out. I reach over and snap the radio off, the sudden silence filling the kitchen like smoke. Tomorrow means escape routes and explanations. It means facing Zach's inevitable tantrum, Elaine's disappointment, and whatever the hell last night turned us into. Nia hasn't moved from the sink, water still dripping from her fingers onto the floor. Her eyes track my movements like she's calculating something. Distance, maybe, or damage. Tomorrow. The word tastes like dirt in my mouth. Tomorrow, she echoes, and I can't read her tone. Relief? Regret? Something sharper than both? I turn away from her expression and head for the notebook I keep on the kitchen counter. Structure. I need structure. Lists don't lie or complicate or leave you standing in kitchens wondering what you've done. Fuel inventory. I write the words at the top of a fresh page, my handwriting tight and controlled. Generator's got maybe 15 hours left. Woodpile should last through tonight. My pen moves across paper quickly. Food stores, snow removal priority zones, emergency contact protocols, each line item a small victory against the chaos threatening to spill over from last night. Are you seriously making a list right now? Her voice carries that edge of disbelief I'm starting to recognize, the same tone she uses when she thinks I'm being deliberately obtuse. Contingency planning. I don't look up from the notebook. It's standard protocol when facing potential extraction scenarios. Extraction scenarios. She lets out a humorless laugh. Jesus, Michael. We're not in Afghanistan. We're stuck in a cabin after... She stops herself, but the unfinished sentence hangs between us like a loaded weapon. I keep writing. Water rationing. Communication schedule. Equipment maintenance checklist. The familiar rhythm of preparation drowns out the memory of her hands in my hair. The sound she made. Woodpile assessment, I write, the words blurring slightly as my grip tightens on the pen. This is easier. Safer. The same way it was easier to focus on ammunition counts after losing Rodriguez, or to obsess over patrol routes after Jenkins stepped on that IED. Keep the hands busy. Keep the thoughts small. Keep everything compartmentalized until the sharp edges wear smooth. Battery backup systems, I add to the list, though we both know the backup batteries died yesterday. Nia moves behind me, her bare feet quiet on the kitchen floor. I can feel her reading over my shoulder, close enough that her breath warm against my neck. You missed something. What? Emotional fallout management. Her voice is soft, almost gentle. Item 7. Figure out how to look at each other without remembering what your hands felt like. The pen falls from my fingers and hits the notebook with a soft thud. I need a shower. She moves past me toward the hallway, her shoulder brushing mine for half a second. Contact so brief it might have been accidental, except nothing about Nia feels accidental anymore. The bathroom door clicks shut behind her, followed by the rush of water through pipes. I stare at the notebook where my careful lists have devolved into illegible scratches. Emotional fallout management. Christ. She might as well have written, "Stop being a coward" in red ink across my forehead. The coffee tastes bitter when I drain the mug, but I welcome the burn. Focus on the practical, the immediate. Water pressure sounds good. No frozen pipes yet. Generators humming steady right now. These are problems I can solve. 20 minutes later, she emerges from the bathroom with damp curls framing her face and my thermal Henley hanging loose on her frame. The neckline dips just enough to reveal the hollow of her throat, and I force myself to look at the fireplace instead. We need ground rules. The words come out sharper than intended, but I don't soften them. She settles into the chair across from me, wrapping her hands around a fresh mug of coffee like she's preparing for negotiations. Separate rooms. That's non-negotiable. I manage to keep my voice level, professional, the same tone I used for mission briefings. Shared chores, cooking, firewood, maintenance. We split responsibilities down the middle. She nods, expression unreadable. Professional distance until extraction. The military terminology feels safer than saying, until we get out of here. Less personal. We keep interactions focused on logistics, weather updates, resource management. Anything else, sir? The mockery in her voice is subtle but unmistakable. I ignore it, along with the mock salute that irritates the crap out of me. No more bad decisions. The words remain between us heavier than I intended. I meant safety protocols, clear boundaries, standard risk mitigation. But the way her amber eyes narrow tells me she heard something else entirely. She takes a slow sip of coffee, never breaking eye contact. Then make good ones. The words hit like a mortar strike, not cruel, not angry, just devastatingly accurate. She's not asking for apologies or explanations. She's asking for courage, the kind I've always had when bullets were flying or buildings were burning, but never when it comes to this. Never when it comes to her. I stand abruptly, the chair scraping against hardwood. I'll be outside. The cold slams into me the moment I step onto the covered porch, sharp and purifying. Snow has drifted against the woodpile overnight, turning split logs into white sculptures. I grab the axe from where it leans against the cabin wall and wade through knee-deep powder toward the chopping block. The first swing sends shockwaves up my arms as steel bites into frozen wood. The log splits clean, both halves tumbling into the snow. I set up another piece, raise the axe, and bring it down with enough force to bury the blade halfway through. Again. The rhythm builds. Lift, aim, split. Each impact drives a little more noise from my head, each swing a substitute for every touch I want to give her and can't. The axe bites deep into another log, the crack echoing off the cabin walls like a gunshot. Split wood tumbles into the snow, but the rhythm doesn't quiet the noise in my head. Between swings, images flash. Her face in the firelight, amber eyes wide and trusting. The way her breath caught when I traced the curve of her shoulder. How she whispered my name like it meant something more than just syllables. I set up another log and raised the axe high. The wind cuts through my thermal, but I welcome the bite of cold against overheated skin. Storm, I tell myself. Proximity. Adrenaline. The lies taste bitter as the swing connects, wood exploding apart with satisfying violence. But even as I stack the pieces, her laughter echoes in my memory. Genuine, surprised, like she'd forgotten she could make that sound. The way her hands trembled against mine before she grew bold, before she took what we both wanted. Another log, another swing. The blade sticks this time, requiring a sharp twist to free it. Combat stress response. Heightened emotional state. Textbook survival psychology. That's what I need to focus on. Except the textbooks never mentioned how her skin felt like silk under calloused palms, or the small sound she made when I kissed the hollow of her throat. They didn't explain why every careful defense I've built my whole life crumbled the moment she looked at me like I was worth saving too. The next piece of wood splits clean through, both halves spinning away into the snow. My shoulders burn now, muscles protesting the repetitive motion. But I reach for another log anyway. Physical exhaustion is easier than the alternative, easier than admitting what's clawing at my chest like shrapnel. Through the kitchen window, she moves with unconscious grace, wiping down counters, humming something under her breath. The normalcy of it hits harder than any blow I've taken in combat. She's making more coffee, adjusting the curtains, existing in my space like she belongs there. Like this isn't temporary. Like tomorrow isn't coming whether we're ready or not. I press my hand against the window frame, cold seeping through the glass into my bones. The words rise unbidden, silent but undeniable, carved into the space between heartbeats. It wasn't a mistake. The confession hits like vertigo, sudden, disorienting, completely outside my control. I stand there with my palm flat against freezing glass, watching her move through my kitchen, and the truth burns under my skin like a fever. Christ. I just admitted that. To myself. To her. And the part of me that's been lying since the moment I carried her to safety.
Chapter 11. HEA. Extraction is taking a little longer than either of us expected. The radio crackles with updates that sound increasingly like polite lies wrapped in meteorological jargon. Delayed clearance due to secondary system movement. Additional accumulation complicating plow operations. Revised timeline pending weather service assessment. Translation: we're stuck, and Mother Nature finds our situation freaking hilarious. Michael receives each update with the same granite expression, jotting notes in that damn notebook, like he's planning an invasion instead of waiting for a snowplow. I make coffee strong enough to raise the dead and watch him drink every cup like it's medicine. Bitter, necessary, and slightly punishing. We fall into something that almost looks like domestic peace. Coffee, boots, firewood. Repeat. He calls it routine. I call it martial law with caffeine. Every morning he checks the perimeter like we're under siege, trudging through snow that reaches his knees to examine what? Threats? Escape routes? Signs that the universe might finally cut us some slack? I never ask, but I watch from the kitchen window as he moves around the property, all sharp angles and controlled efficiency. Every afternoon, he finds something to chop that doesn't need chopping. Yesterday, it was kindling that was already perfectly sized. Today, he's attacking a stump that's been dead for years, each swing of the axe echoing like gunshots across the frozen landscape. I brew another pot of coffee and wonder if physical exhaustion is his version of therapy. The way his shoulders move under thermal fabric suggests it's working about as well as my attempts to organize his already organized kitchen. On day 2 of our extended captivity, rebellion strikes in the form of office supplies. I find a scrap of cardboard in the junk drawer, next to expired batteries and a collection of pens that may have belonged to previous decades. The marker I dig up is nearly dead, but it has enough ink left for my masterpiece. 2 columns, clean lines, professional presentation, dictator on the left side, delight on the right. Under dictator, I list his obvious specialties: fire, security, brooding. Under delight, I assign myself the thankless tasks: cooking, cleaning, emotional damage control. I'm adding coffee quality assurance to my column when the front door opens with a gust of Arctic air. Michael stomps his boots on the mat, snow melting in his dark blonde hair and clinging to his flannel like nature's attempt at decoration. He moves with that graceful control that makes every action look intentional, even shaking off snowflakes. His steel gray eyes scan the room automatically. Threat assessment probably, or checking that I haven't rearranged his survival supplies while he was gone. Then his gaze lands on my cardboard manifesto taped to the kitchen wall. He stops mid-motion, one hand still running through his hair. Delight? The single word carries the weight of a man trying to solve advanced calculus. His eyebrow arches in that way that suggests I've presented him with evidence of alien contact. Every regime needs good press. I tap the marker against the cardboard, adding emphasis to my organizational genius. Besides, someone has to manage morale around here. Your leadership style leans a little heavy on the grim determination and light on the, we're all going to survive this, with our sanity intact. He approaches the board like it might explode, studying my handwriting with the same intensity he probably once reserved for enemy intel. Snow drips from his hair onto his collar, and I resist the urge to brush it away. Emotional damage control, he reads aloud, and something shifts in his expression. Not quite amusement, but close enough to make my pulse skip. It's a growth industry. I add sarcasm distribution to my column. High demand, low supply, I'm filling a market gap. A corner of his mouth twitches. Half smile, half surrender. Completely devastating. I count it as victory. We keep busy because busy feels safe. I burn lunch, a spectacular achievement involving what should have been simple grilled cheese, but somehow transforms into charcoal sculptures. The smoke alarm screams its disapproval while I wave a dish towel like I'm surrendering to kitchen warfare. Michael appears with the calm demeanor of a man who's heard this particular alarm before, silencing it with one decisive press. He surveys the carnage on the stovetop, with the same expression he probably reserved for bomb disposal. I have a complex relationship with heat regulation. I can see that. He pokes at the remains with a fork. Did you declare war on the sandwich? Or did it attack first? Mutual assured destruction. Very modern conflict resolution. He scrapes the burnt offering onto his plate anyway, cutting it into precise triangles, like presentation might salvage the disaster. Takes a bite, chews thoughtfully, doesn't grimace, which feels like a minor miracle. It has character. That's what you say about wine that tastes like battery acid. I've had worse, MRES. Dear God, I can imagine. The afternoon passes in careful choreography. He fixes a loose cabinet hinge while I hum some half-remembered Alicia Keys tune, something about falling that feels a little too on the nose for our current situation. For a few minutes, we move like people who didn't wreck themselves by a fireplace a couple of nights ago. The air between us loosens, no longer sharp with unspoken things, just charged, like static waiting for a spark. I'm hunting for extra candles in the den when my fingers find the cardboard box wedged behind Michael's collection of survival manuals. The kind of box that looks innocuous until you realize it's been hidden with the deliberate care of someone protecting something precious. The photographs spill across my palm like confessions. Real ones, with glossy edges and fingerprints, the kind that used to matter before everything became pixels and filters. Michael's handwriting curls on the back of each, in careful block letters. Zach, age 7. Fishing trip, 2004. First bike ride. The kid grinning up at me is all gap-toothed charm and skinned knees, holding a fish that's bigger than his torso, with the kind of pride that only comes from genuine accomplishment. Another shot shows him balanced on a bike too big for his frame, Michael's hands steady on the seat, both of them caught mid-laugh. I can't reconcile that boy with the man who cheated and vanished in a puff of cologne and whiny excuses. My throat tightens anyway. These pictures weren't staged for social media. They're love made tangible, captured in moments when someone thought this mattered enough to preserve. When Michael finds me sitting cross-legged on the rug, the photos spread like spilled memories around me. He stops in the doorway. For once, the commander looks uncertain. I was looking for candles. They're in the kitchen pantry, top shelf. His voice carries no accusation, but I feel caught anyway, holding evidence of a tenderness I never knew he possessed. Something soft pulls loose inside me, like a knot I've been carrying finally deciding to untangle itself. Maybe it's the snow creating this pocket of privacy, or maybe it's the way he's looking at those photographs. Not with embarrassment at being caught keeping them, but with the careful tenderness of someone who understands that some things are worth preserving even when they hurt. My mom taught me to pack a bag before anyone had the chance to ask me to leave. The words come before I can try to stop them, carried on the same impulse that made me dump Zach. Michael's steel gray eyes lift from the photographs to my face, steady and waiting. Not like a go bag for emergencies, more like emotional prep work. She'd sit on my bed whenever I got attached to something, a friend, a school, a neighborhood, and remind me that everything ends eventually. Better to be ready than surprised. My fingers traced the edge of one photograph, the one where kid Zach is missing his front teeth and grinning like he owns the world. Every breakup was just practice for the real thing, you know, the one that would actually matter. She meant well, I think, wanted me armored against disappointment. I laugh, but it comes out hollow. Turns out armor just makes you heavier when you try to run. Michael doesn't interrupt, doesn't lean forward with that particular expression men get when they're preparing to fix something that can't be fixed. He just sits there, solid and present, the way some men stand guard, quiet, immovable, a bulwark against everything trying to get in. I used to think she was preparing me for survival. Now I wonder if she was just passing down her own damage, wrapped up in mother-daughter bonding. His eyes aren't pity. They're understanding edged with something that looks like regret, and it undoes me more than sympathy ever could. The kind of recognition that comes from carrying your own collection of inherited wounds. The bag thing worked, though. I can disappear in under 20 minutes. Very efficient emotional evacuation. But you called me instead of leaving. The observation lands soft but sure, like he's been turning it over in his mind since that night on the mountain pass. Yeah, well, I reach to gather the scattered photographs, suddenly needing something to do. Maybe I'm tired of being too efficient. When my fingers brush the glossy surface of the fishing photo, Michael's hand moves to help collect them. Warm, brief. The kind of contact that shouldn't register as anything more than practical assistance, but sends my heartbeat into freefall anyway. His palm covers my hand for exactly 3 seconds. Long enough for me to feel the calluses along his knuckles, the steady heat of him, the way his breathing shifts almost imperceptibly. Not long enough for either of us to pretend it was accidental. He doesn't pull away right away, but he doesn't push further either. We sit there suspended in that charged space between intention and action, the air humming with everything we're not ready to say. My skin tingles where he touched it, like static electricity looking for somewhere to ground itself. Then he clears his throat and nods toward the kitchen, the moment fracturing into careful politeness. Coffee's getting cold. Translation: I heard you. I'm here. But if I touch you again, I won't stop. By the time dusk paints the snow violet, our cardboard constitution has evolved into something resembling performance art. I discover Michael's first error when I catch him reorganizing the spice rack according to some military-grade alphabetical system that defies all logic. Paprika wedged between oregano and parsley like a cinnamon-scented prisoner of war. That's not how normal humans organize spices. It's efficient. It's downright psychotic. I add a tally mark under dictator with ceremonial flourish, the marker squeaking against cardboard. He watches me do it with the expression of a man witnessing a minor coup. His second error comes an hour later when he attempts to fold my sweater, the oversized cream one I've been living in, with the deliberate movements of someone preparing for military inspection. Perfect creases, edges aligned like he's trying to achieve origami enlightenment through knitwear. Stop that. It was draped over the chair wrong. It was draped over the chair like a normal sweater worn by a normal person who doesn't iron her underwear. You don't wear underwear. Another tally mark. This time he actually winces. My mutiny earns its mark when I reorganize his coffee supply from practical to aesthetically pleasing, arranging the containers by color rather than frequency of use. The look of quiet horror on his face when he discovers French roast hiding behind decaf is worth whatever lecture about operational efficiency I'm about to receive. Instead, He just shakes his head and reaches around me for the sugar, his arm brushing my shoulder and making my breath catch. We've been dancing around each other all day, not touching, but aware of every movement, every shared space, like magnets held just far enough apart to feel the pull without collision. When I find firewood, excellent, added under my column in his precise block letters, something warm unfurls in my chest. The handwriting is beautiful, the kind of attention to detail that suggests this isn't casual acknowledgement but genuine appreciation. You noticed? Hard not to. You split kindling like you're conducting an orchestra. I have rhythm. Sue me. But I'm smiling when I say it, and he catches the expression before I can hide it behind coffee cup professionalism. The wind picks up as darkness settles around the lodge, howling through the pine trees with the kind of intensity that makes the windows rattle in their frames. We migrate to the living room without discussion, drawn by the fireplace and the promise of warmth that doesn't depend on generator fuel. I curl into the corner of the couch with my legs tucked under me, watching Michael add another log to the fire. The flames catch, sending shadows dancing across his profile. When he straightens and turns back toward the room, his steel gray eyes find mine over the rim of his coffee mug. Not command this time, not apology either. Something steadier, deeper. The look of a man who's been watching me organize his spice rack and split his firewood and burn his sandwiches, and has decided I'm worth the chaos I bring, like he's cataloging the way I move through his space, not as an intruder anymore, but as someone who belongs here, at least for tonight. What? Nothing. But his mouth curves at the corner, almost a smile, and I feel something settle in my chest. Trust, maybe. Or the beginning of it. I believe tomorrow might come without either of us breaking first.
Chapter 12. Michael. The sky bleeds pewter when my eyes snap open, body clock immune to the luxury of sleeping in. 5:30 on the dot, same as every morning for the past 15 years. The fire surrendered to embers, generator humming its steady rhythm through the walls. I roll off the couch without disturbing the blanket arrangement, bare feet hitting cold floorboards with the silent precision that kept me alive in places where footsteps meant death. The lodge settles around me, wood contracting in the mountain cold, but my internal compass already points toward discipline. 20 push-ups, perfect form, controlled descent, explosive rise. The familiar burn spreads across my shoulders, chasing away the fog of sleep and the lingering memory of how Nia looked curled into my borrowed shirt last night. Burpees next. Down, thrust, up, jump. Each repetition a prayer for control, a reminder that my body still answers to my will, not whatever chaos she brings simply by existing in my space. The rhythm clears static from my head, centers me in the present moment where muscle memory and years of training make sense. 30 lunges, alternating legs. Forward, down, drive through the heel. My breathing stays measured, each exhale pushing out the complications. The way her laugh makes something in my chest shift sideways. Are you doing tactical calisthenics out there? Or exercising demons? Nia's voice drifts from the hallway, sleepy and amused, slicing through the quiet like sunlight through frost. I pause mid-lunge, catching her silhouette in my peripheral vision. Hair a wild halo of curls, oversized shirt hanging off one shoulder, coffee mug clutched like a lifeline. The corner of my mouth wants to curve. I straighten instead, rolling my shoulders back. Both. She pads closer on bare feet, studying my improvised gym setup with the expression of someone discovering a foreign ritual. Her amber eyes are still soft with sleep, but sharp enough to catalog every detail. The precise spacing of my movements, the way I've cleared furniture to create an open training ground. Join or observe. Your choice. Just be silent so I can concentrate. Her eyebrow arches. Silent? You know me, right? Unfortunate oversight in the invitation. But she sets her mug on the mantel and gestures toward the space beside me with mock formality. Lead on, drill sergeant. Show me how the mountains stay safe. I drop into a plank, forearms parallel, core engaged. The floorboards press cold against my palms, grounding me in the familiar discipline of holding position against gravity and time. Nia mirrors me, form terrible but commitment absolute. Her elbows splay wide, hips sagging, but she plants herself beside me with the determination of someone accepting a challenge. So this is how you keep everyone safe? One push-up at a time? Discipline keeps you alive. The words come between controlled breaths, steady rhythm maintained despite her running commentary. So does breakfast, and coffee, and not freezing to death in inappropriate footwear. She collapses forward with dramatic flair, cheek pressed to the floor. I'm dead. Tell my family I died with honor. Something loosens in my chest, laughter threatening to escape despite every instinct toward control. You lasted 30 seconds. 30 seconds of pure athletic excellence. She props herself up on her elbows, grinning. Quality over quantity. Very philosophical approach to fitness. The sound that escapes me might actually be a chuckle, low, rusty from disuse, but unmistakably real. When she hears it, her face lights up like she's won something precious. Was that actual laughter? From the mountain guardian himself? Momentary lapse in judgment. I'm marking it on the tally board. Historic achievement. I finish my set and straighten, suddenly restless with the energy her presence brings. Movement. Purpose. Something to channel the way she makes my carefully ordered world tilt sideways. The emergency kit sits in its designated corner, contents organized with the precision of someone who's learned that chaos kills. I retrieve rope, compass, and my fixed blade knife, tools that have saved my life more than once, now reduced to teaching aids. Survival 101. I hold up the rope, testing its weight. Pay attention. Her expression shifts, playfulness giving way to genuine interest as I demonstrate the bowline. Under, around, through. The muscle memory flows smooth as water, fingers working independent of conscious thought. This knot won't slip under load. Could save your life if you need to rappel or secure a shelter. She watches each movement with the focus of someone learning choreography, amber eyes tracking my hands and making my pulse kick higher than any workout. Show me. I pass her the rope, our fingers brushing in the exchange. The contact lasts maybe 2 seconds, not long enough to mean anything, long enough to remember everything. Her first attempt tangles into something resembling modern art. The second try flows cleaner, muscle memory already adapting. When she holds up the completed bowline, perfect and strong, pride radiates from her smile like heat from the fire. Look at that. Competence achieved. The glow on her face burns brighter than the embers behind us, and something stirs in my chest that feels alarmingly like joy. Her fingers work the rope with surprising dexterity, ink-stained from whatever journal she keeps hidden in her bag, quick and decisive as they navigate the loops. The calluses on her fingertips surprise me. Not the soft hands of someone who lives behind a desk, but evidence of work, of creation, of something real beneath the surface. Without makeup, without the city armor of carefully chosen clothes and practiced expressions, she looks stripped down to essentials. Raw. The firelight catches the natural sheen on her skin, highlights the determined set of her jaw as she concentrates. This version of Nia, focused, unguarded, formidable in a way that has absolutely nothing to do with performance, hits me sideways. She's always worn masks around me. The bright smile that deflects serious conversation. The quick wit that keeps people at arm's length. The casual confidence that hides whatever runs deeper. But here, wrestling with knots and morning hair and borrowed clothes, she's just herself. The realization unsettles me more than it should. She catches me staring, amber eyes flicking up from the rope to my face. The corner of her mouth curves with the kind of satisfaction that comes from proving a point. Impressed, Commander? The title carries weight now, not mockery, but recognition of something she sees in me that most people miss. The part that plans, that protects, that takes responsibility when everything goes sideways. You learn fast. I have a good teacher. The sincerity underneath her tease lands somewhere deeper than praise should, settling in my chest like warmth spreading through cold muscle. She means it. Not just the surface compliment, but something about trust, about the space between us where teaching became something else entirely. I take the rope back, fingers brushing hers in the exchange. The contact sends awareness shooting up my arm, but I focus on the familiar task of coiling, over, under, twist. The rope forms perfect loops, each one positioned exactly where it belongs. The silence is comfortable now instead of charged. She settles beside me on the floor, close enough that I can catch the vanilla scent of whatever lotion she uses, mixed with coffee and the clean smell of borrowed soap. The words escape without permission, voice dropping to something rawer than I intended. I was trained to endure, to tolerate, not to stay. The admission surprises me as much as it does her. It's not something I plan to say, not a conversation I've had with anyone, including myself. But something about the quiet lodge, the way morning light filters through frost-covered windows, the fact that she's here and real and listening, pulls truth from places I keep locked down tight. She studies me for a heartbeat, firelight reflecting in those amber eyes like captured sunlight. When she speaks, her voice holds the weight of someone who understands more than she should. Enduring's easy. You just hold your breath and wait for it to be over. Staying's harder. You have to figure out what to do when the trauma is over. The words hit target with sniper precision, finding the space between my ribs where all the leaving lives. Every deployment that ended. Every relationship that couldn't survive the distance. Every choice to walk away before walking away was chosen for me. I look away first because that's what I do. Retreat when words hit too close to the bone. The snow outside transforms as morning deepens, shifting from stark white to something richer, gold bleeding through the drifts like honey poured through gauze. Light filters through frost-covered windows, painting geometric patterns across the floorboards where we sit surrounded by rope and the quiet aftermath of unexpected honesty. Nia leans back on her palms, chest rising and falling from the exertion of wrestling with knots and revelations. Her cheeks hold the flush of someone who's been working, thinking, feeling too much all at once. Her coffee mug sits abandoned by the hearth, steam long since dissipated into the warming air. I reach for it without thinking, fingers wrapping around ceramic that still holds ghost traces of warmth. Your coffee's getting cold. Story of my life. But she's smiling as she says it, the expression soft around the edges. I extend the mug toward her, and she reaches to accept it. Our fingers brush in the handoff. Brief contact, skin against skin, nothing more than functional necessity. But something in me doesn't recoil this time. The instinct to retreat, to maintain careful distance, fails to engage. Her fingers are warm despite the cold ceramic, calloused in unexpected places, and the contact sends awareness shooting through my nervous system like a live wire. But instead of pulling back, I let the moment exist. Brief, unguarded, real. Her amber eyes widen slightly, recognition flashing through them, not of the touch itself, but of my stillness, my willingness to stay present instead of retreating behind the wall of professional distance. Thank you. The words carry weight beyond coffee, beyond casual politeness. Welcome. The silence that follows doesn't demand filling. It holds space for something I can't quite name, not the charged tension that's been crackling between us since the night by the fire, but something quieter, more dangerous in its simplicity. Maybe endurance isn't the point. The thought surfaces unbidden, settling in my mind like truth I've been avoiding. All these years of gritting teeth and pushing through, of treating life like a mission to survive rather than something to inhabit. She cradles the mug between her palms, eyes distant with her own thoughts. The morning light reflects the gold undertones in her skin, highlights the natural curve of her mouth, even in repose. You know what's strange? She tilts her head, studying me with the expression of someone working out a puzzle. I've been around you a dozen times over the years, and I never realized you were actually present. Like, physically here, emotionally engaged. I thought you were just Zach's intimidating father who just tolerated the rest of us. The observation lands with uncomfortable accuracy. Maybe I wasn't. And now? The question hovers between us, weighted with possibility and risk. Outside, wind shifts the snow against the windows, but inside the lodge feels insulated from everything except this moment, this conversation that's stripping away layers I didn't realize I was wearing. I watch her test another knot, tongue caught between her teeth in concentration, and feel something quiet settle in my chest. Respect first, for her quick hands, her willingness to learn, her refusal to be intimidated by complexity. Then something deeper, more dangerous, something that might be peace.
Chapter 13. Nia. By evening, the lodge smells like ambition and mild panic. I've decided to make dinner. Actual dinner, not toast that regrets existing. Something hearty and domestic and vaguely seductive, like a cooking show, where the stakes are emotional stability. The problem reveals itself immediately. Michael owns exactly one pot. One. As if cooking is a theoretical concept rather than a daily necessity. I inventory his pantry with growing alarm. Canned goods arranged with military precision, salt that looks untouched since purchase, and spices that expired during the previous administration. The man seasons like salt is a moral failing. Still, I chop onions with his oversized knife, whisper prayers to the culinary gods, and try to transform his survival rations into something resembling romance. The potatoes cooperate. The carrots maintain neutrality. Even the mysterious can of stew meat agrees to participate in this domestic theater. Snow taps against the windows like an impatient audience. He's reading near the fire, half shadow, half sculpture, occasionally glancing up as if expecting me to detonate his kitchen, which, given my track record with his appliances, seems like reasonable paranoia. You know, I call over the sizzle of onions hitting oil. Most people own more than one cooking vessel. Most people don't live alone on a mountain. Fair. But what do you do when you want to make, say, pasta and sauce simultaneously? His book lowers. Those steel gray eyes fix on me with the expression of someone fielding questions about theoretical physics. I don't. You've never wanted spaghetti? I have a microwave. I stab the air with my wooden spoon. That's not cooking. That's reheating anger and sadness. His mouth betrays him. Almost a smile before discipline reasserts control. He returns to his book, but I catch him watching me move around his kitchen like I belong there. The stew starts out promising. Onions caramelizing to golden perfection, garlic doing its little victory dance in the oil, filling the lodge with the kind of domestic magic that makes houses feel like homes. I add meat, season with optimism, and let everything meld into something that might actually resemble dinner. Then Michael rolls his sleeves up. The movement shouldn't be hypnotic. It's functional. Preparing to add wood to the fire. Nothing more complex than basic maintenance. But the way his forearms emerge from flannel, corded muscle, and scattered scars catching firelight makes my brain stutter offline. I forget I'm stirring. Forget the stove exists. Forget everything except the methodical way he arranges kindling, the casual strength in his hands as he positions logs like the fire's architecture matters. When I remember dinner, black smoke snakes upward from the pot like an accusation. No, no, no! I lunge for the stove, coughing as acrid clouds fill the kitchen. The window fights me before surrendering to desperate strength, letting frigid air rush in to battle the smoke alarm's hysterical shrieking. I wave a dish towel like surrender, fanning air with the frantic energy of someone watching their dignity burn in real time. Situation under control, I announce between coughs, towel flapping overhead. Michael doesn't even blink. He sets down his book with the careful deliberation of someone watching controlled chaos unfold. Define control. Still technically edible. Technically. The word carries the weight of someone who's eaten MRES in combat zones, who understands the flexible nature of nutritional standards during survival situations. But his mouth curves slightly, not quite a grin, but acknowledgement of the absurdity. I poke the stew with a spoon, assessing damage. The bottom layer achieved full carbonization, but the middle maintains structural integrity. With careful excavation and strategic denial, this might still qualify as dinner. See? Salvageable. Rustic even. Rustic's one word for it. 20 minutes later, we sit at his table like diplomats signing a questionable treaty. The rescued stew steams between us, looking mostly edible if you avoid direct eye contact. I've plated it with the confidence of someone who refuses to acknowledge defeat, even when defeat is sitting right there in ceramic bowls. Michael takes one spoonful, chews slowly with the grave seriousness of a wine critic, and nods. Notes of charcoal. Charcoal is very earthy, I counter, matching his diplomatic tone. Rustic? Authentic. Authentic to what? Arson? The deadpan delivery breaks something loose in my chest. Laughter bubbles up, not polite social laughter, but the full messy kind that hits your ribs and keeps going. It doubles me over, shoulders shaking with the release of hours of kitchen anxiety and romantic ambition gone sideways. He tries to stay composed, steel gray eyes fighting the smile tugging at his mouth, but my laughter is contagious, infectious in the way joy spreads when someone finally stops holding their breath. His lips betray him first, then his shoulders shake, then he's laughing too. Not the careful, controlled sound I've heard before, but something raw and unrestrained, the kind that belongs to people who've both been wound too tight for too long. We laugh until the smoke clears, and the stew grows cold, and the space between us fills with something warmer than any fire. Somewhere between the second laugh and the breath that follows, the room changes temperature. The fire cracks, sending sparks up the chimney like tiny shooting stars. Shadows flicker across Michael's face, softening the hard edges I've grown accustomed to navigating around. Our eyes meet across the table, his steel gray gaze warmer than I've ever seen it, like winter steel left too close to flame. He's still smiling, but it's different now. Softer. Like he's remembering what warmth feels like, what it means to let someone see him without all the careful control. The laugh lines around his eyes deepen, and for a heartbeat, he looks younger. Less like a fortress, more like a man who's forgotten how to be anything but alone. My laughter falters, caught somewhere between my throat and my chest. The space between us shrinks without either of us moving. For one reckless moment, I imagine leaning across this small table, past the bowls of charcoal masquerading as dinner, and tasting smoke and salt and something beautifully human on his mouth. The thought caresses like a physical touch. I stop breathing. His smile wavers, and I catch him glancing at my lips before his gaze snaps back to mine with the discipline of someone who's spent years controlling impulses. I blink hard, reality crashing back like cold water. Sit back in my chair with enough force to make it creak. Wrap humor around me like armor, because it's safer than whatever just passed between us. Well, I say, voice pitched higher than necessary. At least we know I can't burn down your kitchen. The smoke alarm works perfectly. He blinks too, the moment fracturing like ice under pressure. Rakes a hand through his hair, leaving it more tousled than before. Thanks, I say quietly, the word surprising us both. His fork pauses halfway to his mouth. For what? For eating it. For not fixing it. For letting it just be ruined. The silence stretches, filled with the whisper of wind against windows and the steady pop of burning wood. He sets down his spoon with deliberate care, leans back in his chair. Those gray eyes study my face like he's reading a map he's never seen before. I spend a lot of time around people who treat me like something broken that needs to be fixed, I add, voice lower now, more honest than I intended. You didn't. His expression shifts. Surprise, then something deeper. Understanding, maybe. Recognition. You're not a problem, Nia. The way he says my name, steady, deliberate, like each syllable matters, makes it feel like a promise. Like an anchor in rough water. You're a person, a wonderful one at that. The silence that follows his words doesn't feel awkward. It feels heavy, like the air just before lightning strikes. Recognition hangs between us, thick as the smoke that filled his kitchen minutes ago. Outside, the storm hammers against the windows with renewed fury, but inside, the fire hisses and pops, echoing something quieter, but no less intense. Michael stands first, movements deliberate as always. He gathers our bowls with the same care he does everything else, efficiently, without waste. The ceramic clinks softly against ceramic, punctuating the quiet that settled over us like a blanket we're both afraid to disturb. I watch his hands as he stacks the dishes. Those large, calloused fingers that know how to strip weapons and start fires and apparently eat charcoal with diplomatic grace. When he reaches for my bowl, our fingers brush, barely a whisper of contact, but I jerk back like I've been shocked. He pauses, steel gray eyes flicking to mine. For a heartbeat, neither of us moves. Then he straightens, bowls balanced in his grip, and heads for the kitchen. I busy myself with the coffee, pouring the last of it into mismatched mugs, because focusing on the mundane feels safer than acknowledging whatever just passed between us. The liquid steams, rich and dark, filling the silence with something concrete to do. Storm's getting worse again, I say, because weather is neutral territory. Safe. Always does before it breaks. His voice carries from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of running water and careful washing. Even his dishwashing sounds controlled, methodical. I wonder if he does everything with that same measured precision, if chaos ever touches any corner of his life, besides the parts where I crash in uninvited. When he returns, wiping his hands on a towel, I'm standing by the window with my coffee. The glass reflects both of us. Me in his oversized thermal, him in flannel that's seen better decades, layered over the white fury outside. How long do you think? I ask, nodding toward the storm. He joins me at the window, close enough that I catch cedar and clean soap, that scent that's become synonymous with safety. Could be hours, could be days. That's not very reassuring. I'm not in the business of reassurance. No, I agree, glancing sideways at his profile. You're in the business of truth. Something shifts in his expression. Surprise, maybe approval. He sips his coffee, steam fogging the glass in front of him. Truth's easier. Lies require too much maintenance. Outside, a gust of wind rattles the windows hard enough to make me flinch. Michael doesn't move, solid as the mountain itself. I wonder what it would be like to have that kind of unshakable certainty, to never doubt your place in the world. I should check the generator, he says, suddenly setting down his mug. The practical necessity breaks whatever spell the quiet was weaving. He moves toward the door with that efficient stride, pulling on his heavy coat and gloves. Cold air rushes in when he opens the door, carrying snow that melts instantly on the warm floor. Then he's gone, swallowed by the blue-white darkness. I remain at the window, watching his figure move through the storm with the same steady competence he brings to everything else. His breath fogs in the cold air, ghostly puffs that disappear just as quickly as they form. The generator's light cuts through the swirling snow, and he becomes part of this landscape. Solid, necessary, maddening. Behind me, the stew pot still sits on the stove where I abandoned it. Blackened around the edges, a testament to my distraction and his devastating biceps. But there's still warmth at the bottom. I can see steam rising from what survived my culinary catastrophe. A small miracle of persistence, I think. Something that refused to be completely ruined despite my best efforts to destroy it. Maybe that's what we are too. Burnt around the edges, imperfect, somehow still holding warmth in the places that matter.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The Romantic Suspense Audiobook Bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 14. Michael. The back hallway offers sanctuary from whatever just happened over dinner. I pull out my phone, muscle memory guiding fingers to dispatch while my brain processes the last hour. Charcoal stew, her laughter, the way she looked at me when the smoke cleared, like I might be worth saving too. Kane here. Coordinates 39.8253, negative 105.6442. Requesting status on route clearance. The dispatcher's voice crackles through static, professional monotone that grounds me back in familiar territory. Numbers, facts, things that don't smile at burnt dinner or make my chest feel like it's forgetting how to function properly. Copy, Kane. Plow crews staged for 0600 deployment. Tow truck on standby. ETA clearance 8 to 10 hours, weather permitting. I could push for priority. One phone call to the county supervisor, mention the favor he owes me from last winter's avalanche rescue. Have her out of here in 4 hours instead of 8. Back to her life, away from mine, before this, whatever this is, goes any further off the rails. The smart play, the safe play, the play that keeps everyone in their designated lanes. From the main room, soft humming drifts through the lodge walls. No specific melody, just contentment given voice, comfort disguised as defiance. The sound wraps around my ribs and squeezes. Sir, confirm timeline? I'm staring at the hallway wall like it holds answers to questions I'm not supposed to be asking. Outside, wind howls against the lodge with renewed fury, but inside she's humming, making herself at home in my space like she belongs here. Copy. No rush. The words escape before common sense can intervene. No rush. As if I'm not standing in my own hallway actively choosing to extend her stay when I could cut it short. As if keeping her here longer serves any purpose beyond the selfish want I'm pretending doesn't exist. Understood. Stay safe out there. The line goes dead. I pocket the phone and lean against the wall, running a hand through my hair while logic wars with whatever instinct just hijacked my mouth. She's safe. The storm will break when it breaks. These are facts. Everything else is just logistics. The humming continues, punctuated by the soft rustle of pages turning. She found my books. Of course she did. Curious woman, comfortable in her own skin, unafraid to take up space. Qualities that should annoy me in someone occupying my sanctuary. Qualities that, on her, feel like gifts I didn't know I wanted. I straighten my shoulders, prepare to rejoin civilization, and step back into the main room. The sight stops me cold. Nia's claimed the leather armchair by the fire, legs tucked beneath her like a cat who's found the perfect patch of sunlight. She's wearing my flannel shirt, the red plaid one I tossed over the guest room chair this morning without thinking. On me, it's functional workwear. On her, it's something else entirely. The fabric pools around her like liquid warmth, sleeves rolled to her elbows, collar loose enough to reveal the smooth line of her throat. The hem barely covers her thighs, leaving an expanse of dark, luminous skin that catches firelight and holds it. She's absorbed in one of my survival memoirs, lips moving faintly as she reads, completely unaware of the devastation she's causing to my nervous system. My shirt, my chair, my lodge. She's claimed pieces of my space like they were always meant to be shared, transformed my solitary fortress into something that looks dangerously close to home. The sight assaults like a physical blow, sharp, unexpected, straight to the center of my chest where I keep things locked down tight. She glances up, catches me standing frozen in the doorway like I've never seen a woman read before. "Good news or bad news?" she asks, marking her place with one finger. My brain struggles to shift gears from territorial possessiveness to actual conversation. Depends on your definition of good. "Road's clear by morning?" "Morning-ish." She nods, returns to her book with the casual confidence of someone who's already decided she's staying exactly where she is. The firelight plays across her face, shadows dancing over skin that looks like it was designed specifically to drive me insane. I remain rooted in place, watching her read my books in my shirt in my chair, and realize I've made a catastrophic miscalculation. I thought I could handle one more night of her presence. Thought I could maintain professional distance while keeping her safe. Instead, I'm discovering that Nia Brooks doesn't just occupy space, she transforms it. Makes it warmer, more alive, more dangerous to a man who spent years convincing himself that alone equals safe. I clear my throat, louder than necessary. The sound cuts through the firelit quiet like I'm calling a meeting to order, establishing boundaries that should have been drawn the moment she walked through my door. Nia glances up, eyes amber in the firelight, and for a second she looks exactly like she belongs there, like the house itself has shifted to accommodate her, like the leather chair was crafted specifically for the way she tucks her legs beneath her, like the flannel shirt was meant to drape over her curves instead of hang loose on my frame. "You should rest. Roads will be clear by morning." My voice sounds too even, too detached. Military control masquerading as casual suggestion when what I really mean is, "You need to be anywhere but here before I do something we'll both regret." She folds the page corner before closing the book, that small smile tugging at her mouth. The gesture is so casual, so proprietary, marking her place in my survival memoir like she plans to return to it later, like she plans to return to this chair, this fire, this moment that's stretching between us like a wire pulled taut. "Is that your way of saying you're kicking me out of your chair?" Her tone carries just enough challenge to make my jaw tighten. Not defiance exactly, but something that tests the edges of my authority in my own space. "It's not a chair built for two." The words come out much rougher than intended. A statement of fact disguised as a boundary, when what I really mean is, there's not enough distance in this entire lodge to keep me from crossing lines I've spent years learning not to cross. Her gaze flicks to the couch, then back to me with that spark of mischief that's been my undoing since she stumbled into my truck half frozen and completely unafraid. "Guess we'll have to improvise." She says it like a joke, but the air tightens around it. The suggestion hangs between us, innocent on the surface, loaded underneath. Improvise. As if there's any way to rearrange the furniture of this moment that doesn't end with her closer to me than wisdom allows. I move to the fireplace, stack another log just to do something with my hands. The bark crumbles under my grip, rough texture grounding me in sensation that isn't the silk of her voice or the way firelight catches in her hair. Sparks rise, a flicker of light against her skin, and I focus on the controlled violence of flame consuming wood instead of the way she's consuming my carefully constructed defenses. The space between us feels narrower than the room allows. Physics bent by proximity, by the weight of things unsaid. When I finally turn, she's watching me again, steady, unblinking, as if she's cataloging every breath I take, trying not to cross the room. "I don't do almost," I say before I can stop myself. The words fall low, rough, not warning, confession. An admission that whatever this tension is building toward, I'm not equipped for half measures. Never learned how to want something gently, how to touch without claiming, how to taste without devouring. Something flickers in her eyes. Recognition, maybe invitation. She doesn't look away, doesn't retreat into the safety of her book or her jokes, or the casual deflection she's been wielding like armor. Then don't, she whispers. 2 words, quiet as snowfall, but they detonate in my chest. Permission and challenge wrapped in silk, delivered with a certainty that makes strong men weak and careful men reckless. The fire crackles between us, the only thing holding the line. I reach for my mug on the mantel, fingers wrapping around ceramic that's gone cold while I wasn't paying attention. The movement gives me something to do, somewhere to look that isn't her face in the firelight, some pretense that I need water when what I really need is distance from the way she's looking at me, like she can see straight through the armor I've spent decades forging. The coffee tastes like ash, bitter and wrong, but I drink it anyway. Focus on the burn down my throat instead of the burn in my chest where her words landed. Then don't. 2 syllables that might as well be dynamite, the kind of simple statement that brings down mountains. Behind me, fabric rustles as she shifts in the chair. I don't turn to see if she's watching me retreat, but I feel her gaze like heat on my shoulders. The weight of her attention, patient and steady, following my movements as I pretend this is about caffeine instead of cowardice. Water's better for hydration, she says, voice carrying just enough gentle mockery to let me know she's calling my bluff. Coffee's better for staying awake. Planning to keep watch all night? The question hangs in the air, innocent on the surface but loaded underneath. We both know the roads will be clear by morning. We both know this could our last night in this strange, suspended reality where we're not Michael who rescued his son's ex and Nia who left that son, where we're just 2 people who've somehow learned to breathe the same air without combusting. Almost learned. I set the mug down harder than necessary, the ceramic clicking against stone. Force of habit. She turns back toward the fire, but I catch the way her shoulders rise, tension creeping up her spine like she's fighting something too. The flannel shirt, my flannel shirt, pulls tight across her back as she draws her knees up to her chest. Self-protection disguised as comfort, armor she's learning to wear just like I taught myself years ago. Old habits, she murmurs to the flames. The words carry weight neither of us acknowledges. Old habits like keeping watch, like building walls, like leaving before anyone can leave you first, like wanting things you're not supposed to want and walking away from them anyway, because it's safer than finding out what happens when you don't. A log shifts in the fireplace, sending up a shower of sparks that dance against the chimney walls before dying into darkness. The sound covers the quiet words I almost say. Don't make me choose control over this, because that's what she's asking, what those beautiful eyes are demanding without saying a word. Choose her over the careful distance I've maintained. Choose risk over safety. Choose something real over something survivable. The sparks fade, leaving us in firelight and silence thick enough to drown in. I move toward the hallway, each step deliberate, measured. Not running, retreating with tactical precision, the kind of withdrawal that preserves assets while maintaining operational integrity. Military doublespeak for, I'm walking away before I do something that destroys us both. Getting some air, I say over my shoulder. She doesn't answer, but I feel her watching me go. Feel the weight of her disappointment like stones in my chest, the quiet understanding that I'm choosing exactly what she expected me to choose. Safety over risk, control over chaos, the familiar ache of wanting over the terrifying possibility of having. The front door opens under my hand, cold rushing in to fill the space where warmth used to be. The porch planks creak under my boots, snow-heavy air hitting my lungs like a slap. No jacket, just the thermal Henley that's no match for December in the mountains. But the cold feels necessary. Cleansing. A reminder that some things are meant to bite, meant to hurt, meant to keep you sharp enough to make smart decisions. Above, the sky spreads bruised blue between the peaks, stars scattered like broken glass against velvet. The generator hums its steady heartbeat against the mountain's silence, reliable and constant. The kind of thing you can count on because it's mechanical, predictable, designed to function without complication. Unlike whatever's happening inside my chest every time I look at her. Behind the window, Nia's silhouette moves past the firelight, slow and unhurried. Even from here, even through glass and wood and the careful barriers I've constructed, I could find that shape blindfolded. The curve of her shoulders, the way she moves like she's dancing to music only she can hear, the grace that makes my lodge feel like it was built around her instead of for me. Almost, I whisper to the dark, breath misting in the frozen air. Almost reached for what I wanted instead of what I should want. Almost chose her over the safety of staying exactly where I am, alone and intact, and slowly going insane from the weight of my own discipline.
Chapter 15. Nia. The world exhales. That's the only way to describe the silence that greets me when I wake. Not the absence of sound, but something deeper. Like the mountain itself has been holding its breath for days and finally decided to let go. No wind battering the windows, no ice pellets machine gunning the roof. Just quiet. I pad to the window in borrowed socks, Michael's shirt hanging loose around my thighs, and press my face to the glass. The world outside looks like someone took an eraser to reality and started over with fresh paper. Snow drifts curve against the lodge like frozen waves, some reaching halfway up the windows. Trees bow under white weight, branches drooping like ballet dancers caught mid-curtsy. Beautiful, isn't it? I don't startle. Couldn't if I tried. His voice has become as familiar as my own heartbeat. Over these strange days, low and steady as mountain stone. When I turn, he's standing in the doorway with 2 mugs of coffee, already dressed in layers that suggest he's been up for hours. Planning our exit, probably. Getting ready to return me to a world where I have to pretend the last few days didn't rearrange something fundamental inside my chest. It's like the world got a factory reset. I accept the coffee gratefully, fingers brushing his in the handoff. The contact lasts exactly 1 second longer than necessary, not long enough to call intentional, too long to call accident. Storms moved east. Roads should be passable in a few hours. His tone stays carefully neutral, delivering facts without commentary. But I catch the way his gaze moves toward the window, then back to me, like he's measuring distances, calculating exit strategies. Probably relieved to finally have a concrete timeline for shipping me back to civilization. Guess I should pack up the guest room disaster I've created. Let's go get your bags first. In the truck. 20 minutes later, I'm strapped into snowshoes that make me feel like I'm wearing tennis rackets, following Michael into a world remade in white. The bindings take 3 tries to figure out. Apparently there's a specific technique to avoid face planting in deep powder, but once I find the rhythm, it's almost meditative. Crunch, step, crunch, step. Our breath clouds between us in puffs of silver, the only sound our snowshoes compacting powder, and the distant crack of branches releasing their burden of snow. Everything feels muffled, like someone wrapped the world in cotton batting. Even my voice, when I finally break the silence, sounds softer than usual. This is weirdly peaceful, like we're the only 2 people left on Earth. Careful. That kind of thinking leads to cabin fever. But there's something in his voice, not quite amusement, not quite warning. Something that suggests he's had the same thought. A curl escapes from under my beanie, tickling my cheek in the cold air. I push it back, but it springs free again, determined to make its own path through the winter morning. When I glance sideways, Michael's watching the gesture with an intensity that makes my stomach flip. You're staring. You have something. He gestures vaguely at his own face. A rebellious curl? Yeah, they're staging a revolution. This time he almost smiles. Almost. Revolution suits you. The words hit differently in the crystalline air, carrying weight they shouldn't. I stumble slightly. Blame the snowshoes, not the way he's looking at me like maybe revolution suits him too. We resume walking, but the space between us feels different now, charged. Like the air before a lightning strike, heavy with possibility and the promise of things that shouldn't happen but might anyway. Every step brings our shoulders closer to brushing. Every exhale mingles with his in the frozen air between us, and every time I catch him glancing my way, something inside my chest stutters like a heart learning to beat all over again. Without warning, the snow crust beneath my feet suddenly gives way like a traitor. One moment I'm following Michael's steady tracks, feeling almost graceful in these ridiculous snowshoes, and the next the snow collapses beneath my right foot. Not a full sinkhole, just enough to throw off my balance and send me tilting sideways with a surprised gasp that fogs the air between us. Oh, but he's already moving. I barely register the shift before his hand locks around my wrist, fingers closing with the kind of precision that suggests this isn't the first time he's caught something mid-fall. His other arm sweeps around my waist, hauling me upright with an ease that makes my stomach flutter, for entirely inappropriate reasons. My mittened hands slam flat against his chest for balance, and suddenly we're standing way too close in a world made of nothing but white silence and the sound of our breathing. Graceful as ever, I manage, but my voice comes out breathier than intended. His grip on my waist tightens fractionally. You okay? The question rumbles against my palms where they're pressed to his ribs, and I can feel the solid warmth of him even through all our layers. This close, I catch the scent that's become dangerously familiar. Cedar and clean soap and something indefinably him that makes me want to lean closer instead of stepping back like a sensible person would. Yeah, The words trail off because he's looking at me with those storm gray eyes, and for once he's not glancing away or finding something fascinating in the middle distance. Just holding my gaze like maybe he's forgotten we have places to be. Snow melts where his bare wrist touches mine, droplets sliding between skin and glove with deliberate slowness. The cold should be shocking, but all I feel is heat. His hand still spanning my waist, the rise and fall of his chest against my palms, the way the morning light amplifies the silver threading through his hair. My breath mingles with his in the space between us, and I realize I'm memorizing details I shouldn't. The exact pattern of frost clinging to the stubble of his beard, the way his pupils dilate slightly when I unconsciously lean into his steadying grip, the small scar at his temple that speaks of a life before I knew him. Michael. His name slips out softer than I intended. Not quite a question, but close. Something shifts in his expression. A crack in that carefully maintained control. His thumb brushes once across my waist where he's holding me, and the gesture feels like a confession he's not ready to make. The moment stretches between us like ice about to crack, and I realize with startling clarity that if I don't move right now, something will shift that can't be undone, something that will make the inevitable goodbye even messier than it already promises to be. So I take a step back. Just one. Small. Deliberate. Very reluctant, breaking the spell with the kind of surgical precision that leaves everyone bleeding, but nobody admitting to the wound. My mittened hands fall away from his chest, and I make a show of brushing phantom snow from my gloves, even though we both know there isn't any. The motion gives me something to do, other than to reach for him again. Thanks, hero. The words come out light, breezy even, but my voice wavers just enough to betray me, just enough to suggest I'm not as unaffected as I'm pretending to be. He drops his hands from my waist like I've suddenly caught fire, the absence of his touch immediate and sharp. For a heartbeat, he just looks at me, really looks, like he's trying to decode something written in a language he almost understands. Then he exhales what might have been a laugh, or a confession. Hard to tell which would be more dangerous. Always. The word drops between us with the weight of an anvil disguised as a feather. Not "you're welcome" or "no problem" or any of the dozen casual responses he could have chosen. Just that single word that somehow manages to be both promise and admission, wrapped in the thinnest veneer of courtesy. Always. Like he'd catch me every time I fall. Like he'd be there for every stumble, every moment when the ground gives way beneath my feet. Like this isn't just about today. This moment, this accidental intimacy in a world made of snow and silence, the word hangs in the crystalline air between us. Too heavy to ignore, too loaded to address. So we don't. We just stand there for another few seconds, pretending we're catching our breath from the near fall instead of from whatever the hell just happened. I adjust my hat uncomfortably, tucking that rebellious curl back under the knit where it belongs. He shifts his weight, snowshoes crunching against the packed snow beneath us. Normal sounds, normal gestures. Nothing to suggest we're both acutely aware of the phantom pressure where his hands had been, or the way my palms still tingle from the solid warmth of his chest. Right. Well, I clear my throat, gesturing vaguely in the direction we'd been headed. Truck? Yeah. His voice comes out rougher than usual, like he's forgotten how to use it properly. This way. We fall into step again, but everything feels different now. The space between us thrums with unspoken things. The almost moment we just shared. The careful way we're both pretending it didn't mean anything. The growing awareness that every interaction is bringing us closer to a goodbye neither of us wants to acknowledge.
Chapter 16. Michael. The radio comes to life with the kind of static that means civilization has remembered we exist. Base to Kane Lodge, come in. I key the handset, settling into the chair by the communications setup. Through the window, I watch Nia arranging her belongings by the fireplace, folding my borrowed clothes, like if she gets the creases perfect enough, she can smooth out everything else that's gotten complicated. Kane Lodge here, go ahead, base. Storms moved east, roads opening up. Highway patrols got partial access on Route 9. Should have full clearance by 1400 hours. 2 o'clock. The timeline lands in my chest like a countdown timer I don't want to hear ticking. Copy that. Any incidents to report? Negative on major casualties. Few fender benders. Couple stranded motorists we pulled out yesterday. Standard winter cleanup. Understood. I'm reaching to sign off when the dispatcher's voice crackles back through. Oh, Kane? Got a message relay for you. Elaine Kane called in about 30 minutes ago. Asked us to patch through when we raised you. My knuckles whiten around the handset. Elaine doesn't use emergency dispatch unless something's gone sideways. Put her through. Static pops and hisses for a few seconds before her voice cuts through, sharp as winter air and twice as cold. Michael? Thank God. I've been trying to reach you for hours. Storm knocked out the landlines. Cell service has been patchy too. What's up? Her laugh carries no humor, just exhaustion wrapped in designer silk. Wrong? Oh, where do I start? Your son spent Christmas Eve drowning his sorrows at Murphy's, telling anyone who'd listen about how his perfect girlfriend dumped him for being emotionally unavailable. Ring any bells? I glance toward Nia, who's gone still by the fireplace, her hands frozen mid-fold on a thermal shirt. She's not looking my way, but every line of her posture screams listening. Zach's drinking habits aren't my responsibility anymore, Elaine. Neither is his wayward social life. They are when he's threatening to drive up the mountain to get answers from whoever's been poisoning Nia against him. Her voice cuts through the static like a blade. He's convinced himself this breakup is someone else's fault, and apparently you're at the top of his suspect list. The handset creaks under my grip. He say when? Soon as the plows clear the main road. Michael, he's not thinking straight. He showed up at my place this morning, still half drunk, demanding your address. When I wouldn't give it to him, he said he'd find another way. Through the radio speaker, I hear ice clinking against glass. Elaine's already started her morning drinking ritual, which means this is worse than she's letting on. I can handle Zach. Can you? Because the boy I saw this morning looked ready to burn down whatever's left of his life just to feel warm. She doesn't finish the sentence. Doesn't need to. Message received, Elaine. I'll take care of it. See that you do. Some mistakes you don't get to make twice. The line goes dead with a sharp pop of static. I set the handset down slowly, the plastic clicking against the console too loud in the sudden silence. Outside, wind stirs the snow into lazy spirals, but inside the air has gone thick with unspoken tension. When I finally turn around, Nia's standing by the fireplace with her arms crossed, my shirt hanging loose from her fingers. Her amber eyes hold mine steady, no flinching, no pretending she didn't hear every word that mattered. So, her voice stays level, conversational. Zach's coming here. He'll lash out when the road's open, I say, the words coming out rougher than intended. Half warning, half apology, though which part weighs heavier I can't tell. She sets my shirt down, smoothing the fabric once before stepping away from the fireplace. The movement brings her closer to me, close enough that I catch a sweet scent of vanilla and something warmer underneath. Something that's become dangerously familiar over these snow-locked days. Let him. 2 words delivered with a kind of calm that stops conversations dead. No tremor in her voice, no backward step toward the door. Just that unwavering amber gaze holding mine while her chin lifts a fraction. Not defiant exactly, but resolute in a way that hits me right in the gut. The steel in her voice unravels something I've spent 36 years perfecting. Control. Distance. The careful space I maintain between wanting something and letting myself have it. Nia! What? You think I'm going to run because your son can't handle being told no? She crosses her arms and the gesture pulls the borrowed thermal tight across her chest, makes me aware of the way her curls catch the firelight. I'm not the same woman who spent 6 months walking on eggshells around his moods. Her shoulders square as she speaks, and there's something in the set of her jaw that reminds me of soldiers I've served with. The ones who'd rather take a hit standing than spend their lives flinching. This isn't about you being afraid, I manage, though my voice comes out lower than intended. It's about him being unpredictable when he doesn't get what he wants. Then he's going to have a very disappointing life. She takes another step closer, close enough that I have to tilt my head down to maintain eye contact. Because I'm done being what people want me to be. The space between us feels charged, like the air before lightning strikes. I can count the gold flecks in her eyes from here, can see the way her pulse beats in her throat, where my shirt collar hangs loose. Every instinct I have, the ones that kept me alive in places where hesitation meant death, screams at me to move. Forward or back doesn't matter. Just move. My chest feels like it's caught fire, heat spreading outward from where her words landed. The careful distance I've maintained between us dissolves like snow hitting warm pavement, and every nerve ending screams at me to close the gap, to find out if her skin tastes as warm as it looks in the firelight. Instead, I reach for my coat. Generator's been running rough, I mutter, the lie coming out rougher than the engine I'm supposedly worried about. Should check it before we lose power again. My hands shake as I pull on the heavy canvas jacket, fingers fumbling with the zipper like I'm 22 again and learning to operate under pressure. Except this pressure comes from warm, expressive eyes and borrowed thermals, from the way she says my name like it means something. The door slams behind me harder than necessary. Cold air hits my face like a slap, sharp enough to make my eyes water. Or maybe that's just the wind. The generator sits 20 yards from the lodge, humming its mechanical contentment, perfectly functional and completely innocent of the mechanical failure I just invented. I grab the starter cord anyway. Pull. The engine coughs, settles back into its rhythm. Pull. My breath clouds white in the frigid air. Pull. Focus. Control. The way they taught us in BDS. When your body wants to quit, when your mind starts offering escape routes, you narrow everything down to the next breath, the next step, the next pull of the cord. The rope burns against my palm through my work gloves. Good. Pain, I understand. Pain has rules, limits, a clear beginning and end. It doesn't look at you with soft amber eyes and say things like, "I'm done being what people want me to be," in a voice that makes you want to rewrite your entire approach to living. Pull. The starter cord snaps back, and I have to bite down on a curse that would make my old drill instructor proud. My hands are steady now, cold numbed into compliance. The fire in my chest has cooled to manageable embers. Better. This is better. I give the generator one final unnecessary inspection. Oil level fine, fuel tank 3/4 full, air filter clean, before admitting I've run out of excuses to stay outside. The engine roars as I adjust the throttle, louder than before. Through the lodge windows, I watch the lights flicker and strengthen, casting warm yellow rectangles across the snow. The electrical hum carries on the wind, a low buzz that somehow mirrors the current still running under my skin. When I push through the door, she's exactly where I left her. Standing by the fireplace, another shirt folded neatly in her hands, watching me with those eyes that see too much. The overhead lights bathe her in electric brightness now, but the firelight still plays across her skin, still catches in her curls. If anything, the dual illumination makes her more beautiful, all warmth and shadow and dangerous possibility. "Everything working?" she asks, and there's something in her tone that tells me we're not talking about the generator anymore. The current between us hasn't dimmed. If anything, the cold air clinging to my clothes and the flush of heat in her cheeks make it stronger, like a live wire that's been waiting for the right conditions to arc.
Chapter 17. Nia. The quiet stretches between us like a held breath, thick with everything we're not saying. Outside, the wind has finally exhausted itself, leaving behind a quiet so complete it feels unnatural after days of howling. The generator's steady hum and the fire's occasional pop are the only sounds cutting through the stillness. I drift toward the entertainment center. If you can call the dusty console underneath his ancient television that. A small stack of DVDs sits beside it like an afterthought, probably forgotten by previous guests or contractors. I flip through them with my index finger. Surviving the Wilderness, Black Hawk Down, The Art of War. Oh, I hold up the last case. Its plastic cracked along one edge. This one has fewer guns. The romantic comedy's cover features two people laughing on a beach, all sun-kissed skin and impossible chemistry. The kind of movie Zach would have rolled his eyes at, muttering something about predictable garbage before switching to whatever action flick featured the most explosions. Michael glances over from where he's been adjusting the fireplace screen, his steel gray eyes narrowing at the DVD case like it might detonate. That's not mine. I figured, unless you've been harboring secret rom-com tendencies this whole time. His mouth twitches, almost a smile. Sarah left it. Summer volunteer from 2 years ago. Sarah had good taste. I turned the case over, reading the synopsis. Look, it says here it's about two people who get snowed in together and discover they have more in common than they thought. The irony hangs in the air between us like smoke. Michael runs a hand back and forth through his hair, those silver streaks catching the firelight. We don't have to, unless you'd prefer The Art of War. I'm sure Sun Tzu has plenty to say about tactical blanket arrangement. That earns me an actual huff of laughter, soft and unexpected. Fine, but I'm not responsible for whatever Sarah considered quality entertainment. He fidgets with the remote, an ancient thing with half the buttons worn smooth, while I shake out the thick wool blanket from the back of the couch. The fabric smells like cedar and something faintly masculine, probably from being stored too close to his things. The TV flickers to life with a burst of static before settling into the opening credits. Blue and gold light spills across the room, softening the hard edges of everything. The stone fireplace, the sturdy furniture, the careful distance Michael maintains between us as we settle onto opposite ends of the couch. The opening scene unfolds predictably. Meet cute at an airport. Missed connections. Fate intervening in the form of a blizzard. I find myself glancing sideways at Michael, whose jaw has gone tight with the kind of concentration usually reserved for mission planning. You know you're allowed to relax, right? It's just a movie. I am relaxed. His shoulders could cut glass. Sure you are, big guy. The female lead trips over her luggage, and Michael actually winces. That's not how you pack for winter travel. It's called dramatic license. It's called poor planning. I pull my legs up underneath me, the borrowed thermal pants soft against my skin. You're going to critique the entire thing, aren't you? Her coat's not rated for those temperatures. Michael. And she's wearing completely wrong boots for that terrain. Michael. He looks at me, eyebrows raised in question. It's fiction. The boots aren't going to kill her. The boots might kill her. Despite everything, the tension, the careful space between us, the knowledge that tomorrow the roads could open and reality will come crashing back. I laugh, really laugh. The kind that starts deep in my chest and bubbles up like champagne. Michael watches me with something that might be wonder, like he's never seen anyone find his tactical analysis of rom-com footwear amusing. You're ridiculous, I tell him, still grinning. I'm practical. The movie continues its predictable arc, but I find myself caring less about the plot and more about the way the television's glow plays across Michael's profile. The harsh angles of his face look softer in the blue light, and when he occasionally glances my way during particularly absurd moments, something warm unfurls in my chest. Somewhere around the midpoint, when the leads are arguing about whose fault their situation is, exhaustion creeps in like fog. The past few days catch up all at once. The adrenaline crash from the accident, the emotional whiplash of being here with him, the careful energy I've spent maintaining safe distances. My eyelids grow heavy. The couch cushions are surprisingly comfortable, and the fire's warmth combined with the blanket's weight creates a cocoon of safety I haven't felt in months. My head tips sideways, seeking a more comfortable angle. The movement brings me closer to Michael's end of the couch, close enough that my curls brush against his shoulder before settling there entirely. He goes statue still. I feel the exact moment every muscle in his body locks, the careful breath he draws through his nose. His warmth seeps through the flannel of his shirt, solid and steady beneath my cheek. I should move. Should apologize and retreat to my corner of the couch, but sleep tugs at me like a tide, and he smells like cedar and safety. His hand hovers somewhere above me. I sense, rather than see the movement, the hesitation in the air. Then, so carefully it might be accidental, his arm settles along the back of the couch, not quite touching me, but close enough that I feel the heat radiating from his skin, close enough that the space between us hums with possibility. The credits roll in silence, white text scrolling against black while a saccharine ballad plays. I surface from sleep like I'm breaking through warm water, consciousness returning in lazy waves. The first thing I register is warmth. Solid, steady warmth beneath my cheek that definitely isn't a pillow. My eyes flutter open to find myself plastered against Michael's shoulder, my face buried in the soft flannel of his shirt. The scent of spice and clean soap fills my lungs, and I can feel the slow, controlled rhythm of his breathing beneath my palm, which has somehow found its way to rest against his chest. Heat floods my cheeks so fast, I'm surprised steam doesn't rise from my skin. I jerk upright, probably too quickly, my curls a disaster zone around my face. Sorry. My voice comes out thick with sleep, scratchy. I clear my throat and try again. Apparently, I'm a serial napper around you. You were tired. His voice carries that low, gravelly quality that happens when someone's been sitting still for too long, quiet enough to match the fire's whisper. What stops me from immediately retreating to my corner of the couch is that he doesn't move away, doesn't shift or create distance or make any of the polite adjustments that would signal my transgression. He just sits there, solid as the mountains outside, watching me with those eyes that seem to see straight through my embarrassment to something deeper. I don't move away either. The blanket slips as I sit up, the wool pooling around my waist and leaving my shoulders exposed to the cooler air away from the fire. I reach to pull it back up at the same moment Michael moves to help, and suddenly we're a tangle of coordination gone wrong. His hand steadying my elbow while my fingers catch his wrist, our movements creating a small storm of confusion in the quiet space between us. His skin burns under my touch, and I feel the precise moment his pulse kicks up beneath my fingertips. The contact lasts maybe 3 seconds, but it feels like stepping into sunlight after weeks of winter. Sorry, I breathe, but I don't let go immediately. Neither does he. The blanket settles over both of us this time, a solution that feels anything but practical. The wool creates a shared pocket of warmth, drawing us into the same space without either of us having to acknowledge that we're choosing to be here. Outside, I can see new flakes beginning to drift past the window. Soft, lazy ones that lack the vicious intent of the past few days. Inside, the quiet grows heavier, but the tension has shifted. It's no longer the careful wariness of people trying not to touch something that might burn them. This feels more like the moment before a storm breaks, when the air itself pauses. I break the silence first, because apparently that's become my job in this strange ecosystem we've created. You know, when you answered that night, my throat catches, and I have to swallow before continuing. When you picked up the phone, that's when I stopped panicking. His attention sharpens, and I feel the weight of his focus like a physical thing. I knew I was safe. The words come out softer than I intended, more honest than I planned. I didn't even know why yet. Just that your voice sounded like comfort, like peace. He studies my profile like he's memorizing the curve of my cheek where the firelight catches it. The way my lashes cast shadows when I blink. The intensity of his gaze makes my skin warm, but I don't turn away from the flames. Can't, maybe. The fire's easier to look at than the truth sitting between us on this couch. Controls what I do. His voice carries that steady certainty I've come to recognize. The tone that says he's analyzed every variable, planned for every contingency, but there's something underneath it now. A roughness that wasn't there before. I shake my head, still watching the logs shift and settle in the grate. Orange sparks spiral up the chimney like tiny stars seeking escape. It wasn't about Zach. The words come out quieter than I intended, but they land in the silence with the weight of confession. Not really. It was about you. The admission hangs between us like smoke, visible, undeniable, changing the very air we're breathing, because it's true, isn't it? All those months of dating his son, telling myself I was happy, that Zach's easy charm and surface-level attention were enough. All those times I found excuses to ask about Michael, to linger when he'd stop by Zach's apartment, to study the way he moved through rooms like he owned the very atoms in them. All those nights I'd lie awake, wondering what it would feel like to have that controlled intensity focused entirely on me. When you picked up that phone, I continue, my voice gaining strength. When you said you were coming, that's when I stopped being afraid. Not because someone was going to save me from the snow. I finally turned to meet his eyes, and the steel gray depths are darker than I've ever seen them. Because it was you. The words settle between us like the last piece of a puzzle clicking into place. Finally, I'm saying it aloud, that my calm, my courage, the thing that's been pulling me back from every edge I've approached in the past few days, is him. Has always been him. His breath leaves him in a long, uneven exhale, not a sigh. Surrender. I watch his shoulders drop as if he's been carrying something heavy for too long, his jaw unclenching. Every carefully constructed defense softens, And what's left behind is just a man who's been pretending as hard as I have. The fire pops, sending another shower of sparks up the chimney, and the blanket shifts as we breathe. The world narrows to just this. Two people who finally stop pretending the connection between them is anything less than inevitable.
Chapter 18. Michael. The fire's nearly out, coals glowing low like embers trapped beneath ash. The room feels too small now, the air dense with everything we've said and everything we haven't. The generator hums faintly in the background, a steady thrum that mirrors the pulse I can feel in my veins. Nia turns slightly toward me, her movement slow, deliberate. The blanket shifts, brushing against my arm like an accident I don't believe for a second. My eyes land on her, and I'm struck again by how she looks in this light, firelight catching the glow of her skin, her curls haloed around her face. I'm memorizing this, engraving it somewhere safe. Last breaths before the plunge, last moments before the inevitable. Her voice breaks the silence, soft but clear. Michael. It's not a question. It's not a plea. It's just my name, and somehow it feels heavier than anything else she could have said. I exhale, long and slow, like I'm trying to steady myself. Nia. Her hand lifts, almost without thought, fingers grazing the edge of my jaw. Her touch is warm, lighter than I expected, tracing the line where stubble meets scar. I inhale sharply, and it's not surprise that stops me. It's surrender. Her palm slips to my cheek, and I lean into it, just enough to feel her skin against mine. Her thumb brushes over the scar near my temple, and I feel her hesitate. Does it still hurt? Not in years. She nods, her amber brown eyes holding mine. Good. The blanket shifts again, gravity giving permission where neither of us can. Her thigh brushes against mine, and I don't move away. Neither does she. No lies tomorrow, she whispers, her voice barely audible over the crackle of dying embers. No denials tonight, I answer, my voice rough, low. It's a promise and a challenge, stripping away the last barrier between us. Her hand drops from my face, but she doesn't pull back. Instead, her fingers trail down my neck, over the collar of my Henley, her touch leaving heat in its wake. My hand finds hers, lacing our fingers together like I've been wanting to do since the moment she walked into this lodge. The fire pops, a shower of sparks spiraling up the chimney, and I feel her lean closer. Her breath brushes against my jaw, warm and unsteady. Michael, she says again, softer this time, like she's testing the weight of it. I'm here, I answer, and it's more than just a statement. It's a vow, one I've been holding on to longer than I'll ever admit. Her free hand finds my chest, fingers splaying over hard muscle. She's holding on like she's afraid I'll disappear if she lets go. I tighten my grip around her hand, grounding us both. The blanket slips further, pooling around our hips, and I don't care. The air is cool, but I'm not cold. Not with her this close. Her forehead presses against my shoulder, her curls tickling my neck. This is real, isn't it? I tilt my head, resting my cheek against hers. Too real. She exhales, and it's like she's letting go of something heavy. Her hand leaves my chest, sliding up to my neck, her fingers threading into my hair. The fire flickers, casting shadows that dance across the walls, but I don't look away from her. Her eyes are darker now, richer, and I feel myself falling into them. Stay, she whispers, her voice breaking on the word. My hand moves to her waist, fingers splaying over the curve of her hip. I'm not going anywhere. Her lips part, and she smiles softly. Good. The world narrows to just this, her warmth, her scent, the sound of her breathing. The fire's nearly out, but we're burning brighter than any flame. Her hand tightens in my hair, pulling me closer, and I don't resist. My forehead presses against hers, our breaths mingling in the space between us. Michael, she breathes, and this time it sounds like surrender. I close the distance, my lips brushing hers in a kiss that feels like coming home. Her lips are soft, wet, and insistent, and I can't get enough of the taste of her. I cup her face in my hands, tilting her head to deepen the kiss, my tongue sliding against hers and almost tickling the back of her throat. She makes this sound, a low, needy hum in the back of her throat, and it sends a jolt of heat straight through me. My hands slide down her neck, her shoulders, and I grip her waist, pulling her closer until there's no space left between us. Her hips press against mine, and I feel her shiver.
Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at VixaVonRomance.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixaVonRomance.com. She wakes first, stirs softly against my chest. My eyes stay closed, but I feel her move, the brush of her hair against my skin, the slight shift of her weight. The faint gray light filters through frost-laced glass, painting the room in muted tones. For a moment, there's nothing but the hum of the generator and the steady rhythm of her breathing. It's quiet, safe, unreal. Then she shifts again, her voice low, thoughtful. We need a plan for the world. My eyes open, the words slicing through the calm like wind sneaking under a door. She's still lying against me, her head tilted just enough to meet my gaze. There's no regret in her tone, just readiness, like she's already mapping out the next move. I prop myself up on one elbow, my hand still resting on her hip. The world can wait. Her lips curve into a small, knowing smile. It doesn't wait. Not for long. I exhale, running my free hand through my hair. She's right, of course. Zach, Elaine, the roads, the future. It's all still out there waiting to crash in. But for a few hours it felt like this was enough. Like we were enough. She sits up slowly, the blanket pooling around her waist. Her hair falls in loose curls over her shoulders, and she reaches for the oversized shirt she'd thrown aside earlier. I'm not saying I regret last night. I don't. But... She pauses, pulling the shirt over her head. That doesn't mean we can pretend the rest of it doesn't exist. I watch her button the shirt, her fingers moving with practiced ease. What do you want to do? She looks at me, her amber eyes steady. I don't know yet. But I don't want to hide. Not from Zach. Not from anyone. I nod, the weight of her words settling in my chest. Hiding isn't an option, but neither is pretending this is simple. It's messy, complicated, everything I've spent years avoiding. But with her, it feels worth it. We'll figure it out, I say, my voice firm. Together. She smiles, small but genuine. Good, because I'm not letting you walk away this time. I reach for her hand, lacing our fingers together. I'm not going anywhere. The room feels colder now, the fire reduced to glowing embers, but her warmth is enough to keep the chill at bay. The world is still out there, waiting, but for now, this is enough. She's all that I need.
Chapter 19. Nia. Gray light seeps through the frosted window panes like watercolor bleeding through paper, hesitant and soft. The morning doesn't want to intrude, but it can't help itself, filtering through ice crystals that have turned the glass into abstract art. I wake with my cheek pressed against Michael's chest, the steady thrum of his heartbeat still echoing in my ear. The fire has died to glowing embers, but the room holds warmth like a secret. I slip away carefully, not wanting to wake him yet, padding barefoot across the cold hardwood to start the coffee. His kitchen moves around me like muscle memory, though I've only been here a handful of days. Sugar in the cupboard above the sink, coffee beans in the freezer, the grinder that sounds like a freight train but somehow never wakes him. Water runs from the tap, steam curling up from the mug as I pour. The spoon scrapes ceramic in a rhythm that feels like meditation, and I find myself humming something low and wordless, a tune my mom used to sing while cooking Sunday breakfast. She's sunlight in a place built for storms. I turn, coffee in hand, and catch Michael watching me from the floor. His hair is tousled from my fingers, dark blonde and silver, catching the morning light. The blanket sits low on his hips, and there's something unguarded in his steel gray eyes that makes my chest tighten. No pretense, no retreat, just the weight of what we've become overnight. "Morning," I say, voice soft but steady. "Morning," he returns, sitting up with the deliberate grace of someone who's learned to move quietly in dangerous places. The blanket slides lower, and I don't look away. We're past modesty now, past the careful dance of pretending this didn't change everything. Silence stretches between us, but it's not awkward. It's productive, like we're both measuring how to carry what happened into daylight, how to take something born in firelight and storm and make it survive the ordinary world. I break it first because someone has to, and running has never been my strong suit. "We need to talk about what happens when those trucks start rolling." He nods, pragmatic as always. "You mean when the world remembers we're here?" I fold my arms, still wearing his shirt, the fabric soft and warm against my skin, smelling like cedar and clean soap, confidence wrapped in borrowed warmth. "Yeah, because I'm not sneaking out the back door like a dirty little secret." His eyes lift to mine, steady and sure. "That's not what I'd ask." "Good, because I won't." My voice stays calm, but underneath it lives something raw. A woman tired of being reduced to someone's footnote, someone's mistake, someone's regret. I've spent too many years making myself smaller to fit into other people's comfort zones. Not anymore. Not with this. He stands, the movement fluid and purposeful, crossing the small distance between us like he's crossing a battlefield. The air still holds the echo of last night, skin against skin, whispered confessions, the weight of everything we didn't say for years finally spilling over. But his face has that controlled mask again, the one that keeps the world at arm's length. "We control our story," he says quietly, stopping just close enough that I can smell myself on his skin. Not the rumors, not Zach, not Elaine, just us. I tilt my head, meeting him squarely. The coffee mug warms my palms, grounding me in something real while he talks strategy. That sounds like damage control. It's survival. His voice carries the heavy weight of someone who's learned the difference the hard way. But survival isn't what I signed up for when I let myself fall into his arms last night. Survival is what I did with Zach. Careful calculations, measured responses, keeping myself small enough to fit into someone else's vision of acceptable. My lips curve, but not into a smile. Something sharper, more determined. "Then you handle survival. I'll handle living it." His eyes darken with a flicker of something between admiration and exasperation, like he's watching me rewrite rules he thought were carved in stone. The scar along the length of his temple catches the morning light, a reminder that he has survived things that would break most people, but he's never learned how to live through them. "Negotiator. You taught me tactics," I say, setting the mug down on the counter with deliberate care. The ceramic clicks against granite, final as a gavel. I'm adapting them. Before he can respond, the radio crackles to life from across the room. Static fills the space between us, harsh and intrusive, followed by a voice that cuts through our careful negotiations like a blade through silk. "Kane Lodge, This is base. County crews report Route 9, open as of 1300 hours. Over. The words hang in the air like smoke from a dying fire. I exhale slowly, feeling something shift in my chest. Not relief exactly, more like the moment before jumping off a cliff when gravity hasn't quite claimed you yet. Michael crosses to the radio with measured steps, each footfall solid on the hardwood. He picks up the handset, thumb hovering over the button for just a heartbeat too long. Copy. Appreciate the update. His tone stays steady, professional, but I catch the tension in his shoulders as he sets the handset down. The silence that follows feels heavy, edged with inevitability. No more storm to hide behind. No more excuses to stay wrapped in this bubble where the world can't touch us. Afternoon, he says softly, turning back to face me. That's our window. For what? I ask, though I already know. Though part of me has been dreading this moment since I woke up with my cheek pressed against his heartbeat. His steel gray eyes find mine, holding steady even as something vulnerable flickers behind them. The part where we stop pretending this was just weather. I step closer, bare feet whispering against the hardwood, until I'm close enough to see the frost patterns on the window behind him. The ice has turned the glass into delicate fractals, each one unique and temporary, like everything beautiful in this world. My reflection appears in the frosted pane, overlapping his broader silhouette. Two figures caught between the warm amber of the lodge and the blinding white beyond. Outside, the snow stretches endless and pure, so bright it makes my eyes water, unyielding, impossible to ignore. Then let's not waste the morning pretending either. The words come out steadier than I feel, but there's steel underneath the softness. I'm done with half measures. Done with dancing around what we both know changed everything last night. His mouth quirks at one corner, not exactly a smile, but somehow close enough to make my chest flutter. The expression transforms his face, erasing years of careful control and revealing something younger, more dangerous. You're dangerous when you're right. I've had a good teacher. My voice carries warmth and challenge in equal measure. The coffee has gone cold in my forgotten mug, but I don't care. This moment feels too fragile to break with movement, too important to rush. The radio hums again, a faint undercurrent beneath the generator's steady thrum. Civilization reasserting itself like gravity, inevitable, inescapable. Soon there will be tire tracks in the pristine snow, voices that aren't ours, questions that demand answers we haven't figured out how to give. But not yet. For this fragile stretch of time, we stay still. Two people balanced on the knife's edge of consequence, sharing one last unhurried breath before the world crashes through our carefully constructed sanctuary. His stormy eyes hold mine in the window's reflection, and I see something shift behind them, a decision being made, a wall being lowered brick by careful brick. The intensity there makes my breath catch, like watching storm clouds gather just before lightning strikes. The scar along his temple catches the morning light, a pale line that tells stories he's never shared with me, a reminder that he's survived worse than small-town gossip and family drama, that he's faced down real demons and lived to tell the tale. I want to reach up and trace that mark with my fingertips, to ask him what battle carved it into his skin. Want to know every story written across his body, every moment that shaped him into this careful combination of strength and vulnerability. But touching him now would shatter this delicate peace we've built between us, this pocket of understanding that exists only in reflections and shared silence. Outside, the snow continues its relentless fall, fat flakes drifting past the window like nature's own curtain call. It's covering our tracks, erasing evidence of yesterday's rescue, burying the tire marks where he pulled me from the wreckage. By noon, even the depression where my car went off the road will be nothing but another gentle slope in an endless white landscape. But inside, wrapped in borrowed warmth and the scent of dying embers, cedar smoke and something indefinably him. We exist in the space between storm and calm, in the pause between heartbeats, where possibility hangs suspended like dust motes in morning light, between what was and what might be, between the last moment of perfect quiet and the first breath of everything that comes after. Phone calls and explanations, facing Zach's wounded pride, and Elaine's razor-sharp disapproval, navigating the minefield of a town that thrives on other people's secrets. The generator shifts to a lower hum, and I know our borrowed time is running out.
Chapter 20. Michael. The tow truck's diesel engine fades into the distance, leaving her car sitting in my driveway like an accusation. Snow clings to its roof and hood, transforming the dark blue sedan into something foreign, temporary. The driver chains still hang from the rear axle where they dragged it up from the embankment, a somber reminder of how close we came to a different ending. I arranged payment in cash, no paperwork trail leading back to her. The fewer questions asked, the better. Small towns feast on details, and I've learned to starve them whenever possible. Nia stands beside me on the porch, arms wrapped around herself despite wearing my heavy coat. Her breath forms small clouds in the frigid air as she surveys the damage. Crumpled front bumper, spider-webbed passenger window, deep scratches along the driver's side where branches clawed at the metal. "Could be worse," she says, voice carefully neutral. "Could be a lot worse. At least it still drives, right? You really need a better car." The words carry weight we both understand. Could be twisted metal around a tree. Could be emergency responders cutting her out. Could be a phone call no one wants to make. I step off the porch, boots crunching through snow that reaches mid-calf. The cold bites through my jeans, but I've worked in worse conditions. My hands find the rear door handle, tugging it open with a metallic groan. The interior smells like stale coffee and vanilla air freshener, mixed with the sharp scent of deployed airbags. "Keys?" She tosses them from the porch, the metal arc catching winter light before landing in my palm. The engine turns over on the second try, rough but functional. Good enough to get her home. Good enough to carry her away from whatever this was between us. I pop the trunk, surveying the space she'll need for the bags we packed an hour ago. Her life condensed into 2 duffel bags and a laptop case. Everything essential, nothing sentimental. She travels light, prepared to run. I recognize the pattern because I live it too. "Bring your stuff down," I call, pulling her luggage from the porch where we stacked it earlier. "I'll load everything." She disappears inside, returning with the bag slung over her shoulder. Her movements carry that careful efficiency I've come to associate with departure. No wasted motion, no lingering looks. Professional distance reasserting itself like muscle memory. I arrange her bags in the trunk, leaving space for the emergency kit I assembled while she showered. Road flares, emergency blanket, first aid supplies, energy bars that won't freeze. Items she'll probably never need but should carry anyway. The mountains don't forgive assumptions. "Planning for my next dramatic rescue?" Her voice holds forced lightness, the kind of humor people use to avoid heavier conversations. I don't look up from organizing the kit, but my hands pause for a heartbeat before continuing their work. Planning for contingencies. From my jacket pocket, I retrieve the satellite beacon, palm-sized, black plastic housing military-grade electronics. The device weighs almost nothing, but it carries the weight of every worst-case scenario I've lived through. Every mission where communication meant the difference between extraction and abandonment. I turn, extending it toward her. The beacon sits in my palm like an olive branch, like an admission, like a promise I'm not sure I can keep. Emergency beacon, military-grade, satellite uplink, works anywhere on the continent. She stares at the device, then at my face. Something shifts in her expression, understanding maybe, or resignation. "For when I won't call you." The words aren't a question. She knows me well enough by now to read between the tactical preparations and careful contingencies. knows that men like me plan for the worst because we've seen what the worst looks like. For when you won't call anyone. I press the beacon into her palm, our fingers brushing for a moment longer than necessary. Her skin feels warm against the cold plastic, real and immediate and temporary. Red button activates emergency signal. Search and rescue responds within hours, sometimes minutes depending on location. Keep it charged. She turns the device over in her hands, examining it with the same careful attention she gave the survival skills I taught her. Quick study, natural instinct for self-preservation. She'll be fine without me. The thought should provide comfort. What if I use it for something that's not an emergency? Then I come anyway. The admission slips out before I can stop it, carrying more truth than either of us needs right now. Her eyes find mine, searching for something I'm really not sure I can give her. Certainty, maybe. Guarantees in a world that offers none. The driver's door slams shut with metallic finality, and Nia's footsteps crunch through snow toward the porch where I wait. Her car idles behind her, exhaust visible in the cold air, ready to carry her back to whatever life she left behind. The engine sounds rougher than it should, but it'll hold together long enough to get her home. She climbs the steps slowly, each one deliberate, like she's buying time neither of us has. Her hands stay buried in my coat pockets, shoulders hunched against more than just the cold. When she reaches the top step, we stand face to face, close enough that I can see the conflict playing across her features. So this is it? Not a question. Statement of fact delivered with the kind of forced brightness that fools no one. Her eyes search my face for something. Reassurance, maybe, or permission to make this easier than it has to be. Road's clear. Weather's holding. I stick to logistics because they're safer than whatever else wants to come out. The practical details that got us this far, that kept us both alive and mostly sane for the past few days. The framework that holds when everything else threatens to collapse. She nods, understanding the subtext. We agreed on clean breaks, on controlling the narrative that'll follow her back to town. No complications, no messy explanations required. Simple story. Car trouble, rescue, weather delay. Nothing more dramatic than small-town gossip can handle. The beacon charges with any standard USB cable. Michael. My name stops whatever safety briefing I was building toward. The way she says it, patient but firm, cuts through my tactical deflection like a blade through armor. Her expression gentles, seeing right through the protective distance I'm trying to maintain. I know how to charge electronics. Heat crawls up my neck. Of course she does. The woman runs her own consulting business, manages clients across 3 states, navigates technology I've never bothered learning. The urge to give her instructions stems from something deeper than concern for her technical competence. Right. She steps close enough that vanilla and cocoa butter cut through the sharp mountain air. Close enough that I have to fight the instinct to step back, to maintain the careful space we've been preserving since we packed her bags this morning. This is where you're supposed to say something reassuring about keeping in touch. I don't lie to people I respect. The honesty lands harder than I intended, wiping the careful smile from her face. But she doesn't retreat, doesn't let me use brutal truth as another wall between us. Instead, she tilts her head, studying me with the same focus she brought to learning fire building and water purification. What if I don't want reassuring lies? Then you're asking the wrong man. No. Her voice carries quiet certainty. I'm asking exactly the right man. She moves closer, close enough that I catch the warmth radiating from her skin despite the cold. My body responds before my brain can intervene, pulse quickening, muscles tensing, every nerve ending suddenly hyper-aware of her proximity. Nia. Warning or plea, I'm not sure which. Maybe both. Her name feels dangerous in my mouth, loaded with everything we've carefully avoided saying. Everything that happened between firelight and dawn, between desperate honesty and careful planning. She reaches up, fingers finding the edge of my jaw where stubble gives way to skin. The touch burns despite her cold fingertips, sending electricity straight down my spine. I should step back. Should maintain the professional distance we agreed on. Should protect us both from complications neither of us needs. Instead, I stand perfectly still, letting her fingers trace the line of tension I carry in my jaw, letting her touch dissolve some of the careful control I've wrapped around myself like armor. See you on the other side of the rumor mill. Before I can respond, she rises on her toes and presses her mouth to mine. Not desperate this time, not driven by storm fear or firelight confessions. Intentional, gentle. A goodbye that tastes like possibility and regret in equal measure. Her lips move against mine with devastating softness, coaxing my mouth to relax, to respond, to forget every reason this is supposed to be hard. My hands find her waist without permission, pulling her closer despite every tactical instinct screaming about clean exits and controlled variables. When she pulls back, my mouth follows hers for a heartbeat before discipline reasserts itself. Her eyes hold mine, searching for something I'm not sure I'm able to give her. Something like hope, maybe, or faith in outcomes I can't guarantee. I'll meet you there. The words come forth before I can calculate their cost, before tactical assessment can override whatever broken thing inside me needs to make that promise. Her face transforms, surprise melting into something that looks dangerously close to hope. She steps back, creating space that feels like a chasm. Her hand slips from my jaw, fingertips trailing across stubble before falling to her side. The absence of her touch hits harder than the mountain wind. Good. One word, but it carries weight enough to shift the ground beneath my feet. She moves toward the steps, each footfall deliberate, measured. No looking back, no hesitation. Professional exit strategy executed with military accuracy. I watch her navigate the snow-packed driveway, boots finding purchase on ice that would send most people sprawling. She learned balance these past few days, how to move through unstable terrain without losing herself. The lesson extends beyond winter survival. Her car door opens again with a protest of cold metal. She pauses before sliding behind the wheel, one hand on the frame, looking back at the lodge. Not at me, at the building itself, like she's memorizing something worth keeping. She reverses carefully, tires finding traction on the gravel I cleared this morning. Through the windshield, I catch a glimpse of her profile, chin raised, shoulders straight, ready to face whatever waits in town. The car rolls down my drive, gaining speed as it approaches the main road. Red taillights flicker through bare trees, growing smaller, more distant. The sound of her engine fades beneath wind through pine branches, leaving silence that feels heavier than the storm we survived. I remain on the porch until long after the taillights disappear, until cold seeps through my flannel and settles in my bones, until standing here becomes an act of self-punishment rather than farewell. Inside, the lodge feels cavernous. Her coffee mug sits abandoned by the fireplace, lipstick stain on the rim like evidence of temporary warmth. The thermal shirt she borrowed hangs folded on the couch arm, still holding faint traces of vanilla. I move through rooms that echo with recent laughter, recent honesty, recent everything I'm not built to process. The guest bedroom door stands open, bed neatly made with military corners that would make any drill sergeant proud. She learned that too these past few days. My chest constricts, muscles seizing around something that feels suspiciously like panic. Not the clean terror of combat or natural disaster. Those I understand can counter with training and preparation. This is different. Messier. The kind of wound that doesn't respond to tactical pressure or emergency protocols. The satellite phone buzzes against my hip. County dispatcher, probably. Updates on road conditions, weather reports, routine check-ins with isolated residents. The outside world reasserting its claim on my attention. I let it ring.
Chapter 21. Nia. The drive down the mountain feels like descending into a different universe. 20 minutes ago, I existed in a snow globe where the only reality was firelight and Michael's hands and the sound of wind against sturdy walls. Now civilization creeps back in layers. First the county road with its fresh plow marks, then the highway with actual traffic. Finally, the outskirts of Cedar Falls, with its predictable sprawl of gas stations and chain restaurants. My phone buzzes to life as cell towers reclaim me. 17 missed calls, 43 text messages, 3 voicemails. The digital avalanche of a life I temporarily abandoned crashes back with vengeance. I pull into the Safeway parking lot to survey the damage. Most messages carry Tasha's increasingly frantic energy. "Girl, where are you escalating to? I'm calling search and rescue if you don't answer by yesterday afternoon." Sweet that she worried. Terrifying that she might have actually followed through. 3 calls from work. 2 from my dentist confirming Thursday's appointment. 1 from a number I don't recognize but probably should. Nothing from Zach. That silence feels loaded, dangerous in ways I can't quite name yet. The grocery store beckons with fluorescent normalcy. I need coffee, actual food, something to stock my empty refrigerator when I get home. More importantly, I need to test the waters. Cedar Falls serves as Zach's hometown base, the place he retreats when city life gets too expensive or complicated. Half the people here watched him grow up, remember him as the golden boy who'd make something of himself someday. They also remember me as the girl who followed him here for summer weekends and holiday visits. The one who laughed at his stories and looked appropriately impressed when he showed off his high school football trophies. I push through automatic doors into climate-controlled mundanity, grab a basket, head for the coffee aisle. Simple mission, ordinary Tuesday afternoon shopping, nothing scandalous about buying groceries, except Nia Brooks? The voice belongs to Mrs. Peterson, Zach's former neighbor, silver-haired, sweet-faced, the kind of woman who bakes cookies for new neighbors and remembers everyone's birthday. She's examining pasta sauce with the dedication of a sommelier, but her attention snaps to me with laser focus. "Hi, Mrs. Peterson." "Oh, honey, we heard about the terrible weather up in the mountains. Were you visiting someone up there?" The question sounds innocent enough. Casual interest from someone who remembers me fondly. But her eyes hold that particular gleam, the one that says she already knows more than she's letting on. "Car trouble during the storm? Well, thank goodness someone helped you out. These mountain roads can be so dangerous this time of year." 2 women round the corner into our aisle. I recognize them vaguely. Faces from Zach's social media, friends of friends, the peripheral people who populate small-town social networks. They slow their cart, pretending to examine cereal, while their ears practically swivel in our direction. Yes, I was very fortunate. "And Michael Caine helped you? Zach's father?" The words hit the air like a match striking gasoline. The careful innocence evaporates, replaced by something sharper, hungrier. Behind her, the 2 women exchange glances that slice through any pretense of casual encounter. My spine straightens automatically. This is it then. The moment where careful distance dissolves and reality reasserts its claim. Where private choices become public property, subject to interpretation by people who don't know the first thing about what actually happened. Mr. Caine assisted with the rescue, yes. My voice stays level, professional. The same tone I use with difficult clients, the one that suggests any reasonable person would move along to more interesting topics. Mrs. Peterson doesn't take the hint. How nice that he was available to help. Such a capable man, Michael. Very hands-on with his rescue work. The pause before hands-on carries enough weight to topple mountains. Behind her, one of the women starts typing frantically on her phone. Social media update in real time probably. The modern version of Town Crier, broadcasting gossip at light speed. If you'll excuse me, I need to finish shopping. I move toward the coffee display, hoping distance will discourage further conversation. It doesn't. Mrs. Peterson follows, her cartwheels squeaking with each rotation like a soundtrack to my growing dread. Of course, dear. I just think it's wonderful how the Caine men are always so willing to help. Different generations, same generous spirit. The comparison lands like a slap. Different generations. Same last name. The implication hangs between us, thick as mountain fog and twice as suffocating. Have a good afternoon, Mrs. Peterson. I grab the first bag of coffee my fingers touch and head for checkout. Behind me, voices drop to excited whispers, phones emerge from purses, and the machinery of small-town speculation kicks into overdrive. The cashier, barely 18, nose ring glinting under fluorescent lights, scans my single item with studied disinterest. Then her eyes flick up, recognition dawning like unwelcome sunrise. Wait, aren't you the girl who dated Zach Kane? Yes, I dated Zach Kane. The words come out steady, matter of fact. No apology, no elaboration. I hand over exact change and maintain eye contact until she looks away first. Small victories in grocery store warfare. My phone buzzes as I push through the automatic doors. Tasha's name flashes across the screen like a lifeline, thrown into churning waters. Thank God you're alive. I was about to file a missing person report. Sorry, phone died during the storm. Storm? What storm? Girl, I need details because the internet is losing its collective mind. I load my meager groceries into the car, grateful for the mundane task. What are you talking about? Define what you mean by what storm first. Because according to social media, you've been living your best mountain life with a certain silver fox. Heat creeps up my neck. How could social media possibly know anything? Honey, we live in the age of digital surveillance disguised as community concern. Someone posted about seeing Michael Caine's truck near a car wreck on Highway 7. Then someone else connected dots. Then Zach started subtweeting about interesting developments and new lovers who choose convenience over commitment. I slide into the driver's seat and close my eyes. Of course, Zach would weaponize social media the moment he sensed opportunity for maximum drama. Are the rumors true? Define true. Did you sleep with your ex-boyfriend's father during a blizzard? Trust Tasha to cut straight through euphemism and land on the most uncomfortable possible phrasing. I start the engine, needing the illusion of movement even while parked. It wasn't like that. Nia Brooks, do not make me drive up there and physically shake answers out of you. I've been refreshing Instagram for 2 days straight. My thumb is developing a repetitive stress injury. Despite everything, laughter bubbles up. You're ridiculous. I'm concerned. There's a difference. Now, spill before I start making assumptions based on Zach's cryptic posting schedule. The parking lot stretches around me, ordinary and mundane. Cars coming and going, people living their uncomplicated Tuesday afternoon lives. No one else dealing with the surreal experience of having their private choices dissected by strangers in produce aisles. Michael rescued me from a wreck. Storm lasted 3 days. We were snowed in together. And we're adults who made adult decisions. Nia. What? I've known you since college. I can hear your stubborn voice. The one you use when you're about to make a point about personal autonomy while completely ignoring practical consequences. I grip the steering wheel. What consequences? I broke up with Zach before anything happened. I don't owe anyone explanations about my personal life. You don't owe them, but they're taking them anyway. Someone posted a screenshot of Zach's story from last night. Quote, "Funny how some people move on so fast. Guess convenience trumps loyalty these days. Hashtag family values. Hashtag knowing your worth. The hashtags hit like physical blows. Convenience. Family values. The careful construction of narrative that paints me as opportunistic, predatory even. Trading one Kane for another like some sort of calculated social climbing. He's unbelievable. He's also trending locally. 300 likes and counting. Hold up. Someone posted a photo? Oh, honey, you haven't seen it yet? Check Instagram. Search Cedar Falls drama. It's Well, it's something. I pull up the app with shaking fingers, type in the hashtag. The first result makes my stomach drop through the car floor. The image fills my phone screen like a punch to the solar plexus. There I am, wrapped in Michael's massive parka, my face barely visible beneath the hood, but unmistakably mine. And there's Michael, arms locked around me in classic rescue carry, his expression focused and determined as he lifts me toward his truck. Snow swirls around us in crystalline chaos, headlights cutting dramatic angles through the storm. It's beautiful, actually. Cinematic. The kind of photograph that would win awards if it weren't currently destroying my life. The caption reads, "Local hero Michael Caine rescues stranded motorist during Christmas blizzard. Hashtag Cedar Falls. Hashtag community. Hashtag heroes." Innocent enough until you scroll down to the comments. Then the picture transforms from heartwarming rescue documentation into something else entirely. Isn't that Zach's ex? Interesting timing. She sure moved on fast. From son to father. Classy. Family discount, I guess, haha. Poor Zach. Betrayed by his own blood. Each comment lands like a separate blow. The photograph captures the exact moment Michael pulled me from the wreckage, literally and figuratively. But frozen in digital amber, stripped of context, it becomes evidence of something tawdry, something calculated. "Nia, you still there?" Tasha's voice pulls me back from the spiral. I realize I've been holding my breath. "Yeah, I'm here. I'm looking at it." The photo's actually gorgeous. Very rugged mountain man saves damsel in distress. But the comments are a masterclass in small-town character assassination. When was this taken? I squint at the timestamp. Couple of nights ago. The actual rescue. My voice catches. Someone was just there, watching, taking pictures while I was freezing in a ditch. The implications settle like ice in my veins. This wasn't accidental documentation. Someone saw Michael's truck, saw the rescue happening, and thought to grab their camera. Someone who knew exactly what they were capturing and exactly how it would play once the right people connected the right dots. Who posted it originally? Account called Mountain Watch CF. Anonymous, obviously, but the metadata shows it was uploaded yesterday morning. Yesterday morning. The day after the roads cleared. The day after Michael and I said goodbye. Someone sat on this photograph for 2 full days, waiting for the perfect moment to detonate it. This is insane, Tasha. Someone literally stalked my car accident. Welcome to the digital age, honey, where your private disasters become public entertainment. I scroll through more comments, each one worse than the last. Someone's already cross-referenced the timestamp with local weather reports, proving we were snowed in together for days. Another commenter helpfully provides Michael's address, his business information, even his LinkedIn profile. The internet is terrifying. The internet is efficient and thorough and completely lacking in chill. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Saw the photo? Hope Daddy Kane was worth it. Z. He's texting me from burner numbers now. Screenshot everything. Document the harassment. For what? The police? Officer, my ex-boyfriend is subtweeting about my love life isn't exactly a criminal case. No, but establishing a pattern helps if things escalate. If things escalate. Like there's any question. Zach's never met a spotlight he couldn't turn into a solar flare, never encountered drama he couldn't amplify into full-scale theater. This photograph hands him enough ammunition to wage psychological warfare for months. Another text arrives. Family reunions are going to be awkward. Oh, God.
Chapter 22. Michael. The tow yard squats behind chain link and razor wire like a graveyard for broken dreams. I pull up to the office trailer, engine ticking as it cools in the afternoon air. Through grimy windows, I spot Danny Reeves hunched over his phone, thumbs moving with the frantic energy of someone spreading gossip faster than wildfire. The bell above the door announces my arrival with a rusty clang. Danny's head snaps up, guilt flashing across his weathered face, before he slides the phone into his desk drawer. Too late. I already caught the blue glow of social media reflected in his wire-rimmed glasses. "Michael, wasn't expecting you today." I pull out my wallet, count off bills. The amount Danny quoted yesterday seems reasonable enough. Mountain rescue during a blizzard commands premium pricing. What bothers me is the way his fingers twitch toward that desk drawer, like his phone's burning a hole through the cheap particle board. $350, right? That's it. Money changes hands with mechanical efficiency. Danny scribbles a receipt on company letterhead that's seen better decades. The whole transaction should take 90 seconds, tops. Professional courtesy between men who've done business before. Except Danny keeps glancing at that drawer, and his knee bounces under the desk like he's sitting on live ammunition. "Something else you need to discuss?" Nah, we're square." He tears off my copy of the receipt with unnecessary force. You know how people talk. "I don't actually. Enlighten me." The words come out flat, command tone creeping in despite my best efforts. Danny's Adam's apple bobs as he swallows whatever clever response he was brewing. "Nothing serious. Just that rescue photo's making the rounds. People connecting dots, you know? Small town, big imaginations." "What rescue photo?" Danny's face goes 3 shades paler. You haven't seen it?" The drawer slides open like he's disarming a bomb. His phone emerges, screen already glowing with the damning evidence. He hesitates, caught between gossip addiction and self-preservation instinct. "Show me!" My voice is a menacing growl. The screen rotates toward me, revealing a moment frozen in digital amber. There I am, carrying Nia through the storm, her face barely visible beneath my parka hood. The photographer caught us in perfect profile, her arms wrapped around my neck, my jaw set with focus, snow swirling like movie magic around the rescue. It's actually a decent shot. Dramatic lighting, good composition. Could have been pulled from some Hollywood disaster film if you stripped away the context. "Where did this come from?" "Posted yesterday on the community page. Anonymous account." Danny's voice drops to whisper-level conspiracy. But the metadata shows it was taken the night of the rescue. Someone was out there watching. I study the timestamp, cross-reference it with my memory of that night. The photographer positioned themselves uphill from the crash site, probably 50 yards back. Far enough to stay hidden, close enough to capture intimate details with a decent zoom lens. Someone followed me to the rescue, or knew where to wait. Danny immediately regrets the implication. I mean, radio chatter gets monitored. Emergency responders, tow operators, even some locals with scanners. Emergency radio traffic. Of course, every call I made that night went out over county frequencies, available to anyone with basic equipment and too much time. Someone heard the coordinates, grabbed their camera, and positioned themselves for the perfect shot. Who runs scanner monitoring around here? Couple of guys. Jerry Hutchins does it for his blog. Posts emergency updates, road closures, that sort of thing. Usually harmless stuff. Usually. Yeah, well, this one's got legs. Comment section's going wild. Danny angles the phone so I can scroll through responses. Each one lands like a separate punch to the solar plexus. From son to father. Staying in the family. Poor Zach. Bad enough losing a girlfriend, but to his own dad? Kane men sure know how to share. The comments spiral downward from there, each more vicious than the last. Anonymous usernames lobbing accusations, drawing conclusions, painting narratives that transform a simple rescue into something predatory. Something calculated. This is what passes for community discourse these days? Internet brings out the worst in people. No consequences for bad behavior. I hand the phone back before I'm tempted to crush it. You contributing to this conversation, Danny? Me? Nah, man. I mind my own business. The lie sits between us like roadkill. His phone buzzed 3 times during our conversation, notifications he keeps dismissing with nervous swipes. This office probably serves as information central for half the town's gossip network. Good policy. Recommend you stick with it. Absolutely. What people do in private stays private, far as I'm concerned. Another lie, but he's committed to the performance. I pocket the receipt and head for the door. Behind me, Danny's already reaching for his phone again, probably crafting his next update for whoever's waiting on the other end of his gossip pipeline. The bell clangs my departure like a funeral toll. Outside, my truck feels like a sanctuary. 4 walls of steel and determination, insulated from the digital mob forming around Nia's reputation. I sit in the driver's seat, engine off, watching afternoon shadows creep across the tow yard's collection of broken vehicles. My phone buzzes. Text from an unknown number. Saw the photo. Family tradition? I delete it without responding, then block the number, then turn off notifications entirely. This is just the beginning. The phone feels heavier than it should as I scroll through my contacts. Graham Ellis, my business partner, programmed his crisis management contact into my phone years ago, back when our security firm started landing government contracts that came with media scrutiny. Meridian Communications, Crisis Response Team. I tap the number before I'm able to second-guess myself. 2 rings, then a voice smooth as expensive whiskey. Meridian Communications, this is Victoria. How can we manage your narrative today? The phrasing makes my jaw clench. Michael Caine, I need damage control for a personal situation that's gone public. Mr. Caine, of course. I'm familiar with your firm's reputation. Let me transfer you to our lead strategist. Just give me the basics. Photo leak, small-town gossip, social media amplification. What's the play? Papers rustle on her end, probably pulling up a template response from their crisis cookbook. Standard protocol would be immediate narrative reframing. We issue a statement characterizing the relationship as professional rescue assistance. Emphasize your military service record. Pivot to your charitable work. Classic hero angle deflection. Deflection. Absolutely. We create separation between the perceived scandal and your professional reputation. Distance equals safety, Mr. Caine. I watch a hawk circle overhead, hunting for something real in all this manufactured noise. What about the woman involved? Secondary concern. Our job is protecting your brand equity. She's unfortunately collateral damage in this scenario, but we can minimize... Stop. The line goes quiet except for the sound of Victoria recalibrating her approach. Probably the first time someone's interrupted her mid-pitch. I'm sorry, Mr. Caine. Did I misunderstand your priorities? You understood them perfectly. That's the problem. My thumb lingers over the disconnect button. Everything about this conversation feels wrong. The clinical language, the assumption that Nia's reputation is expendable, the idea that truth needs to be managed instead of simply told. Mr. Caine, should I schedule a strategy session for this afternoon? No, thanks for your time. I end the call before she can launch into another sales presentation. The silence that follows feels clean, purposeful, like stepping out of a smoky room into mountain air. This is exactly the kind of thinking that got me in trouble during my marriage, believing other people knew better than I did about my own life. Letting consultants and advisors talk me into strategies that felt wrong but sounded smart. Elaine loved that approach. Polish the image, manage the message, never let anyone see the cracks. My phone buzzes with a text from Nia. Grocery run complete. Only 3 people stared. Progress. I smile despite the circumstances. She's facing this head-on while I'm sitting in a truck considering spin doctors. The contrast hits like cold water. Another text follows. How's your day treating you, hero? My fingers start typing a sanitized response, then stop. No deflection, no management, just truth. Badly, but better now. Her reply comes back fast. Want to talk about it? Always. The truck engine turns over on the second try, a low rumble that matches the tension coiled in my chest. Town sits 15 minutes down the mountain. 15 minutes to figure out what the hell I'm going to say to Nia that doesn't sound like damage control or crisis management. The road curves through pine stands that still wear yesterday's snow like formal wear. Beautiful country. Peaceful country. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, and privacy exists only in the space between your ears. My phone sits silent on the passenger seat, screen dark but somehow still radiating the weight of that photo. Anonymous photographer, strategic positioning, perfect timing. Someone wanted this story told, wanted these dots connected for public consumption. The question burning through my skull: was Nia the target, or was I? Could be either. Could be both. Small towns love their scandals, especially when they involve people who've managed to rise above the general misery index. Success breeds resentment. Happiness breeds sabotage. And whatever's developing between Nia and me represents both.
Chapter 23. Nia. The bakery's bell chimes my exit like a tiny victory song. Mission accomplished. 12 chocolate croissants for tomorrow's client meeting, plus a cinnamon roll I absolutely didn't need but bought anyway. Sometimes self-care looks like pastry and defiance. The paper bag crinkles against my chest as I navigate the sidewalk slush, boots finding purchase on ice patches that haven't surrendered to the afternoon sun. My car sits 20 yards away in the municipal lot, freedom measured in footsteps. Well, well. Look who's back in civilization. The voice stops me cold. Familiar tone, familiar arrogance, familiar way of making every word sound like an accusation wrapped in charm. I turn slowly, already calculating escape routes. Zach leans against the brick wall between the bakery and the coffee shop. Designer coat unbuttoned despite the December chill. His sandy hair catches the light like he's posing for a magazine, spread about casual confrontation. The garish gold chain winks from his open collar, the one I used to find attractive, back when I confused surface polish for substance. Zach. I shift the bakery bag to my other arm, creating space between us. Fancy seeing you here. Not that fancy. Small town, limited hangouts. His pale hazel eyes scan me from boots to beanie, inventory disguised as interest. You look refreshed. Mountain air agrees with you. The emphasis on mountain lands like a slap. He knows about the photo, knows about the gossip, knows exactly why my cheeks are burning despite the cold air. Fresh air works wonders. You should try it sometime. Oh, I've been getting plenty of fresh perspective lately. He pushes off the wall, moving closer with that easy grace that once made my heart skip. Now it just makes my stomach clench. Funny how clarity comes when people show their true colors. A cluster of teenagers emerges from the coffee shop, phones already recording. One nudges another, whispers flying faster than snowflakes. Within seconds, we've attracted an audience eager for drama. Is that her? The whisper carries across the sidewalk like wildfire. The one from the photo? That's definitely Zach Kane. My spine straightens. Public spectacle wasn't on today's agenda, but here we are. Time to choose between retreat and standing ground. Retreat feels safer. Standing ground feels right. If you have something to say, Zach, say it. Otherwise, I have places to be. Places to be. He laughs, sharp and bitter. Like Dad's cabin? Cozy little hideaway for family bonding? The teenagers' phones tilt in our direction, capturing every word for social media posterity. A couple emerges from the bookstore across the street, clearly recognizing the players in their local drama. The woman tugs her husband's sleeve, pointing. That's none of your business anymore. None of my business? His voice climbs, performance art for our growing audience. My girlfriend runs off with my father, and it's none of my business? Ex-girlfriend, and I didn't run anywhere. I left. Specifically, I left you. For him, the words crack like a whip, For my own goddamn father. An older woman with a grocery cart stops to watch, pretending to check her phone while obviously eavesdropping. Two men in work clothes pause their conversation outside the hardware store. The audience multiplies by the minute, drawn by raised voices and the promise of scandal. I left you for me, Zach. Everything else happened after. Right, sure it did. He steps closer, close enough that his expensive cologne mingles with the winter air. Convenient timing, though. Storm hits, you crash right where he can find you. Almost like you planned it. The accusation hits like ice water. Around us, phones capture every moment, every expression, every word that'll be dissected on community pages before dinner. But something in his tone, the calculated cruelty, the public humiliation tactics, sparks anger that burns hotter than embarrassment. You think I orchestrated a car accident? In a blizzard? For what exactly? Attention. Drama. A chance to play damsel in distress for someone who has money. The crowd grows. Mrs. Hazelton from the post office appears with her sister. A couple of college kids on winter break position themselves for better angles. Even the barista from the coffee shop steps outside, wiping her hands on her apron like she's settling in for a show. Wow. I set the bakery bag on a nearby bench, freeing my hands. 2 years together, and you really think that little of me? I think you're opportunistic. I think you saw a chance to trade up and took it. The phones gleam like vultures' eyes in the afternoon light, each device angled for maximum drama capture. I count at least 7 screens pointed our direction, not including the ones pretending to film something else. You cheated on me with my father? The words waft between us like smoke, designed to provoke, to trap, to make me either confirm scandal or sound like a liar. Smart audience, smartphones. Every syllable will be dissected, screenshot, and shared before the bakery closes. I broke up with you, remember? I keep my voice neutral. Let him fill the silence with his own assumptions. Let the crowd wonder. Better to seem mysterious than give them ammunition. Zach's jaw twitches. He expected tears, denials, explanations that could be twisted into content. Instead, I offer him nothing but a steady gaze and the faint smile I perfected during 2 years of his passive-aggressive performances. Don't play innocent. We both know what happened up there. Do we? Mrs. Hazelton leans closer to her sister, stage whispering behind her gloved hand. The college kids exchange grins, clearly thrilled to witness small-town drama worthy of their TikTok feeds. A businessman in a wool coat pauses his phone call, openly eavesdropping while pretending to check messages. Zach's pale eyes narrow. The charming mask slips, revealing the petulant boy underneath who never learned to lose gracefully. You think you're so clever, playing the victim while you spread your legs for... Careful. The word cuts sharp as winter wind, but he's past careful now, past strategic. The audience emboldens him, feeds his need for performance, for making someone else small to feel big again. What? Afraid people will hear the truth, that you're just another brat who... Stop. Jump from my bed to his the first chance you got. Classic hussy move, really. Can you say daddy issues? The phones zoom closer. Someone giggles. Mrs. Hazelton gasps audibly, clutching her purse, but something cold settles in my chest, precision replacing anger. Finished with your little monologue? I'm just getting started. Good. Because now it's my turn. I step closer, voice dropping to conversational volume that somehow carries more menace than shouting. 2 years, Zach. 2 years I watched you flirt with bartenders, DM college girls, and gaslight me into thinking jealousy was my character flaw. His mouth opens. I raise one finger. 2 years of you using daddy's money while calling him controlling. 2 years of you promising to grow up next month, next year, next lifetime. My smile sharpens. And in all that time, The most mature thing you ever did was accidentally prove I made the right choice by leaving. You can't just, oh, but I can. Because here's what really happened. For anyone recording, I addressed the phones directly, letting my voice carry to every eager ear. I dumped you because you're selfish, unreliable, and 28 years old with the emotional development of wet toast. To top it off, I swear every head swivels, every breath held to see what I'll say next. You're terrible in bed. His face flushes red above the designer collar. You're, careful with that next word. Don't want this to make the 5 o'clock news, do we? The bakery door chimes behind me like cavalry, arriving too late for the battle. Flour dusts the apron of the woman who emerges, mid-50s. Steel gray hair twisted into a practical bun. Forearms that suggest she kneads bread by hand and takes no prisoners. All right, enough. Her voice carries the authority of someone who's broken up bar fights and church committee arguments with equal efficiency. Zachary Kane, you're disturbing my customers and scaring off foot traffic. She plants herself between us like a human wall, arms crossed. The scent of fresh bread and cinnamon rolls creates an oddly domestic backdrop to public humiliation. This is a private conversation, Zach starts, on a public sidewalk with half the town recording. She jerks her chin toward the phones. Either take it somewhere else or take it down a notch. Mrs. Hazelton is clearly torn between moral outrage and entertainment value. The college kids lower their phones slightly, unsure whether the show's over or just intermissioned. She can't just... Zach's voice cracks on the edge of petulance. She can and she did. Now move along before I call Deputy Murphy. Zach's mouth opens and closes like a fish gasping on deck. His carefully styled hair no longer looks artfully tousled, just messy. The gold chain catches the light as his chest rises and falls with shallow, humiliated breaths. This isn't over, he mutters, but the words carry all the menace of a deflated balloon. Yes, it is. The bakery owner's tone suggests she's settled harder arguments with less effort. The silence stretches for exactly 3 heartbeats. Then someone starts clapping. Slow, deliberate applause that builds as others join in. Mrs. Hazelton beams like she's witnessed a particularly satisfying courtroom drama. The college kids whoop. The businessman nods approvingly while typing furiously on his phone. Even the barista grins from her doorway. "Brava!" calls one of the work-clothed men. About time someone told him off proper. "You tell him, honey," Mrs. Hazelton's sister adds, her voice carrying across the street. The clapping intensifies. Phones that were recording the confrontation now capture the applause, the approval, the small-town solidarity rally forming around my public destruction of Zach's ego. Heat floods my cheeks, but this time it's not anger. It's mortification. Pure, crystalline embarrassment that cuts deeper than Zach's accusations ever could. This isn't victory. This is spectacle. Stop. I hold up both hands, but the clapping continues. Please just stop. The bakery owner's knowing eyes catch mine. She understands. Sometimes winning feels exactly like losing.
Chapter 24. Michael. The disturbance hits me before I round the corner onto Main Street. Something wrong in the air. Tension crackling like electricity before a storm. Cars sit parked at crooked angles, engines idling while drivers crane necks toward whatever spectacle has drawn them like scavengers to roadkill. My hands tighten further on the steering wheel. 20 years of tactical training taught me to read chaos before seeing it, and every instinct screams threat detected. The wrongness tastes metallic, sharp with cruelty and mob mentality. Through the open truck window, fragments of conversation drift on the winter air. Kane catches my ear first, then father and photo. The words slice through ambient noise like shrapnel finding soft targets. Ice settles in my veins before I spot them. Nia stands on the sidewalk outside the bakery, spine straight as a rifle barrel, chin lifted in defiance that doesn't quite hide the strain around her eyes. A paper bag sits abandoned at her feet like a casualty of war. 20 feet away, Zach gestures wildly, his designer coat unbuttoned despite the December chill, face flushed with the particular red that signals public humiliation turned to rage. The crowd circles them like vultures. Phones glint in afternoon sunlight, weapons drawn, recording every word for social media dissection. Mrs. Hazelton clutches her purse, eyes bright with scandal hunger. College kids grin behind their screens, capturing small-town drama for their feeds. Even the coffee shop barista has emerged, wiping her hands on her apron like she's settling in for entertainment. My foot finds the brake without conscious thought. The truck lurches to a stop half on the curb, tires scraping concrete with a sound that makes several heads turn. The engine's still running when I push the door open, boots hitting pavement with deliberate force. Every step forward carries the measured precision of insertion into hostile territory. Not a father stepping into family drama, a soldier walking into crossfire with civilians caught in the blast radius. "You think you're so clever," Zach's voice carries across the distance, sharp with venom. "Playing the victim while you spread your legs for—" "Careful." Nia's response cuts clean as winter wind, but I catch the slight tremor beneath her controlled tone. My jaw locks. The crowd seems to sense movement behind them, heads swiveling, phones tilting to capture new angles. Someone whispers, "That's him. That's the dad." 10 feet away now. Close enough to hear Zach's breathing, see the gold chain winking at his throat, smell his expensive cologne mixing with the scent of fresh bread from the bakery. Close enough to watch him work himself into the kind of public tantrum that ends careers and ruins lives. What? Afraid people will hear the truth? The word hangs in the air like smoke from a gunshot. Phones zoom closer. Mrs. Hazelton gasps audibly. But something shifts in Nia's posture. Steel replacing hurt, precision replacing emotion. "Stop!" Her voice carries quiet authority that somehow commands more respect than shouting. "Jump from my bed to his the first chance you got." Classic hussy move, really. Can you say daddy issues? 5 feet away. Close enough to see the slight tremor in Nia's hands, the way she's fighting to maintain composure while my son dismantles her dignity for public consumption. Close enough to watch her transform hurt into weapon-grade composure. "Finished with your little monologue?" The crowd leans forward, hungry for blood. Phones capture every micro-expression, every word that'll be screenshot and shared before the bakery closes. I count at least 7 screens pointed in their direction, not including the ones pretending to film something else. My boots find purchase on ice-slicked concrete. Another step forward brings me within striking distance. Not that I'd lay a hand on him in front of cameras, but close enough that my presence becomes undeniable fact rather than whispered rumor. The crowd shifts before I reach them, bodies instinctively creating space like water parting around a blade. Conversations fracture mid-sentence. Even the college kids lower their phones slightly, some primal survival instinct recognizing predator from prey. "Conversation's over." The words cut through winter air, low, steady, carrying the weight of absolute finality. Not a suggestion, not a request. A statement of fact delivered with the quiet certainty of someone who's ended far more dangerous confrontations than this. The bakery bell, which had been chiming softly in the breeze, suddenly stills on its hinge. Sound swallows itself. No whispers, no phone clicks, no shuffling feet. Even the traffic seems to pause mid-breath, waiting. Zach spins toward me, his coat whipping around his frame. Humiliation flares in his pale hazel eyes, transforming instantly into the kind of fury that comes from being caught acting small in front of an audience. His face flushes deeper red, spreading down his neck where that gold chain catches afternoon light. "You stole my girlfriend!" The accusation cracks the air like a whip, raw and childish and desperate. It hangs there in the space between us, exposed for what it is. The tantrum of a boy who's never learned that the world doesn't owe him anything. A phone flashes nearby, capturing the exact moment the word stole splits the silence, preserving it for digital eternity. I don't rise to it. Don't justify or explain or defend. Don't give him the satisfaction of seeing me react to bait that wouldn't catch a fish. Instead, I step closer. One measured pace, then another. Close enough that he has to tilt his chin up to meet my eyes. Close enough that the crowd can see the difference between us, not just in height, but in gravity, in presence, in the kind of quiet authority that doesn't need to shout to be heard. Respect her. My voice stays level, controlled. Start there. For a heartbeat, it's just us, father and son, mirror and mistake. The crowd fades to background noise, phones forgotten, whispers suspended. Breath steams between us like gun smoke in the cold air. I don't blink. Don't move. Don't give ground. Years of command discipline anchor me in silence while his bravado withers under steady gray eyes that have stared down worse men in worse places. The kind of silence that makes people confess things they never meant to say. That makes lies crumble and truth rise to the surface like oil on water. His jaw works soundlessly. His hands clench and unclench at his sides. When he finally looks away, the spell breaks. The crowd exhales collectively. I turn to Nia, letting the steel drain from my voice. The crowd still hovers at the edges of my peripheral vision, phones glinting like scavenger eyes. But my focus narrows to her, to the way her shoulders hold tension like armor, to the slight tremor in her hands that she's trying to hide. Let's go. Her amber eyes meet mine, recognition flickering there, not just relief, but something deeper. Understanding. The acknowledgement that we're in this together now, whatever this becomes. The bakery bag lies crumpled on the sidewalk where she dropped it, its brown paper twisted like discarded hope. I bend to retrieve it, smoothing the wrinkles before pressing it into her hands. Her fingers brush mine for half a heartbeat, warm, alive, grounding us both to something real beneath the circus of public spectacle. Thank you. Her voice carries quiet strength, but I catch the hairline crack underneath. We move through the crowd together, bodies parting before us like water around the prow of a ship. The whispers start immediately, electric fences of gossip snapping at our heels. Did you see how he looked at Zach? She's not even embarrassed. Bold as brass, both of them. Each comment lands like buckshot, scattered but stinging. Nia's chin lifts another degree with every whispered lie, every assumption wrapped in judgment and served with small-town relish. Her stride stays steady, purposeful, but I feel the effort it costs her. A college kid with his phone raised tracks our movement, recording every step. The camera follows us like a sniper's scope, capturing whatever narrative will play best on his social feeds. When our eyes meet through the screen, I lift my gaze just enough. Steel finding glass. The phone lowers immediately, muscle memory of command authority cutting through digital distance. We reach her car parked 3 spaces down from the bakery. The crowd thins but doesn't disperse, lingering like smoke after a fire, eager for whatever encore might follow. Nia fumbles for her keys, fingers shaking slightly as adrenaline begins its inevitable retreat. The keys tumble from her grip, metal singing against asphalt. She starts to bend for them, but I catch her wrist midair, steadying her before she can fall into the gravity of what just happened. You're okay. The reassurance comes automatically, muscle memory taking over from years of keeping people anchored in chaos. But the words carry weight beyond comfort. They carry promise, commitment, the kind of certainty that builds bridges across impossible spaces. Her pulse jumps under my fingers, rapid and strong, life asserting itself despite the vultures circling overhead. The energy between us shifts, humming with something beyond adrenaline. Recognition, connection, the storm that's been building since the moment I pulled her from that snowbank. I release her wrist, retrieve the keys, place them in her palm. Our hands don't quite touch this time, but the space between them vibrates with electricity. She grips the steering wheel like a lifeline while I lean against the open door, positioning myself to block the most persistent onlookers. My eyes sweep the street, cataloging faces, phones, potential problems. Mrs. Hazelton has retreated to the post office steps but keeps glancing our way. The college kids hover near the coffee shop, probably uploading video clips already. Zach has vanished, sulked off to nurse his wounded pride somewhere private. You didn't have to do that. Her voice comes out hoarse, scraped raw by public humiliation and private fury. Yes, I did. Simple, unarguable. The words carry everything I won't say in public. That watching him tear her down made my vision red at the edges. That 20 years of discipline barely kept me from showing him what real consequences look like. That she deserves better than being anyone's target practice. The air between us shifts, charged with something that is unrelated to the crowd or the cameras or the wreckage of Zach's public tantrum. Everything else, the whispers, the phones, the cold, fades to background static while we exist in this pocket of gravity that pulls us toward each other despite every rational reason to step away. Her lips part, breath visible in the winter air, but no words emerge. Just that space where language fails and something rawer takes over. Gratitude braids with anger, both wound through with the kind of want that makes smart people make terrible decisions in broad daylight. Her eyes hold mine, searching for something I'm not sure I can give her. Not here. Not with Mrs. Hazelton pretending to read her mail while straining to catch every syllable. Not with phones still recording, waiting for the next moment to dissect and share and turn into digital entertainment. The doorframe creaks under my grip. Metal groans against the pressure of knuckles gone white, tendons standing out like suspension cables under strain. Every muscle in my body coils with the effort of staying exactly where I am, instead of closing the space between us, instead of cupping her face and showing this whole damn town exactly what they think they already know. Go home, Nia. The words scrape my throat raw. Command voice failing me when I need it most, coming out rougher than intended, carrying too much weight. Before they find something else to record. She nods once, sharp and decisive, but her hands tremble as she turns the key. The engine catches on the second try, exhaust puffing white in the cold air. Through the windshield, her profile stays steady, chin lifted, jaw set in the kind of determination that turns retreat into strategy. I force myself back a step, then another, giving her room to choose without my presence influencing the decision. The space between us stretches like a held breath, electric with everything unsaid. Her car pulls away from the curb with deliberate precision, tires finding traction on ice-slicked asphalt. I watch the taillights disappear around the corner, exhaust curling around my boots like morning fog, and realize my pulse hasn't slowed once since hearing my name shouted down this street. 20 years of tactical training, hostage negotiations, high-stakes operations where one wrong move meant body bags. None of them ever made my heart hammer like this. None of them ever looked at me the way she just did, like I was something worth defending instead of something that needed fixing. The crowd disperses slowly, phones finally lowering, conversations fragmenting into smaller gossip clusters. But I remain planted on the sidewalk, watching the empty space where her car used to be, feeling the ghost weight of her gratitude and the phantom heat of what almost happened between us. I've handled hostage standoffs quieter than this, but none of them ever looked at me the way she just did. And none of them ever tore me apart from the inside like she does.
Chapter 25. Nia. The cursor blinks accusingly, waiting for anything that captures the war between gratitude and pride raging in my chest, between wanting his sanctuary and needing to prove I don't need saving, between the girl who melted in his arms 2 nights ago and the woman standing in her kitchen, spine straight, refusing to be erased. I close the message without sending anything. Not out of defiance, though there's plenty of that burning under my skin, but because I don't know what I need more. Space to breathe, or him to help me remember how. My coat hangs by the door like an invitation. I grab it along with my keys, muscle memory taking over where rational thought stumbles. The gray sedan's still there when I step outside, but I don't look directly at it. Don't give whoever's inside the satisfaction of seeing me notice. Instead, I walk to my car with the measured pace of someone who has every right to be here, doing exactly what she's doing. My boots click against pavement that glitters with frost, each step deliberate and unashamed. The engine turns over with a grateful purr, and I pull onto the street without glancing at rearview mirrors or parked cars or any of the potential audience documenting my every move. Let them watch me leave. Let them wonder where I'm going and when I'll be back. I drive toward the lake overlook, not because it's hidden, but because it's vast. Because sometimes you need to feel small, somewhere that makes you larger, not invisible. The road climbs through stands of aspen and pine, their branches heavy with snow that catches the afternoon light like scattered diamonds. No other cars follow. No telephoto lenses track my movements. Just me and the mountain silence that doesn't judge or whisper or demand explanations. The overlook spreads before me like an invitation to exhale. Lake Dillon stretches below, its surface dark and still beneath a sky that promises more snow. I park and step out into air so crisp it burns my lungs, wind that carries the clean scent of altitude and pine and possibility. Here, I'm not a scandal or a complication or a problem requiring management. I'm just a woman standing at the edge of something beautiful, letting the cold bite through her coat and the vastness swallow her fury whole. My phone buzzes again. Michael's name, patient and waiting. I pull it out, thumbs moving before I have the chance to second-guess myself. Still standing. The phone screen stays dark. No immediate reply, no rush to fill the silence with reassurance or solutions. That's okay. Better than okay, actually. I don't need saving. And apparently Michael understands that distinction. I sit in the car for another moment, watching snow begin to drift across the overlook's empty parking lot. The flakes catch in my headlight beams like tiny dancers, each one unique and unafraid of melting. The engine idles beneath me, patient and warm, waiting for my next decision without judgment. When I finally shift into reverse, it's not because I'm running from anything. It's because I've remembered something important. I get to choose where I go next. The drive down the mountain feels different than the climb up. Less frantic, more purposeful. My hands rest easy on the steering wheel, and when another car passes going the opposite direction, I don't automatically scan for cameras or suspicious behavior. Just another person on their way somewhere, same as me. By the time I reach the main road, my breath has begun to fog the windshield in soft puffs that catch the dashboard lights. I reach for the defroster, then pause. There's something oddly satisfying about the evidence of my own breathing, the proof that I'm here and real and still exhaling without that bone-deep tremor that's plagued me for days. I let the fog gather for another moment before clearing it away. At the first red light, I catch sight of movement in my rearview mirror. Not the gray sedan. That anxiety belongs to earlier, to the version of myself who jumped at shadows and counted threats in parked cars. This movement is just me, checking over my shoulder with the calm awareness of someone who knows her own worth. The light turns green, and I ease forward, but my eyes drift back to the mirror, not searching for followers or photographers or any of the circus that's been trailing my life like a comet's tail. Just looking at myself. My reflection stares back from the silvered glass, amber eyes that refuse to dim despite everything that's been thrown at them today, lips that still curve naturally upward even when I'm not trying to smile, skin that glows bronze in the dashboard light, and curls that have given up any pretense of perfection but somehow look better for it. I see the woman who walked away from Zach before he could diminish her further, who made it through a blizzard with help but not rescue, who stood in a public square today and refused to shrink when the whole town turned into audience, who sent 2 words to a man who could fix everything and chose not to ask him to. Still fire, still fury, still me. The woman in the mirror meets my gaze without flinching, and at last I remember why that matters. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 26. Michael. Her car's in the driveway when I pull up, exhaust still wisping from the tailpipe. She's been back maybe 10 minutes, which means she got my message and chose silence over sanctuary. That tells me everything I need to know about the state of her pride right now. I sit in my truck for a moment, engine ticking as it cools, watching her apartment windows glow warm against the darkening sky. No movement behind the curtains, but I know she's there. Probably pacing, probably furious at the world and herself in equal measure. I climb out, boots crunching on the salted walkway that leads to her building. The cold bites through my flannel, sharp enough to remind me I drove here without a coat. Without much of a plan either, just muscle memory taking over when rational thought hit its limits. Her door is 2B, second floor, corner unit. I've never been here before, but I memorized the address months ago. Back when she was dating Zach, and I told myself knowing where she lived was just practical information. Emergency contact material. Nothing more complicated than that. The stairs creak under my weight, and I wonder if she can hear me coming. If she's standing on the other side of her door right now, debating whether to pretend she's not home. I knock. 3 measured raps that announce intention without aggression. Silence stretches long enough to make me wonder if I've miscalculated. Then the deadbolt slides back with a definitive click, and the door opens to reveal Nia Brooks in fighting stance. Chin up, shoulders squared, amber eyes blazing with the kind of fury that could melt steel. Let me guess. You tracked my phone. Your landlord called the county about media on his property. County called me. She steps back. Not invitation, but tactical retreat. I follow her into a living space that smells like vanilla and fresh laundry, warm and achingly familiar despite being foreign territory. The apartment's small but not cramped, furnished with pieces that look chosen rather than settled for. Books stacked on every available surface. A kitchen that actually gets used. So you came to rescue me from my own life. I came to check on you. Check. She closes the door with more force than necessary, the sound sharp as gunfire in the quiet space. Like I'm a problem that needs monitoring. I turn to face her, taking in the defensive set of her mouth, the way her hands have curled into loose fists at her sides. She's beautiful when she's angry, not despite the fury, but because of it. Fire burning clean and bright, no smoke to cloud the flame. You're not a problem, Nia. Then why are you here? The question hangs in the air, loaded with everything we haven't said. Why am I here? Because her landlord threatened her with eviction disguised as concern. Because some photographer turned her home into a tourist attraction. Because she sent me 2 words, still standing, and somehow managed to make them sound like both victory and goodbye. Because the thought of her facing this alone makes something primal and protective roar to life in my chest. Because you shouldn't have to handle this by yourself. Handle what exactly? She moves to the window, gestures at the empty street below. A few gossips and a nosy landlord. Some social media posts that'll be forgotten by next week. Your landlord suggested you relocate. No. Her spine stiffens, and I know I've hit the nerve she's been trying to hide. The vulnerability she'd rather armor over with defiance and bravado. He suggested. I declined. Nia, don't. She whirls to face me, and there's something wild in her expression now. Cornered animal meeting attack with counterattack. Don't you dare stand in my living room and tell me what I should do about my own life. I'm not telling you anything. I'm offering a cage. The words hit like a slap. A pretty comfortable cage where I can hide until everyone gets bored and moves on to the next scandal. Heat flares behind my ribs, the kind of controlled burn that's kept me alive through firefights and failed marriages and every other crisis that demanded clear thinking over emotional reaction. But this isn't a firefight, and Nia isn't the enemy, even when she's treating me like one. That's not what I offered, isn't it? She crosses her arms, defensive barrier between us. Come to the lodge where it's quiet and safe, where no one can see us or talk about us or turn our lives into entertainment, where I can be your dirty little secret instead of the town's favorite gossip. The accusation cuts deeper than it should, partly because it's unfair, and partly because there's a grain of truth buried in the fury. I did offer her sanctuary. I did want to pull her away from the circus and back into the space where we made sense together. You think that's what this is about? Yeah. I think you're used to fixing things by controlling them. The words hit their target with surgical precision. My jaw tightens and I feel the familiar burn of control slipping, the careful discipline I've built around every conversation, every interaction, every breath threatening to crack under the weight of what she's demanding. You want honesty? I want clarity. Her voice sharpens, each syllable carved from ice and frustration. No more cryptic protection. No more tactical deflection. Say what this is. The space between us hums with electricity, charged air that makes my skin prickle and my pulse spike. She's standing there in yoga pants and an oversized sweater, hair escaping from whatever attempt she made to tame it, and she's never looked more dangerous. Never looked more like everything I can't afford to want and can't survive to lose. Mine. The word drops between us like a grenade with the pin pulled. Raw, possessive, stripped of every filter I've spent 45 years building. It hangs in the air, too honest, too revealing, too much. Her eyes widen, pupils dilating as the admission hits its mark. I watch her process it, see the moment she decides whether to run or fight or... Ours! The correction comes quieter, steadier, and somehow hits harder than the first confession. Because mine was instinct, the territorial claim of a man who's learned to hold what matters through superior firepower and unbreakable will. But ours requires trust. Requires the kind of vulnerability that turns strong men into casualties. Ours, she repeats, testing the weight of it on her tongue. I nod, throat working around words that feel too big for my chest. Whatever this is between us, whatever it becomes, we decide together. She takes a step closer, and I catch the scent of vanilla and something uniquely her. Warmth and defiance wrapped together in a package designed to undo every defense I've ever constructed. Not the town, not your ex-wife, not Zach's wounded pride or my landlord's discomfort or anyone else's opinion about what we should or shouldn't do. Just us. Her mouth curves, the first genuine smile I've seen since I walked through her door. It transforms her face, chases away the defensive angles and replaces them with something softer, more dangerous than her anger ever was. Just us. The apartment falls quiet around us, insulated from the world that wants to tear us apart before we've even figured out what we're building. In this small space that smells like home and possibility, we've drawn a line in the sand. Everything else can wait on the other side. Well, that escalated fast, and unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version?
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. If you deny me in daylight, don't touch me at night. The words hit like a slap, sharp and precise. I blink, trying to piece together what just happened. One moment we're tangled together, her breath still hot against my skin, and the next, she's handing me my damn coat like I'm some stranger who overstayed his welcome. Nia, take it. Her voice doesn't waver, but her hands do, just enough for me to notice. She's not as steady as she's pretending to be, and that's the only thing keeping me from bolting right then and there. What's this about? I sit up, the sheet pooling around my waist, my bare chest exposed to the chill of the room. You know what it's about. She tosses the parka on the bed, the heavy fabric landing with a soft thud. You can't keep pulling me close and pushing me away. I won't let you. I'm not pushing you away. Aren't you? She folds her arms across her chest, a defensive gesture I've come to recognize. You came here tonight because you couldn't stay away. But come morning, you'll be back to your careful distance, your boundaries, It's complicated. Well, I'm not a complication, Michael. I'm a choice. I shake my head, frustration clawing at my throat. What do you want me to say? That I'll parade you around town? That I'll shout from the rooftops? I want you to mean it. Her voice cracks on the last word, and it's the first time she's let herself sound vulnerable since this conversation started. Every time you touch me, you own it. Every time you look at me, you mean it. No half measures, no denials. Because if you're going to treat me like a secret, then don't bother showing up at all. Her words hang in the air, heavy and unflinching. I reach for my parka, the weight of her accusations settling into my chest like lead. I'll leave, I say, standing slowly. But this isn't over. Isn't it? She raises an eyebrow, her amber eyes flashing in the dim light. I don't answer. By the time I reach the door, she's already turned away, her silhouette framed by the soft glow of the streetlights outside. I step into the cold night, the door clicking shut behind me. What the hell just happened?
Chapter 27. Nia. Sunlight cuts through my blinds like accusations, painting everything gold, the sweater draped over my reading chair, the sheets twisted into evidence of last night's collision, one tiny pearl button winking from the hardwood where it must have scattered when I ripped Michael's flannel open. For half a breath, muscle memory expects weight beside me. The phantom warmth of his arm, the steady rhythm of his breathing. Then reality settles, the echo of my door clicking shut, the sound of his truck rumbling away into the pre-dawn darkness. The quiet doesn't ache this time. It clarifies. I stretch, working out the pleasant soreness in my shoulders where his hands grip too tight, and pad to the kitchen. Coffee first, words second. The order feels sacred, like a ritual I'm inventing as I go. The machine gurgles to life, filling the apartment with the smell of something familiar and grounding. I lean against the counter, watching steam curl from my favorite mug, the one with the chip on the handle that Tasha keeps threatening to replace. My phone buzzes from the bedroom, then again and again. I ignore it. The laptop sits on my kitchen table where I left it yesterday, silver and patient. When I flip it open, notifications flood the screen like digital locusts. Mentions, messages, comments threading through every platform I've ever touched. Well, I murmured to the empty room. Good morning to you too, Internet. The cursor blinks in the status update box, innocent as a loaded gun. Somewhere out there, the world's already writing my story, hashtags blooming overnight like poisonous flowers, think pieces sprouting in local comment threads with titles I'm not brave enough to read yet. I take a sip of coffee, let the heat steady my hands on the keyboard. The words come clean and simple, like they've been waiting. I'm an adult woman who makes her own choices. I won't apologize for surviving a storm or for who helped me do it. Gossip fades. Integrity doesn't. No names. No defensive explanations about snowstorms or broken heaters or the way he looked at me like I was worth saving. No justifications for the choice to let him in, to let him stay, to let him matter. Just truth in clean lines. My thumb hovers over the post button, trembling barely enough to notice. In 30 seconds, this will be permanent. Public. The moment I stop letting other people control the narrative and start writing my own, the button clicks under my thumb like a gunshot. The post goes live. Simple text against white background. No photos, no dramatic formatting, no plea for understanding. Just 23 words that feel like drawing a line in the sand. There, I tell my coffee mug. Your move, world. My phone rings from the bedroom, Tasha's contact photo flashing. I let it go to voicemail, then listen to her message. Girl, what did you just... Never mind. Coming over. 20 minutes. Don't you dare leave that apartment. I laugh despite everything, the sound surprising me with its lightness. Tasha's probably already in her car, driving like she's personally offended by traffic laws. The apartment feels different now. Not like a place I'm hiding, but like a fortress I'm defending. The morning light shifts across the floor, erasing shadows, and I realize I'm not afraid of what comes next. I'm ready for it. The notification chimes start before I've even swallowed my second sip of coffee, a digital avalanche that transforms my phone into a vibrating oracle of public opinion. Ping. Ping, ping. Ping, ping, ping. Like hail hammering a tin roof during a summer storm. I flip the phone face down on the kitchen table, but the screen still pulses through the wood like a frantic heartbeat. The light bleeds around the edges, insistent as a migraine. 3 minutes. That's how long it took for my 23 words to detonate across the internet. The coffee tastes bitter now, or maybe that's just the metallic tang of adrenaline coating my tongue. I force myself to finish the cup, each sip a small act of defiance against the digital chaos I've unleashed. The doorbell rings before I can spiral into panic mode. Open up, viral sensation. Tasha's voice carries through the door, sing-song and sharp. I brought reinforcements. I unlock the deadbolt to find my best friend standing in my hallway like she's reporting for duty. She's holding a white paper bag that smells like butter and maple syrup and wearing the expression she usually reserves for emotional triage, equal parts concern and determination. You're trending, she announces, pushing past me into the apartment. Congratulations or condolences. Still deciding which is more appropriate. Trending where? I follow her to the kitchen, watching her unpack what appears to be half of Miller's Diner. Everywhere. Local Facebook groups, Twitter, that weird community forum where people argue about snow removal budgets. She sets down a stack of pancakes that could feed a small army. Oh, and someone made a TikTok using audio from that old weather disaster movie. You know, the one with the tornado. Of course they did. The good news is, you're getting support from unexpected places. Mrs. Henricks from the library posted a whole essay about bodily autonomy and small-town shaming. It's actually pretty fierce for someone who runs the knitting circle. We settle cross-legged on my couch with the pancakes between us, syrup dripping onto the newspaper Tasha brought for what she calls ironic breakfast ambiance. The headline on the front page reads, Winter Weather Advisory Extended, which feels like the universe's idea of a joke. Show me the worst of it, I say, stabbing my fork into the golden stack. Tasha pulls out her phone and scrolls with the efficiency of someone who's already done reconnaissance. Okay, so we have the standard moral outrage, lots of biblical references, some creative theories about gold digging, and at least 3 people who think you hypnotized him with your feminine wiles. My feminine wiles? Apparently, they're very powerful. Oh, and someone started a petition to have you banned from the annual winter festival. I snort, nearly choking on pancake. All 12 people who attend will be devastated. But here's the beautiful part. She flips to a different app, grinning. Someone's already selling merchandise. Look. She shows me a picture of a handmade t-shirt with Team Storm Survivor printed in bold letters across the chest. Below it, another design reads, Femme Fatale. Please tell me you ordered one. Already in my cart. She takes a massive bite of pancake. The memes are actually incredible. There's one with you and Michael photoshopped onto the Titanic. I'll never let go, Jack. Except you two are grabbing each other. That's terrible. That's art. We scroll through the digital circus in companionable silence, punctuated by bursts of laughter that feel like pressure valves releasing. Someone's made a weather forecast parody. Another person created a whole thread analyzing the mountain chemistry phenomenon. The absurdity of it all starts to feel less like an attack and more like performance art. They'll move on, Tasha says eventually, setting her phone aside. They always do. Next week it'll be someone else's turn in the gossip barrel. I smile around my last bite of pancake, syrup sticky on my lips. Maybe. But not before they see me stand tall. By 3 o'clock, my phone stops buzzing like an angry hornet and starts chiming with the measured rhythm of genuine conversation. The tide's turning. I can feel it in the shift from anonymous vitriol to actual names attached to thoughtful responses. Listen to this, Tasha says, reading from her laptop, where she's been monitoring the digital temperature all afternoon. Mrs. Hazelton, you know, the one who runs the church bake sale like a military operation. She commented on your post. Oh God, what fresh hell. Well spoken, though misguided in matters of propriety. Tasha grins. That's practically a standing ovation from Helen Hazelton. The landline rings and I let it go to the machine. A crisp voice fills my kitchen. Ms. Brooks, this is Janet Morris from Mountain View News. We'd love to discuss your recent social media statement regarding... I pick up the receiver and press it to my ear. Miss Morris? Yes, hello. Would you be available for a brief interview about the situation with... Thank you for the interest, but I've said what I needed to say. Have a wonderful afternoon. I hang up before she can respond, feeling oddly dignified. No scrambling for explanations, no desperate attempts to control damage. That isn't really damage at all. Smooth? Tasha nods approvingly. Very, I don't owe you my story. We venture out for coffee around 4, and I steel myself for the gauntlet of stares and whispers that have become my new normal. But something's different today. The looks I catch aren't hungry for scandal. They're measuring, evaluating. Some even nod with what might be respect. At Birch and Bean, the chalkboard menu has been updated. Below, lavender honey latte, $4.50, and gluten-free blueberry scones, $3.25. Someone's written in careful cursive, support local women with backbone. Did you see? I start. Already taken a picture. Tasha interrupts, phone raised. This is going straight to your defense team. Sarah, the owner, emerges from behind the espresso machine with foam art and a small smile. 2 regulars and a statement piece, she says, sliding our drinks across the copper counter. On the house for anyone brave enough to tell their own truth. Sarah, you don't have to. Honey, I've been watching this town tear down women for speaking up since I opened this place 15 years ago. It's about time someone stood their ground without apologizing for it. The coffee tastes richer somehow, like solidarity has flavor. Around us, conversations continue in normal volumes instead of stage whispers. A few people actually make eye contact, offering those small nods that translate to "good for you" in the universal language of gender politics. The narrative's shifting, I murmur to Tasha as we claim our usual table by the window. Because you didn't beg for it. You just owned it. Outside, the world looks the same as always. Snow-dusted streets, holiday decorations still clinging to lampposts, people bundled in wool coats moving between errands. But I feel different walking through it. Not like someone hiding from judgment, but like someone who's already faced it and remains standing. "What now?" Tasha asks. I watch steam curl from my mug, thinking about spine-straight posture and words that don't flinch. Now we see who else finds their backbone. The apartment feels different when I close the door behind me, not like a sanctuary anymore, but like a command center. The battle's been fought and won, at least for today. My phone sits silent on the kitchen counter, finally exhausted from its marathon of notifications. I pour myself a glass of wine, something deep and red that Tasha brought weeks ago for what she called emergency celebrations or catastrophic breakdowns, whichever comes first. Tonight feels like both. The golden hour light slants through my windows, painting everything warm and forgiving. I settle into my reading chair with the wine, letting the day's victories and small rebellions settle into my bones like good medicine. My phone pings once. Sharp, singular. Not the frantic buzzing of the internet mob, but something quieter, more deliberate. I pad over to check, barefoot on the hardwood that still holds that pearl button from last night, like evidence of transformation. Proud of you. Just 3 words that hit harder than all the think pieces and hot takes combined. No analysis of my social media strategy. No advice about damage control or public relations. Just acknowledgement, simple and clean as a handshake. I stare at the screen, thumb hovering over the keyboard. A dozen responses compete for space. Thank you, miss you, come over, stay away, help me figure out what comes next. Words tumble through my mind like clothes in a dryer. Nothing settling quite right. Instead, I set the phone back down without typing anything. Some moments don't need responses. They need space to breathe, to settle into the quiet places where truth lives. His pride in me doesn't require my gratitude or explanation. It just exists, solid as the mountain roads that brought us together. I lift my wine glass in the direction of those mountains, somewhere beyond my window, where his lodge sits surrounded by pine and possibility. The liquid catches the dying light, ruby dark and rich. To whatever comes next, I murmur to the empty room, my voice steady as scripture. The wine tastes like celebration and defiance mixed together, like choosing yourself over safety, backbone over bending, like standing in your own truth until your roots grow deep enough to weather any storm. Outside, the sun slides behind the peaks, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. My reflection appears in the window glass, spine straight, shoulders squared, eyes steady and unblinking. The woman looking back at me doesn't flinch or apologize or ask permission to exist. She just smiles, small and certain, and raises her glass to the gathering darkness like a promise.
Chapter 28. Michael. The axe bites into pine with the satisfying crack of wood surrendering to steel. I split another log, then another, the rhythm mechanical and meditative. Stack, swing, split. Stack, swing, split. The generator hums behind me, steady as a heartbeat, keeping the lodge warm and powered through another mountain evening. My breath steams in the cold air, each exhale a small ghost that dissolves into the twilight. The work feels good, necessary. Something solid to do while my mind processes the digital wildfire. Nia started with 23 words and a backbone made of titanium. The sound reaches me before the visual. Tires crunching through packed snow, the whine of an engine pushed harder than it should be on these roads. I don't look up from the woodpile, just adjust my grip on the axe handle and split another log clean down the middle. I already know who it is. The mountain has gone silent again. No wind through the pines, no settling sounds from the lodge. Even the generator seems to hold its breath. The kind of stillness that comes before weather breaks, before something fundamental shifts in the air pressure. A car door slams. Too hard, too angry. The sound echoes off the trees like a gunshot. I straighten slowly, setting the axe against the chopping block. My hands stay loose at my sides, no sudden movements toward the jacket hanging on the porch rail or the sidearm locked in the lodge. Just steady breathing and steel gray eyes tracking the figure that emerges from the black SUV. Zach climbs out like he's stepping onto a stage, all sharp angles and expensive fabric in a place that doesn't care about thread count. His coat hangs open, designer wool flapping in the mountain air. His hair's perfectly styled despite the drive, but his eyes burn with the particular fury of a man who's been humiliated in public and needs someone to pay for it. He didn't come for conversation. He came for a reckoning. I wipe my hands on the rag tucked into my belt, taking my time with each finger. Let him stand there in his city shoes on my mountain, breathing thin air that'll steal his wind if he tries to shout too long. You couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? His voice carries across the clearing, sharp as breaking glass. Always had to take what's mine. I don't move from my position by the woodpile. Don't even shift my weight. You never owned her. I don't either. His laugh scrapes against the silence like fingernails on slate. Brittle, almost boyish, the sound of someone trying to convince himself he's still in control. That's rich, coming from the man who taught me possession was power. The words hang among us like smoke from a dying fire. Old wounds dressed up in fresh accusations. I pull the rag from my belt, wiping sawdust from my palms slowly, deliberately. You drove all the way up here for a history lesson? I motion toward the lodge with my chin, casual as offering coffee to a neighbor. But my eyes never leave his face, cataloging the tension in his jaw, the way his hands flex and release at his sides. He's wound tight as a tripwire, all that polished composure cracking at the edges. The air between us crackles with electricity that is unrelated to the weather. Zach begins to pace, his ridiculous shoes crunching through the snow with each restless step. His breath comes in sharp bursts, white clouds that dissipate as quickly as his composure. The circle he traces grows wider with each pass, like a predator searching for an opening that doesn't exist. Do you even realize what you've done? His voice cracks on the words, fury bleeding through the polished veneer. You turned me into a punchline, embarrassing me publicly like that. I watch him wear a path in the snow, noting how his shoulders hunch against more than just the cold. The mountain air steals some of his volume, makes his rage sound thinner, more desperate. You did that yourself. I keep my voice matter of fact. I just stopped covering for you. The words hit him painfully. He stumbles mid-step, designer shoes sliding on packed snow as the truth cuts through whatever narrative he's been building in his head. His perfectly styled hair catches the last of the dying light, and for a moment he looks younger, like the boy who used to practice his charm in mirrors before dates. You think you're some hero? His voice breaks completely now, the polished confidence cracking like ice under pressure. You ruined me. The accusation hangs in the air between us, raw and desperate. I let the silence stretch, let him hear how hollow his words sound against the mountain's indifference. When I speak, my tone drops lower, each word deliberate as a hammer blow. No, son. I rescued someone who didn't deserve to drown with you. The impact is immediate and devastating. Color drains from his face like spilled wine, and something fundamental shifts in his posture. All that restless energy crystallizes into pure, focused rage. His hand curls into a fist before he's even conscious of the decision. He swings wild and sloppy, desperation powering the arc more than technique. The punch connects with my jaw, a solid crack that echoes off the pines like breaking timber. Blood blooms at my lip, copper and salt flooding my mouth. I don't flinch. Don't step back or raise my hands in defense. Just breathe out slow and controlled, letting the pain settle into my bones like an old, familiar weight. Feel better? The words come out steady enough to infuriate, blood threading down my chin. Zach's chest heaves like a bellows, fury already curdling into something darker. Shame creeps into his eyes as he stares at his own knuckles, at the blood on my mouth, at the man who took his punch and didn't even have the courtesy to fall down. I take a step closer, not to threaten but to close the distance between father and son. My boots find solid purchase in the snow, each step deliberate as a promise. The blood from my split lip tastes metallic against my tongue, but I don't wipe it away yet. You wanted to be me once. The words come out steady, no heat behind them. Just truth laid bare between us like an offering. You don't have to make my mistakes to prove you're not. Zach's laugh comes out strangled, more sob than sound. His designer coat hangs open, letting the mountain cold bite through the expensive fabric to whatever's left of his composure underneath. You think that fixes anything? His voice trembles on the edge of breaking completely. The polished veneer cracks wider with each word, revealing something raw and desperate beneath. You think one conversation erases? No. I pull the handkerchief from my jacket pocket, pressing the white cotton to my split lip. It comes away stained red, a small bloom of crimson against pristine white. But being better might. The silence hangs between us like a bridge neither of us knows how to cross. Zach stares at the blood on the handkerchief, at his own knuckles still raw from impact, at everything except my eyes. I failed you plenty. The admission scrapes out of me like splinters from an old wound. I won't fail her by pretending this is your story anymore. His shoulders sag inward, all that restless energy suddenly collapsing like a house of cards in wind. The cold gets to him first. Always did, even as a boy. His breath comes in sharp bursts now, white clouds that dissipate faster than his anger. He wavers between wanting to hit again and wanting to run. I can see it in the way his weight shifts from foot to foot, and how his hands flex and release at his sides. The mountain air steals more of his heat with each passing second. You think she'll stay? The words come out bitter as burnt coffee, his last attempt to wound where it might matter. She'll see you for what you are. I press the handkerchief to my lip again, buying time I don't need. When I speak, my voice carries the weight of a man who stopped running from hard truths. Maybe she already has. The silence that follows makes everything louder. The whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant hum of the generator, the sound of his expensive shoes crunching through snow as he finally turns away. His anger shrinks with every step toward the black SUV, leaving tracks that the next snowfall will erase completely. When the taillights disappear around the bend, I spit blood into the pristine snow. A single red bloom melting into white, gone as quickly as it appeared. I wipe my mouth and mutter to the empty clearing, "Be better than me." The lodge door closes behind me with a solid thunk that echoes through the empty space. I lean against it for a moment, feeling the throb in my jaw settle into a steady pulse that matches my heartbeat. The taste of copper lingers on my tongue, metallic and sharp. The silence inside feels different now, not the comfortable quiet of solitude, but the charged aftermath of decisions made and lines crossed. I push off from the door and walk toward the kitchen, each step deliberate on the hardwood floors. The glass of water feels cold against my split lip when I drink. I set it down on the granite counter and move to the window that faces the valley, watching the last red glow of Zach's taillights disappear around the bend. The mountain swallows the light completely, leaving only darkness and the distant twinkle of town lights far below. My reflection stares back from the black glass, gray eyes steady, jaw already darkening where his fist connected, mouth still bearing traces of blood. I look exactly like what I am. A man who stopped pretending the world won't notice what he wants. I pull my phone from my pocket, thumb hovering over the screen. The smart play would be damage control. Call my business partner Graham. Prep him for the inevitable blowback when word spreads that the Kane family drama just escalated from whispers to fistfights. Calculate how to minimize the impact on our security contracts, our reputation, our carefully constructed professional image. Instead, I scroll to Nia's name. My thumb hovers over her contact for a long moment. The cursor blinks patiently, waiting for me to decide what kind of man I want to be when the sun comes up. The kind who hides behind plausible deniability and careful distance, or the kind who stands in the light and claims what matters. The decision crystallizes with perfect clarity. I type, "Come to the lodge. We need to talk." I send it before I can ponder the words, before the tactical part of my brain can calculate all the ways this choice might explode in our faces. The message shows as delivered, then read almost immediately. I set the phone on the counter and touch my split lip gingerly. The pain grounds me, reminds me that some things are worth bleeding for. Through the window, snow begins to fall again, light flakes that catch the porch light like scattered stars. The world will talk either way. Tomorrow, they'll dissect every choice, every moment, every reason why Nia Brooks and Michael Caine decided to stop caring what they think. But tonight, I know exactly what I stand for.
Chapter 29. Nia. The phone sits face down on my kitchen counter like a dead thing. Black screen, silent as a tomb, mocking me with its absolute refusal to light up with his name. "Come to the lodge. We need to talk." Hours ago. Hours of radio silence, since those 8 words that felt more like a summons than an invitation. I keep checking anyway, flipping it over, watching the screen stay stubbornly dark, flipping it back down like that'll somehow make it ring. Pathetic. I mutter to the empty apartment, but my hand drifts toward the phone again. Absolutely pathetic. The silence from Michael feels heavier than every gossiping mouth in this town combined. At least their noise was survivable, predictable background static I could tune out or fight back against. This quiet cuts deeper, settles into my bones like winter cold that no amount of layering can fix. Maybe it wasn't clarity he found up there on his mountain. Maybe it was regret. The thought tastes bitter as burnt coffee, but I can't shake it loose. 4 hours to think gives a man plenty of time to second-guess decisions made in blood and fury. Plenty of time to remember that wanting something and keeping it are 2 very different beasts. I pull the phone toward me one more time, thumb hovering over his contact. The cursor blinks patiently, waiting for me to decide what kind of woman I want to be when the sun comes up tomorrow. The kind who waits by the phone like some 1950s housewife, or the kind who makes her own choices about where she belongs. The decision crystallizes with perfect, painful clarity. I flip the phone face down and walk to my bedroom closet. Boxes wait on the top shelf like old friends, cardboard soldiers lined up and labeled in faded Sharpie from the last time I decided to start over. Kitchen, books, office. Echoes of former versions of myself, back when moving felt like freedom instead of defeat. I pull them down one by one, each empty container landing on my bed with a hollow thump that echoes through the apartment, the sound of decisions I don't quite believe yet, but need to make anyway. Maybe Portland, I say aloud, because the silence demands commentary and I'm the only audience available. Rain instead of snow. Different kind of weather to get trapped in. The packing tape shrieks as I pull it across the first box bottom, sealing cardboard joints with violent efficiency. The noise satisfies something primal in my chest, the sound of action, of control, of doing something instead of waiting for someone else to decide my fate. Books first. Always books first, because they're the easiest to pack and the hardest to leave behind. I start pulling volumes from the built-in shelves, the same ones I unpacked not too long ago when I thought this town might be home, when I thought starting over meant staying put long enough to build something. Pride and Prejudice goes in the box with a satisfying thud. Fitting. considering I'm apparently living in my own version of misguided first impressions and stubborn misunderstandings. Though at least Elizabeth Bennet had the courtesy to fall for a man who wasn't related to her ex-boyfriend. Portland, another book, another thud. Big enough to disappear in. Close enough to the mountains for weekend trips, far enough away that no one remembers who slept with who. The lies taste smoother the more I practice them, as if geographical distance could erase the memory of Michael's hands on my skin, his voice calling my name like a prayer in the dark. I pull down my collection of contemporary romance novels. The irony isn't lost on me, and stack them carefully in the box. Each cover promises happily ever after, guaranteed swoon-worthy heroes who know how to fight for what they want. Apparently, I've been reading fiction in more ways than one. A laugh track erupts from apartment 3B, canned hilarity bleeding through walls thin as tissue paper. Someone's watching a sitcom at volume level, inconsiderate neighbor, and the artificial joy grates against my nerves like fingernails on chalkboard. I pause mid-pack, a copy of The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo frozen halfway to the box. Outside, a delivery truck lays on its horn, long, aggressive blast that echoes off the building facades. Probably an obnoxious driver making his rounds, announcing his presence to the world like he's driving the ice cream truck instead of hauling lumber to hardware stores. The world keeps spinning. People keep laughing at recycled jokes. Drivers keep honking at imaginary traffic violations. Life keeps happening in all its mundane, relentless glory. None of them pausing to consider that Nia Brooks is having an existential crisis in apartment 2A, boxing up her life like she's fleeing a crime scene. Which, let's be honest, maybe I am. I set the book down and lean against the window frame, watching the yellow truck disappear around the corner. Brake lights blink once. Friendly goodbye to a town that probably already knows he delivered toilet paper to the Methodist church and dog food to some ancient beagle. How much energy have I spent fighting noise? Town gossip buzzing like angry wasps, Zach's venom dripping through every conversation, my own expectations screaming so loud I couldn't hear anything else. The thought settles uncomfortably in my chest, shifting like a splinter I can't quite reach. Maybe the silence from Michael isn't punishment. Maybe it's space. I hate that thought immediately, violently, because it tastes like compassion and understanding. Two flavors that feel dangerously close to surrender. I built my armor out of righteous anger and wounded pride. Compassion threatens to melt it down to useless scrap metal. The first snowflake drifts past my window like a lazy afterthought, catching the streetlight in a brief, glittering pirouette before disappearing into darkness. Of course, the words slip out dry and bitter. On brand. But something cracks in my chest as I watch more flakes join the dance. Soft, unhurried, nothing like the blizzard that trapped us together in forced proximity and unwanted revelations. This snow feels different, calmer. Not the violent, demanding storm that insisted we face each other, but something quieter, almost forgiving. I watch it for a long time, box cutter forgotten in my hand, Portland plans dissolving like snowflakes on warm ground. I sink onto the hardwood floor among my half-filled boxes like I'm surrendering to gravity itself. The wine sits on the coffee table. Glass sweating condensation rings into the wood, evidence of my dramatic evening that's turned into dramatic late-night packing therapy. My phone glows once on the floor beside me. Just once. A brief, tantalizing flash that makes my heart leap before logic crushes it back down. Not his name, never his name. I grab the phone anyway, because apparently I enjoy torturing myself with false hope. The notification banner reads, Daily Deal Alert, 30% off winter boots. And I want to throw the device across the room for the betrayal. Instead, I swipe away the email and scroll up to our last conversation. The evidence of my cowardice stares back at me in stark black and white. Come to the lodge. We need to talk. Sent at 3:47 p.m. Read at 3:48 p.m. I didn't respond. Just that cruel little read receipt, proof that I saw his words and chose silence. The digital equivalent of slamming a door in someone's face, except somehow more passive-aggressive. More me. Brilliant communication skills, Nia, I muttered to the empty apartment, taking another sip of wine that tastes increasingly bitter. Really showing him that mature, emotionally available woman he fell for. I stare at the message thread until the words blur together. Come to the lodge. 4 simple words that felt like a summons when they arrived, heavy with unspoken implications. Was it an invitation? A demand? An ending disguised as a conversation? I never replied, never said yes, never said no. Just nothing. The absence of response sits there between his words and the bottom of the screen like a chasm I dug with my own silence. And now, hours later, drowning in cardboard boxes and liquid courage, I wonder if that silence answered for him. Maybe he's sitting up there in his lodge, jaw set in that familiar stubborn line, writing me off as another person who runs when things get complicated. Maybe he's already moved on to practical concerns. Damage control, reputation management, all those careful considerations that successful men make when messy emotions threaten their ordered lives. Maybe my silence told him everything he needed to know about who I really am underneath all the brave words and defiant posture. The thought wounds like a physical blow, settling heavy in my chest where the wine can't reach it. I lean against the couch, surrounded by the debris of my life, packed into neat labeled boxes like I'm preparing for some kind of emotional evacuation. Portland, I say aloud, testing the word against the silence. It sounds hollow, like a lie I'm trying to convince myself to believe. Fresh start. Clean slate. No complicated men with steel gray eyes and trust issues. But even as I say it, the words taste wrong. Bitter as burnt coffee. Sharp as winter air that cuts through every layer you try to hide behind. I exhale slow and steady, the kind of breath Michael taught me during those survival lessons. Controlled, deliberate, meant to center everything that's spinning out of orbit. The wine glass finds the coffee table with a soft clink, and I reach for my phone with hands that only tremble slightly. Not to text, not yet. My thumb scrolls past Tasha's contact, past the pizza place I've memorized but never call, past names I've collected like breadcrumbs from a life I keep trying to build in places that don't quite fit. Then it stops. Michael Caine. The cursor blinks beside his name like it's sinking to my heartbeat, patient as winter snowfall, waiting for me to decide what kind of woman I want to be when the sun rises. And all this wine-fueled clarity either crystallizes into action or evaporates like steam. I don't type anything, don't craft careful words or delete them 3 times before settling on something safe and meaningless. I just stare at his name on the screen, all consonants and authority, no softness to cushion the impact. Michael Caine, the man who pulls people from wrecked cars and doesn't ask for thank you cards. Who stocks replacement phones like he's preparing for the apocalypse, but can't stock his own emotional availability past 48 hours. My thumb hovers over the call button, that little green icon that could bridge the gap between here and there, between silence and whatever comes next, but I don't press it. Not because I'm scared, though I am, but because some conversations deserve better than wine courage and midnight desperation. Instead, I scroll up through our message history, watching our entire relationship unfold in reverse chronological order. His invitation to talk, my radio silence. Before that, the careful coordination of our public story, both of us trying to control a narrative that was already writing itself in grocery store whispers and social media screenshots. Before that, the morning after everything changed, when we made promises about living our story instead of hiding from it, back when honesty felt possible instead of terrifying. No lies tomorrow, I'd said, curled against his chest while snow painted the windows white. No denials tonight, he'd answered, and we'd both believed it was a deal we could keep. The irony tastes bitter as the wine dregs. Here I am, surrounded by boxes like I'm fleeing a crime scene, denying him the chance to even have the conversation. Lying to myself about Portland being the answer when the real answer is probably 3 words and 47 miles away. Outside, the snow keeps falling. Quiet, relentless, cleansing. Not the violent storm that trapped us together and forced proximity into intimacy, but something gentler, more forgiving. The kind of snow that covers tracks instead of creating them, that whispers instead of howls. I watch it through my window, each flake catching the streetlight like tiny dancers, performing for an audience of one. They don't fight the wind or demand attention. They just fall, soft and inevitable, trusting gravity to take them where they need to go. The phone grows warm in my palm, screen dimming to conserve battery, but Michael's name stays there, patient as the man himself, waiting for me to stop letting pride dictate the story I'm brave enough to live. Tomorrow, I whisper to the empty apartment, to the boxes that suddenly look less like escape routes and more like cowardice, disguised as practicality. I decide where home is.
Chapter 30. Michael. The truck idles beneath the streetlight like a metal beast catching its breath, exhaust mixing with snowflakes in lazy spirals that disappear as fast as they form. The engine heat ticks against the silence, metallic percussion that counts seconds I'm not spending anywhere else. 43 minutes now. I know because the digital clock on the dash burns green numbers into my peripheral vision, marking time like a countdown to some decision I haven't made yet. The Bluetooth light flashes blue, relentless as a heartbeat. Has been for 13 minutes, ever since the conference call started without me. The same call I scheduled, the same crisis management session I'd normally run with ultimate control and confidence. Instead, I'm parked across from her building like some ridiculous teenager, watching snowflakes gather on the windshield faster than the wipers can clear them. The notepad on the passenger seat stares back at me, evidence of the man I was 3 hours ago, when damage control felt possible. Words scrawled in my own handwriting, sentences that taste like sawdust every time I try to voice them. We regret the personal circumstances. I start the phrase aloud, then stop. The words feel foreign in my mouth, written for someone who still cares about optics more than honesty. Someone who thinks reputation matters more than the woman sitting in the window 3 floors up, surrounded by what looks suspiciously like packing boxes. Private matter not reflective of company values. This one dies halfway through. Because it is reflective of my values, every damn moment of it. The choice to drive into a blizzard for a stranger's voice. The choice to let her stay. The choice to stop pretending I don't feel things that would terrify lesser men. Both parties acted with professionalism. The biggest lie of them all. Nothing about the way I touched her was professional. Nothing about the way she looks at me suggests we kept appropriate boundaries. Professional doesn't leave you sitting in a truck like a creep, watching someone's apartment like you're conducting surveillance on your own heart. Every word sounds like cowardice in a suit. My phone buzzes against the center console, Graham's name lighting the screen with corporate urgency. The company partner who can calculate quarterly projections in his sleep, but couldn't recognize genuine human emotion if it filed a quarterly report. I let it ring twice before answering, keeping my voice steady even as the wipers squeak against ice building faster than the defrost can handle. "We need you on the call." Graham's voice carries that particular brand of controlled panic that successful men wear when things slip beyond their carefully managed control. "Damage control windows closing fast, Mike. The story's already trending on local social media." I stare at her building through the gathering snow, 3rd floor window glowing soft gold against the storm. Movement in the light, a shadow passing between rooms, deliberate and restless. She's awake. Probably pacing, probably planning, probably doing exactly what I should be doing instead of sitting here like a sentry, guarding something I might have already lost. "Handle it without me. Mike." The word carries weight, expectation, the assumption that I'll fall in line like I always do when business calls. No PR statements. Each word comes out measured, final. No spin, just the truth. We're fine. And I don't regret a damn thing. I end the call before Graham can respond, before he can deploy his arsenal of reasonable arguments and financial projections. The silence settles heavy in the cab, broken only by the engine's steady rhythm and the soft percussion of snow against glass. It's the first time in years I've walked away from a crisis without managing it. The first time I've chosen truth over performance, messy reality over clean narrative control. The phone stays silent on the seat beside me, no immediate callback from Graham. He's probably staring at his conference room screen, trying to process the fact that Michael Caine just chose a woman over a company reputation, trying to calculate the cost of honesty in dollars and market share. Let him calculate. Some things can't be quantified in quarterly reports. My hands grip the steering wheel until the leather creaks under the pressure, knuckles white against the black. The sound cuts through the truck's cabin like a warning I should probably heed. Then I force them to loosen, one finger at a time, the adrenaline coursing through my system with nowhere useful to go. Across the street, past the curtain of falling snow and the glow of streetlights, a jewelry store window spills warm yellow light onto the sidewalk. The kind of small, old-fashioned place that probably smells like polished wood and decades of careful craftsmanship. The sign reads, "Morris's Fine Jewelry" in script that's seen better years, and something about the understated elegance stops my restless energy cold. I cut the engine without overthinking it, muscle memory taking over where logic fails. The cold hits my face like a slap the moment I step outside, biting at the split in my lip where Zach's fist connected earlier. The taste of copper lingers, metallic and sharp, but it feels honest compared to the corporate doublespeak I've been choking on all evening. The slush crunches under my boots as I cross the street, each step deliberate despite the fact that I have no clear plan. Just the growing certainty that sitting in that truck, watching her apartment like some kind of surveillance operative, won't solve anything. The bell over the door releases a gentle chime when I push inside, absurdly delicate against the thunderous beat of my pulse. The sound belongs to a different world, one where decisions aren't complicated by ex-wives and viral scandals and sons who throw punches when their pride gets bruised. "Oh," the clerk looks up from behind the counter, clearly startled. She's maybe 60 with silver hair pinned back and reading glasses perched on her nose. I was just about to close. My coat drips steadily onto the polished tile, leaving dark spots that spread like tiny puddles of evidence. "Sorry. I can come back tomorrow." No, it's fine." She sets down whatever paperwork she'd been reviewing, studying me with the kind of careful attention that suggests she recognizes me. Or maybe she just sees a man dripping snow onto her floor at closing time and wonders what kind of emergency drives someone into a jewelry store during a blizzard. "What can I help you with?" I scan the display cases, taking in rows of rings that catch the overhead lights like captured stars. Too much flash, too much spectacle. Diamond solitaire that cost more than most people's cars, elaborate settings designed to announce themselves from across a room. "Something simple," I hear myself say. "Nothing flashy." She follows my gaze, nodding with understanding that feels genuine rather than sales-driven. Simple can be beautiful, sometimes more so. In the corner case, tucked between a collection of wedding bands and a tray of earrings, I spot something that makes me stop. A slender gold band with a single opal set, flush against the metal. The stone shifts color as I move, pale fire dancing beneath the surface, cream and gold and hints of green that remind me of her eyes in firelight. "That one." She unlocks the case with steady hands, lifting the ring carefully. "It's vintage. The opal is from Australia. They say it brings out the wearer's inner fire." The ring sits in her palm like a promise I'm not sure I have the right to make. Small, understated, luminous when the light hits just right. Strong enough to last, beautiful enough to matter. "I'll take it." "Would you like to know the price?" She asks this gently without judgment. No need." She nods, understanding that some decisions exist beyond the realm of practical considerations. Within minutes, the ring disappears into a small velvet box that feels solid and significant in my palm, like the decision itself, finally given weight and form. The velvet box burns against my palm as I settle back into the truck's cabin, the engine ticking its cooling rhythm while snow continues its relentless assault on the windshield. The heater blows stale air that smells like diesel and decisions I should have made weeks ago. I set the box on the passenger seat where my worthless notes had been, watching it catch the streetlight through the glass. Such a small thing to carry so much weight. The kind of weight that used to send me straight into tactical mode. Contingency plans, risk assessments, exit strategies mapped out like military operations. Instead, I just sit. Let the silence fill spaces where strategy used to live. My phone buzzes again. Graham, probably. Or Elaine with another damage control suggestion that involves throwing someone under the corporate bus. Maybe Zach, ready for round 2 of whatever passes for communication in our family. I don't check. For the very first time in my adult life, I don't reach for the phone when it demands my attention. The tactical brain that got me through the teams, through building a business from nothing, through divorce and single fatherhood. It's screaming at me to plan this approach, draft the words, anticipate her reactions, build safety nets out of careful language and measured expectations. What if she says no? What if she laughs? What if those boxes mean she's already gone? The questions pile up like the snow outside, each one demanding analysis, preparation, protection against failure. The old Michael would have spent another hour in this truck, scripting scenarios until he felt bulletproof. But bulletproof never got me her laugh in the firelight, never got me the way she whispers my name like a secret she's finally brave enough to tell. Never got me the sight of her in my flannel, reading by the window while I pretended to work. I think of her upstairs right now, surrounded by boxes that probably spell out escape in cardboard and packing tape. The way her shoulders set when she's scared but refusing to show it. The slight tremor in her hands when she's fighting not to shake. The defiant tilt of her chin that says she'd rather face the world's judgment than hide behind someone else's protection. No denials tonight, she'd whispered against my mouth, and I'd sworn I understood what she meant. But understanding and living it, those are different countries entirely. The ring box sits patient and small, waiting for me to stop thinking and start moving. No plan this time. No armor made of careful words and measured responses. No escape route if this goes sideways and takes everything with it. Just intention. Raw and undefended and terrifying in its simplicity. I pocket the box and reach for the door handle. The cold hits immediately, sharp enough to cut through whatever's left of my hesitation. Each step toward her building feels like crossing enemy territory, without reconnaissance, without backup, without any of the safety measures that kept me alive for so many years. My boots crunch through slush that's already freezing, each footfall echoing off the empty street like a countdown I can't stop. The snow falls in fat, lazy flakes that catch the streetlight like scattered sequins against black velvet. Each one lands on my shoulders, my hair, melts against the heat still radiating from my skin, despite the cold that bites at my exposed face. The world has gone soft and muffled, wrapped in white silence that makes even my breathing sound too loud. I step out of the truck's warmth and into the storm, boots hitting slush that's already freezing into tomorrow's ice. The sound echoes off empty buildings, a hollow percussion that follows me across the street. Snow sticks to my lashes, blurring my vision until I have to blink it away. Tiny cold kisses that melt and run down my cheeks like tears I'm not shedding. Don't hide, don't fix, just show up. The words become a rhythm in my head, matching the crunch of my footsteps through slush that grabs at my soles. Each step forward feels like crossing a line I can't uncross, leaving the safety of the truck and the familiar territory of calculated risks. The ring box sits heavy in my jacket pocket, pressing against my ribs with every movement, not as some grand romantic gesture, but as proof of the promise I'm already carrying. Partnership, not possession. Trust, not control. The building looms ahead, brick and glass and normality that feels foreign after days of snow and firelight, and the particular silence that exists only between two people who've stopped pretending they don't want each other. I can see her window from here, 3rd floor, glowing gold against the storm. The light flickers once, or maybe that's just snow distorting everything, turning the world into something seen through frosted glass. My boots find the concrete steps, each one solid beneath me despite the gathering ice. 1 step, 2. The handrail is cold enough to burn through my glove, but I keep climbing. 3 steps, 4. The snow follows me, coating my shoulders until I must look like some kind of winter apparition emerging from the storm. At the glass door, I pause long enough to shake snow from my hair, watch it scatter across the entry mat like scattered promises. The lobby beyond looks warm, normal, completely divorced from the chaos of the past week. Fluorescent lights and linoleum floors, and the kind of institutional calm that exists in buildings where people live ordinary lives. I climb the internal stairs 2 at a time, muscle memory from having to continually stay mission-ready, even when the mission is just showing up at someone's door without a plan. The hallway stretches ahead, carpeted in something beige and practical, doors marked with brass numbers that catch the overhead light. Her door, no different from any other door in this building, but it might as well be the entrance to another world entirely. I stand there for exactly 1 heartbeat, long enough to taste the cold air still clinging to my lungs, long enough to feel the weight of the ring box against my ribs, long enough to whisper the words that have been building in my chest since I walked away from that conference call. Courage over control. Then I lift my hand and knock.
Chapter 31. Nia. The apartment smells like cardboard and that industrial-strength laundry detergent that promises to wash away stains but never quite manages the emotional ones. I sit cross-legged on the hardwood floor, phone wedged between my shoulder and ear, folding another sweater with the kind of meticulous precision usually reserved for origami or bomb disposal. So, you're moving. Again. Tasha's voice crackles through the speaker, warm and familiar despite the digital distance between us tonight. I smooth the cable-knit fabric that doesn't need smoothing, running my fingers along seams that are already perfectly aligned. Temporary relocation, like a pop-up life event. The sound carries 17 years of friendship and the particular brand of skepticism that only comes from watching someone you love make the same mistake in different cities. And running counts as cardio, right? We both laugh. Too loud, too easy. The kind of laughter that covers ache like good foundation over bruises. The sound bounces off my half-empty walls, echoing back with all the authenticity of a sitcom laugh track. I reach for my wine glass, balanced precariously on a box marked kitchen in my most optimistic handwriting. The Pinot Grigio tastes like liquid courage and poor life choices, but it's wet and it's alcohol, and it's keeping my hands busy between folding sessions. Besides, I continue, tucking the sweater into the box with surgical precision. Denver's getting a little too small town for my taste. All this knowing each other's business. Right. Because anonymity is definitely what you need right now. I call nonsense on that one. It's because we're too close to Cedar Falls. I pause mid-fold, holding a cashmere blend that cost me 2 weeks of tips and still smells faintly like his fireplace. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just that some problems follow you regardless of your zip code. Outside, the wind sighs against my 3rd-floor windows with that soft Denver hush that always precedes snow. The sound is gentle, almost maternal, like the city trying to tuck itself in for the night. But I know better. That whisper means business, the kind that shuts down airports and traps people in places they're trying to escape. Weather alert, I mutter, watching my phone screen light up with the familiar orange triangle of doom. What? Nothing. Just Mother Nature being dramatic again. I take another sip of wine, letting it burn the back of my throat. You know how she gets when she wants attention. And honestly, I think you're overthinking the whole relocation thing. Sometimes a change of scenery is just geographic procrastination. Knock, knock, knock. The sound cuts through Tasha's voice like a blade through silk. 3 deliberate strikes against my door, spaced with way too much precision. Not the hurried rap, rap, rap of someone juggling packages, or the tentative tap of a nervous neighbor. This is purposeful, patient. My wine glass freezes halfway to my lips, suspended in the space between intention and action. Hold on. The words escape as barely a whisper. Silence stretches across the phone line for exactly 2 heartbeats. Then Tasha's voice drops to that particular frequency reserved for emergency situations and really good gossip. Oh my God, is that knock, knock, knock? Same rhythm, same controlled force. Like whoever's out there has all the time in the world and knows I'm not going anywhere. Go look. Tasha's whisper carries the breathless excitement of someone watching a movie she's already seen, but still gets invested in. Right now. Go. I unfold myself from the floor with the careful grace of someone trying not to make a sound, even though my knees pop like bubble wrap and the hardwood creaks a protest under my socked feet. No, it's probably a neighbor, but my voice lacks conviction, thin and unconvincing even to my own ears. Mrs. Gregor from downstairs, maybe. She's always, because your neighbors knock like men who've been to war with their own emotions. My breath catches, sharp and involuntary. You're imagining things. And you're deflecting, which, by the way, is literally your signature move. I pad toward the door, each step measured and deliberate, like I'm approaching something that might bolt if startled. The peephole waits, that tiny portal between certainty and speculation, between safety and whatever stands on the other side of 3 inches of Denver apartment building wood. A shadow moves past the lens, tall, still, the kind of stillness that comes from training, from learning to wait without fidgeting, from understanding that patience is a weapon as much as action. I bet it's him. Tasha's whisper sharpens into something that sounds suspiciously like victory. My laugh comes out shaky, more air than sound, and I press my hand to my chest like I can steady my heart through sheer pressure. The organ beneath my palm hammers against my ribs with all the subtlety of a woodpecker on espresso. I fumble for the phone, taking it off speaker and lifting it back to my ear with fingers that betray me by trembling. Tasha. I'm here. Her voice wraps around me through the digital connection, warm and steady. But you have to open the door. The shadow beyond the peephole shifts slightly, a barely perceptible movement that somehow makes my entire nervous system light up like a Christmas tree. He came all this way. Then don't make him stand in the hallway like a lost UPS package. My breath leaves in a rush that's equal parts nerves and want, the kind of exhale that empties your lungs and refills them with possibility. I set the phone down on the kitchen counter, volume low, but the call still open, like a lifeline I'm not ready to cut. Tasha's presence hums through the speaker, distant but present, a safety net made of friendship and stolen minutes. My fingers smooth my hair automatically, running through the loose curls that have escaped their ponytail throughout the evening. It's a pointless gesture, really. The kind of primping that happens without conscious thought, but betrays how badly I still want to be seen by him. Not perfect, just seen. The distinction matters more than I want to admit. I catch my reflection in the hallway mirror, and the woman staring back looks like vulnerability in human form. Tired eyes rimmed with the faint smudge of yesterday's mascara. A soft cotton t-shirt that's seen better days and probably too many wash cycles. The kind of comfortable that comes from giving up on impressing anyone and just existing in your own skin. This is me. No control, no filters. The thought settles over me like a blanket, uncomfortable and reassuring at the same time. After weeks of managing perceptions and carefully managed public appearances, after plastering on smiles for social media and deflecting questions with practiced ease. Here I stand in my hallway, wearing honesty like an old sweater. I whisper to myself, barely loud enough to disturb the air between my lips and the mirror. You wanted truth, Brooks. Here it is. The doorknob sits cold beneath my palm, metal that's absorbed every December draft and held onto it like a grudge. My fingers curl around the brass, feeling the subtle vibrations from the building's heating system, the distant hum of traffic 3 floors below, the weight of everything unsaid pressing against the wood grain. I rest my forehead against the door, eyes closed, and let the coolness seep through my skin. Outside, snow continues its patient descent past the hallway window, each flake catching the amber glow of streetlights like tiny falling stars. The world has that muffled quality that only comes with serious snowfall, the kind that wraps around sound and steals it, leaving behind something softer, more intimate. He's standing there. I know, without looking, without confirmation, the way you know a storm is coming before the first drop of rain. The knowledge sits in my chest, heavy and certain like gravity or heartbreak, or the way morning always follows night, regardless of how badly you want to sleep forever. My mind conjures him with photographic precision, hands buried deep in his jacket pockets, because he's never learned to fidget properly, shoulders square despite whatever uncertainty brought him to my door. That jaw of his, carved from the same stubborn stone as the rest of him, probably clenched tight enough to crack teeth, and his eyes, those impossible blue depths that see too much and reveal too little, watching my door like it holds answers to questions he doesn't know how to ask. The memory of his last text surfaces unbidden, 4 words that hung in my phone like an invitation and a challenge. Come to the lodge. Simple. Direct. So utterly him that I could practically hear his voice in the sparse syllables. I didn't go. The decision had felt like defiance at the time, like drawing a line in the snow between what I wanted and what I could survive wanting. But standing here now, with nothing but wood and brass and the weight of my own pride between us, it feels less like strength and more like the particular brand of cowardice that dresses itself up as independence. He came to me instead. The thought hits differently than I expected, not with the satisfaction of winning some unspoken battle, but with something that feels dangerously close to tenderness. The man who measures words like ammunition, who guards his movements and his heart like state secrets, drove through a snowstorm to stand outside my apartment door. Behind me, Tasha's voice whispers through the phone speaker, distant but anchoring. Do it, honey. I exhale slowly, deliberately, pulling air deep into my lungs the way he taught me during those survival lessons at the lodge. Breathe like you mean it, he'd said, demonstrating with that careful precision he brings to everything. Panic makes you careless. Calm keeps you alive. My hand tightens on the doorknob, and I turn it. The door swings open on the soft whisper of snow, meeting warm air, and suddenly he's there, solid and real and impossible in my hallway, like a fever dream made flesh. Snow clings to his dark hair, melting into silver tracks that trace the sharp line of his jaw. His flannel peeks beneath the collar of his heavy coat, the fabric damp from winter's kiss, and there's a bruise blooming along his left cheekbone. Purple-green and healing, but unmistakably fresh, the kind that comes from fists, not accidents. Zach's handiwork, I realize with a sharp intake of breath, but it's his eyes that steal the air from my lungs. Those silver-gray depths find mine instantly. No hesitation, no careful armor. Just raw honesty that hits like a physical blow and leaves me dizzy. For a heartbeat, maybe 10, neither of us speaks. The world shrinks to this rectangle of doorway, this space between what was and what might be. Cold air and pine needles rush past him, mixing with the vanilla candle I lit hours ago and the cardboard dust of half-packed dreams. My throat constricts around words that refuse to form, sentences that die before they reach my tongue. The man who rescued me from a snowbank, who wrapped me in his parka and his careful distance, who made love to me like worship and then spent days building walls between us. He's standing in my hallway looking like winter itself tried to claim him. I swallow hard, fighting past the tightness. You look like hell. His mouth lifts at one corner, that ghost of a smile that used to undo me completely and apparently still does. The expression transforms his entire face, softening edges that could cut glass. Long drive, he says, voice rough with cold and something deeper. He steps forward, just one measured movement, but it's enough for his warmth to cross the threshold. Enough for me to catch that scent that's purely him, cedar and clean soap, and something indefinably masculine that makes my pulse skip. My hand stays frozen on the door, caught in the impossible space between closing him out and pulling him in, between self-preservation and surrender.
Chapter 32. Michael. The silence lingers between us like a held breath, thick with everything neither of us has said. The hall light above us flickers with the persistence of old wiring, casting everything in amber that makes the snowflakes on my shoulders look like fallen stars. I can feel the cut on my lip throb with each heartbeat. Zach's parting gift from earlier, still tender enough to remind me why I'm here. The taste of copper has long since faded, but the memory lingers like an accusation. She doesn't move, doesn't step back or invite me in. Just stands there in that soft cotton shirt that's seen better days, her beautiful dark hair escaping its ponytail in ways that make my fingers itch to smooth the strands back. The hallway light catches the amber in her eyes, turning them molten. You drove through that. Her voice carries the weight of observation, not quite question, not quite statement. I follow her gaze to the window behind me, where snow continues its relentless descent past the glass. The storm I navigated to get here, the roads that shouldn't be passable but somehow held my truck's weight. Yeah, to stand in my hallway and drip on my carpet. My mouth twitches despite everything. Your carpet's seen worse. Has it? The question hangs between us, loaded with subtext I'm not sure either of us is ready to unpack. Her breathing has gone shallow, and I can see the pulse fluttering at the base of her throat, quick, rabbit fast, matching the rhythm hammering against my ribs. You have boxes. The words escape before I can stop them, rough with things I don't know how to say. I have boxes, she confirms, but her hand hasn't moved from the door, hasn't closed it, hasn't opened it wider. We're suspended here, caught in the space between invitation and dismissal. Her breath meets mine in the cold hallway air, forming small clouds that disappear as quickly as they form. The intimacy of it hits me like a punch. Two people sharing the same small pocket of air, the same impossible moment. I should say something. Should explain why I drove through a blizzard to stand here dripping snow on her floor. Should tell her about the ring burning a hole in my jacket pocket, about the conversation with Zach that left us both bloody and maybe, finally, honest. The world has gone impossibly quiet. No traffic from the street below, no sounds from neighboring apartments. Just the soft whisper of wind against windows and the electric hum of fluorescent bulbs trying to illuminate more than they were designed for. I tried to fix it alone. The words scrape out of me like gravel, each syllable costing more than the last. My voice sounds foreign even to myself, stripped of the command that usually carries me through crisis, reduced to something raw and unsteady. The admission hangs in the cold air between us like a confession I never meant to make. I can feel the snow melting off my lashes, cold droplets tracking down my face in paths that feel too much like surrender. My jaw locks tight enough to crack teeth, muscle memory trying to rebuild the walls I just tore down with 5 simple words. The hallway light flickers again, casting shadows that make everything feel unstable, temporary. That's how I lose things. The second admission follows the first like blood from a wound. Inevitable, unstoppable once it starts. I force myself to look at her, to meet those amber eyes that see too much, that refuse to let me hide behind the careful distance I've spent years perfecting. I'm not looking down at someone, not using my height or my presence or my hard-earned authority to create space. We're level here in this narrow hallway, her bare feet putting us almost eye to eye, nothing but honesty and terror between us. She doesn't interrupt, doesn't offer platitudes or try to fix what I'm breaking open in front of her. Just watches with those eyes that drink in firelight, that held secrets in the lodge, but now hold something else entirely. Recognition, maybe. Understanding. I watch the words land in her chest like stones thrown into still water, each one sending ripples through something I can't name but can see in the way her breathing changes, the way her hand tightens on the doorframe. The silence stretches between us again, but it's different now. Heavier. Full of things I've never said to anyone. Things I didn't know I could say until this moment when losing her became more terrifying than revealing myself. My hands hang useless at my sides, fingers still cold from the drive, but burning with the need to touch her face, to trace the path of understanding I can see dawning in her expression. I take a step forward, my boots finding the threshold with cautious optimism. The old wood protests beneath my weight, a soft groan that sounds too much like surrender. She doesn't retreat, doesn't slam the door or step back into the safety of her apartment, just watches me with those amber eyes that hold everything I've been too afraid to name. The space between us shrinks to nothing more than shared breath and possibility. I came to tell you. The words stick in my throat like broken glass, sharp enough to draw blood. I force them out anyway, each syllable costing more than the last. I'm not asking you to disappear with me, or to be anyone's secret. The ring box sits heavy in my jacket pocket, soft velvet pressing against my palm when I flex my fingers. It would be easy to reach for it now, to let the weight of intention speak louder than my clumsy words. But this moment needs something else first, something that can't be bought or planned or controlled. Trust, maybe, or courage. I reach for her hands instead, slow enough that she could stop me, careful enough that she knows I won't push. Her fingers rest against the doorknob, elegant and still, like she's frozen between choices. When I brush my fingertips against her knuckles, she startles, just barely, just enough to remind me that courage and terror often wear the same face. May I? The question emerges rougher than intended, scraped raw by everything I'm not saying. By the admission that Michael Caine, man who built a career on decisive action, is asking permission for something as simple as holding her hand. She doesn't answer with words, just turns her palms up, fingers uncurling like a flower finding sunlight, an invitation written in the language of surrender. I take her hands fully then, cradling them between my larger ones. Her fingers are tense as guitar strings waiting to be played. But as my thumbs find the delicate bones along the backs of her hands, I feel the moment she stops holding her breath. The softening that starts in her shoulders and travels down through her arms until her fingers relax against mine. Snow melts between our skin where it's still clinging to my sleeves, tiny drops of mountain cold that somehow feel warm when they disappear against the heat we're generating. Her pulse thrums beneath my thumb where it rests against her wrist, quick and strong and real enough to anchor me to this moment. If you want quiet, I'll leave. The words tear out of me like a confession I never meant to make. I look down at our joined hands, at the contrast of calloused skin against smooth, at the way her fingers fit between mine like they were designed for this exact purpose. If you want me, I'm done hiding. She doesn't speak. I watch her throat work as she swallows once, twice, the delicate movement visible in the amber light spilling from her apartment. Her lips part as if words might escape, but nothing comes, not because she can't find them, but because language feels too fragile for whatever is breaking open between us. Her eyes glisten, catching the flickering hallway light like captured starlight. The tears gather at her lower lashes, suspended there in defiance of gravity and pride. I can see the war happening behind those amber depths, the battle between the woman who squared her shoulders against a town's whispers and the one who's been carrying more weight than any person should bear alone. I don't move, don't breathe, Don't do anything that might shatter this crystalline moment where she's deciding whether to let me see her stripped of armor. Her chest rises in a shuddered breath that I feel echo in my own ribs. The tremor starts in her shoulders, travels down through her arms, and finds its way into her fingers where they rest against mine. Such a small thing, barely perceptible, but it hits me like thunder rolling across mountain peaks. The kind that warns you lightning is coming whether you're ready or not. Nia. Her name escapes me on an exhale, rough and low enough that it might be mistaken for prayer. The tears break free then, 2 perfect tracks sliding down her cheeks like silver threads, catching every flicker of the dying fluorescent above us. They don't fall in torrents or sobs, just these precise, devastating drops that speak of recognition rather than grief. Of walls finally cracking under pressure they were never built to withstand. I watch them trace the curve of her cheekbones, follow the elegant line of her jaw. Want to catch them with my thumbs, to smooth them away like I could erase whatever put them there. But something tells me these tears aren't meant to be stopped. They're meant to be witnessed. This is what surrender looks like. Not the collapse I've seen in combat zones or corporate boardrooms. Not the broken resignation of people who've given up fighting. This is recognition dressed as tears, understanding wearing the face of vulnerability. The moment when someone finally stops carrying the world on their shoulders and remembers they don't have to bear it alone. Not weakness, recognition. The words form in my mind with the clarity of absolute truth. She's not breaking. She's finally letting someone see her without the scaffolding of strength she's built around herself. The fierce independence, the cutting wit, the spine of steel that kept her upright through Zach's betrayal and all the judgment. None of it was false. But none of it was the whole story either. Her fingers tighten in mine, anchoring us both to this precious moment. She doesn't pull me in. Doesn't need to. Her body shifts, not backward but sideways, creating space that wasn't there before. The door swings wider on hinges that protest with the faintest whisper of metal against wood. An invitation written in the language of proximity rather than words. The warmth hits me like a wall. Not just the physical heat escaping from her apartment, but something deeper. The scent of vanilla and cocoa butter, the soft amber glow of table lamps, the promise of spaces designed for comfort rather than survival. My skin prickles as snow begins melting faster, cold droplets tracking down my face like an early thaw. I take one step forward. The doorway's threshold disappears beneath my boots, that liminal space where we've been suspended between decisions, between the cold hallway of uncertainty and the warm possibility waiting on the other side. My shoulders fill the doorframe for just a moment before I'm through, standing in her living room filled with boxes stacked like cardboard monuments to departure. The snow outside becomes nothing more than backdrop now, a soft white curtain drawn across the window that makes everything beyond these walls feel distant and irrelevant. The storm that drove me here, the roads that shouldn't have been passable, the town full of whispers, all of it fades into white noise against the sudden intimacy of shared space. I exhale, and it feels like the first real breath I've taken since all hell broke loose. The tension that's been living in my shoulders since our fight, hell, since I first picked up her phone call from that ditch, releases in a wave I can feel traveling down my spine. My jaw unclenches. My hands stop forming fists at my sides. She doesn't speak, doesn't explain the boxes or ask what took me so long, or demand apologies I'm not sure how to give. Just stands there in her soft cotton shirt and bare feet, close enough that I can see the gold flecks in her amber eyes, the way her breath still comes a little too fast. Then she moves, not away from me, but toward me. Her forehead finds my chest like she's been carrying her own weight for too long, and just remembered she doesn't have to. The contact is gentle, deliberate, full of everything we haven't said. Her curls tickle my chin, carrying that vanilla scent that's become synonymous with safety in my mind. My hand comes up without conscious thought, fingers finding the warm curve of her neck beneath the soft chaos of her hair. Her pulse thrums against my palm, quick and strong and real enough to convince me this isn't another dream where I show up too late, where the boxes are already loaded and she's already gone. Her weight settles against me, not collapsing but choosing, leaning into the solid wall of my chest like she's testing whether I'll hold or whether I'll step away like I have before. My other arm curves around her waist, pulling her closer until there's no space left between us except what our clothes allow. The silence between us doesn't feel like distance. It feels like peace.
Chapter 33. Nia. His thumb traces the tear track on my cheek with the gentleness of someone who understands that broken things need careful handling. The callus catches against my skin, rough and warm and impossibly tender. I lean into the touch without thinking, my eyes fluttering closed as his other hand cups the back of my neck. When I open them again, he's watching me with an expression I've never seen before. Steel gray eyes stripped of their armor, vulnerability written in the lines around them. The Michael Caine who commands rooms and controls situations has been replaced by someone raw and uncertain, someone asking permission with nothing but proximity. I rise on my toes. He leans down. The distance between us disappears like snow meeting warm ground. The kiss tastes like honesty and winter air, soft enough to shatter. His lips move against mine with the careful reverence of someone who's finally found something worth breaking his own rules for. My fingers find the front of his jacket, gripping fabric and melting snow as I pull him closer. He responds by gathering me against him, one hand still cradling my face while the other spans my lower back. When we break apart, our foreheads rest together, sharing breath and space and the electric aftermath of finally. Come inside. I step backward, tugging him with me until the door clicks shut behind us. The sound feels final, like we've crossed some invisible line between before and whatever comes next. Coffee? I gesture toward the kitchen, suddenly aware of the boxes stacked around us, like cardboard evidence of my escape plan. Please. His voice carries that gravelly quality that means emotion scraped raw. I busy myself with the coffee maker, grateful for something to do while my heart remembers how to beat at a normal pace. He settles onto my couch, careful not to knock over the box marked kitchen stuff in Tasha's aggressive handwriting. Running away? He nods toward the packed boxes, no judgment in his tone. Considering my options, I pour 2 mugs, adding cream to mine and leaving his black the way I remember from the lodge. Turns out small towns have long memories and short fuses. The offers still stand. Portland, Aspen, anywhere with better coffee shops. I hand him his mug, curl into the opposite end of the couch with mine cradled between my palms. And what happens to us there? He takes a careful sip, considering. That depends. What do you want to happen? I want honesty. The words come easier than expected. No more careful distance. No more pretending this is just physical. It was never just physical. Then what is it? He sets down his mug, turns to face me fully. It's terrifying. And real. And I'm too old to pretend otherwise. Good. Because I'm too young to waste time on almost. I tuck my feet beneath me, studying his profile in the warm lamplight. Tasha thinks I should make you grovel. Tasha's smart. She also thinks you look like trouble wearing flannel. Tasha's very smart. I laugh despite everything, and his mouth curves in response. That rare smile that transforms his entire face. The tension in the room shifts, settling into something more manageable. We need some ground rules. I lean forward, business mode engaged. For tomorrow. For Zach. For whatever circus follows us. Agreed. He mirrors my posture, eyes focusing with laser intensity. No more hiding. We control our narrative, not the other way around. No apologizing for existing in the same space. No letting other people's discomfort dictate our choices. What about Zach? The question sits between us like a landmine. Michael's jaw tightens, and he runs a hand through his dark hair, leaving it more tousled than before. The gesture makes him look younger, more uncertain, closer to the man who held me in the firelight than the one who commands boardrooms. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? He leans back against the couch cushions, eyes fixed on something beyond my shoulder. I've been his father for 28 years. I'll be his father until I die. That's not negotiable. But I refuse to let his mistakes dictate my life. His gaze snaps back to mine, steel returning to those gray depths. Or his mother's disappointment, or the town's judgment. I set my mug on the coffee table, needing my hands free for whatever comes next. Zach has a talent for making himself the victim of his own choices. That's not an answer. Michael shifts forward, closing the distance between us until I can smell cedar and winter air clinging to his shirt. You want the truth? Zach will hate this. He'll probably hate me for a while. Maybe longer. The honesty hits like cold water. I'd expected platitudes, reassurances that everything would work out. Instead, he's offering me reality with all its sharp edges. And you're okay with that? No. His voice drops to that gravelly register that means he's fighting something deeper. I'm not okay with losing my son, but I'm less okay with losing myself and you. He reaches for my hands, threading our fingers together with deliberate care. His palms are warm, calloused from work and worry, and they dwarf mine completely. I've spent years trying to be the father Zach needed instead of the man I was, accommodating his choices, cleaning up his messes, pretending his failures didn't reflect on me. His thumb traces across my knuckles. I enabled him because I thought that's what good fathers do. Maybe it is. Maybe. Or maybe good fathers teach their sons that actions have consequences, that respect is earned, not inherited. The conviction in his voice makes something flutter in my chest. Part relief, part terror. This is Michael choosing sides, drawing lines in sand that's been shifting for months. I'll always be his father, he continues, eyes locked on mine. I choose to be your man. The words land like a physical blow, stealing my breath and replacing it with something warmer, more dangerous. He's not just declaring his intentions, he's rewriting the rules entirely. My man. I test the phrase, rolling it around my tongue like expensive wine. That sounds wonderfully possessive. It is. No apology in his tone. No softening around the edges. I don't share well. Laughter bubbles up from somewhere deep in my chest, mixing with tears I didn't realize were falling. The combination feels dangerous, like champagne and heartbreak, effervescent and devastating all at once. That line's illegal. I swipe at my cheek with my hand, but more tears follow. Traitorous things that refuse to stay hidden. They're not sad tears exactly. More like the kind that come when something inside you recognizes home and doesn't know how to process the relief. Michael's expression shifts, concern flickering across those steel gray eyes. Nia? No, it's not. I shake my head, still laughing through the emotional chaos. That whole possessive caveman thing, with the voice and the hands. I gesture wildly at his large calloused fingers still wrapped around mine. It's completely unfair, illegal, should come with a warning label. Understanding dawns on his face, and something extraordinary happens. The careful control he wears like armor begins to crack, revealing glimpses of something warmer underneath. His mouth curves. Not the polite smile he offers strangers, or the grim line he gives Zach, but something real and unguarded. Warning label. His voice carries the hint of amusement, low and rough like gravel over silk. Danger. May cause spontaneous life-altering decisions. Side effects include abandoning all common sense and forgetting why you were angry. I wipe another tear. This one definitely from laughter. Because I was furious with you 20 minutes ago. I remember. His thumb traces over my knuckles in slow, deliberate strokes. You gave me back my parka. The parka was an excellent dramatic gesture, very satisfying in the moment. Where is it now? I glance toward the hallway where his heavy coat hangs on the hook by my door, snow still melting from the shoulders onto my hardwood floor, making a puddle in my entryway. Good place for it. The tears are slowing, but that smile of his is still building, transforming his entire face from stern and controlled to something that makes me breathless. It's the smile of a man who's stopped fighting himself, who's decided to believe in something better than the careful distance he's been maintaining. You're doing it again, I whisper. What? Being devastatingly attractive. I lean closer, drawn by the warmth in his eyes and the promise in that devastating smile. It's the confidence. The way you just decided we're worth the risk. We are worth it. No hesitation, no qualification. Just certainty delivered in that commanding voice that makes my knees weak. Even with Zach, even with the gossip and the stares and Elaine's disapproval. His free hand comes up to cup my face, thumb brushing away the last traces of tears. Especially then. The conviction in his voice does something to my chest, makes it tight and warm and full of possibility. This is Michael Caine choosing me over easy, choosing us over acceptable. And the smile spreading across his face tells me he's not just resigned to the choice, he's energized by it. You look different, I murmur, studying the way the lamplight catches the silver in his dark hair, the way his jaw has relaxed for the very first time since I've known him. Different how? Like a man who believes in after. He smiles. I think I am. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 34. Michael. The coffee grows cold between us as we sit in the warm cocoon of lamplight, surrounded by boxes that suddenly feel less like escape plans and more like obstacles. My stomach chooses that moment to announce its neglect with an ungraceful rumble that echoes through the quiet apartment. Nia's eyes widen, then she dissolves into laughter. Oh my God, that was me. I haven't eaten since... She pauses, thinking. Yesterday? Maybe? Time gets weird when you're having existential crises. When did you last eat a real meal? The question comes out sharper than I intended, protective instincts engaging without permission. Define real. She tucks a curl behind her ear, cheeks dimpling with embarrassment. Does stress eating Christmas cookies count? No. Then probably not since yesterday morning. She unfolds from the couch with fluid grace, padding toward the kitchen in stocking feet. But I make an excellent panic sandwich. Want one? I follow her into the small kitchen, watching as she surveys the contents of her refrigerator with the focus of a general planning battle strategy. The domestic simplicity of it hits me unexpectedly. This woman who's been turned upside down by rumor mills and family drama, offering to make me a sandwich like the world isn't actively trying to tear us apart. Turkey and Swiss? Or I have some leftover roast beef that's probably still good. She pulls out condiments, setting them on the counter with decisive movements. Whatever you're having. I lean against the doorframe, content to watch her move through the familiar ritual of feeding people. Though I should probably mention I haven't eaten much today either. Stress diet? She glances over her shoulder, amber eyes catching the kitchen light. Guilt diet. The admission slips out before I can catch it. Amazing how thoroughly shame kills appetite. Her hand still on the bread bag. You feel guilty. About us. About the timing. About Zach. About dragging you into a mess that should have been mine to handle. I move closer, drawn by the way her shoulders tense at my honesty. Not about wanting you. Never about that. She turns, bread forgotten, studying my face with that careful attention she gives things she's trying to understand. You know what's funny? I was attracted to you before I ever dated your son. The words steal my breath in replacing it with something dangerous. Nia. I know. Terrible timing. She returns to sandwich construction, but there's a tension in her movements now, like she said something she can't take back. But it's true. That first barbecue when Zach brought me home, you barely said 10 words to me, but I noticed everything. The way you moved, how you listened more than you talked. That ridiculous confidence. Ridiculous confidence. The way you fixed Elaine's porch light without being asked, how you knew exactly when to flip the burgers, the careful distance you kept from everyone, like you were protecting them from something. She layers turkey with methodical precision. It was damned intoxicating. I step closer, close enough to smell vanilla and cocoa butter mixing with the mundane scents of bread and mustard. That was me trying not to notice how you lit up every room you entered. Well, that backfired spectacularly. She hands me a sandwich cut diagonally, the kind of attention to detail that speaks to someone who cares about small pleasures. Because I spent a couple of years dating your son while wanting his father. How's that for a mess? We migrate back to the living room, settling on opposite ends of the couch with our plates balanced on our knees. The admission hangs between us like live wire, dangerous and illuminating. Was that why it didn't work? With Zach? I take a bite, surprised by how good simple food tastes when you're sharing it with someone who matters. Part of it. She chews thoughtfully, organizing her thoughts with the same care she used to build the sandwich. He wanted someone who thought he was enough. I kept looking for something deeper, something that felt like... She gestures between us with her free hand. Like this. Like this. She meets my eyes directly, no apology in her expression, which makes me either incredibly unlucky or cosmically persistent. All right. The word tastes like possibility. You were right to want more. I watch her take another bite, the simple act somehow more intimate than anything we shared at the lodge. Here, surrounded by evidence of her life being packed away, the weight of what I'm asking feels heavier. Nia. I set my plate aside, suddenly needing to say this properly. I need to ask something of you. Her chewing slows. Those perfect eyes find mine with the careful attention of someone who's learned to brace for impact. Tomorrow I want you to give me 1 hour. I lean forward, elbows on knees, hands clasped to keep them still. 1 hour of your trust. Let me show up right. Show up right how? However you need me to. The words come out a little rougher than intended, weighted with everything I should have done differently. Press conference, town square, your front door. Wherever you want the world to see that I'm not hiding from this. From us. She sets her sandwich down, studying my face like she's reading coordinates on a map. You want to go public, officially. I want to stop letting other people control our story. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the familiar weight of command decisions. You said we should live our story instead of managing it. I'm finally listening. Her lips curve into something that's not quite a smile, but carries hope around the edges. And if the fallout destroys your business, your relationship with Zach, then I'll build something new. The certainty in my voice surprises us both. I spent years trying to fix things that were already broken. I won't make that mistake with something worth protecting. She draws her knees up, arms wrapped around them, making herself smaller while her thoughts expand. 1 hour. 1 hour. Your terms, your timeline. I pause, watching snow gather against her windows like the world is wrapping itself in quiet. After that, if you still want to leave, I won't follow. But I need you to see me try. Michael. His name comes out soft, tentative. I need to tell you something. My chest tightens. Tell me. I started packing tonight because I was scared. She gestures toward the boxes with a rueful shake of her head. Not of the rumors or the town gossip. I was scared that you'd choose the easier path, that you'd decide I wasn't worth the mess. Christ, Nia, and I should apologize for barging in here tonight. I pushed through the apology, needing her to understand. For showing up at your door with my guilt and expectations, demanding space in your crisis when you were already... Stop. Her voice carries gentle authority that makes me pause mid-sentence. There's no need to apologize. I dash. You showed up. She unfolds from her protective curl, feet finding the floor as she turns to face me fully. When I was packing boxes and making plans to run, you knocked on my door. Do you know how rare that is? Her eyes hold mine, waiting for an answer I'm not sure I know how to give. It's not rare because people don't care, I say finally, the words coming out rougher than intended. It's rare because most of us are cowards. We convince ourselves that timing matters more than truth, that protecting someone means making decisions for them. She shifts closer, one leg tucked beneath her, and I catch that vanilla scent that's become synonymous with home in my mind. And you're done being a coward? I'm done pretending that honor means hiding. I lean back on the couch cushions, suddenly exhausted by the weight of my own caution. I've spent so many years calculating risk, managing variables, controlling outcomes. But you can't control love, can you? Her smile blooms slow and devastating. No, you really can't. The silence stretches, comfortable now instead of charged. Outside, snow continues its patient assault on the windows, but in here the warmth feels earned rather than borrowed. So, she says, pulling her knees up again and wrapping her arms around them. 1 hour. Tomorrow. 1 hour. And what exactly are you proposing we do with this hour of radical transparency? There's mischief in her voice now, the spark that first caught my attention at that barbecue years ago. I consider the question seriously, running through possibilities like mission parameters. Coffee, public coffee, somewhere the whole town can see us not hiding. The diner on 3rd Street serves excellent gossip with their pancakes. Perfect. 8 a.m.? Make it 9. I need time to armor up. She gestures toward her pajama-clad form with theatrical dismay. This conversation calls for my best lipstick and the outfit that makes me feel bulletproof. You don't need armor with me. I know. Her voice goes soft. But I need it for everyone else who'll be watching. Trust me on this one. Presentation matters when you're rewriting the narrative. I stand, knowing I need to leave before I talk myself into staying. The night feels fragile, like something that could shatter if we push too hard too fast. No spin, no shame, I repeat, committing the words to memory like mission orders. No spin, no shame, she confirms, rising to walk me to the door. At the threshold, I turn back. She's silhouetted against the warm light of her apartment, curls catching gold, still beautiful. Always beautiful. Nia. Her name comes out like a prayer. Yeah? I step closer, hands finding her face, thumbs brushing across those perfect cheekbones, and I press my lips to her forehead. The kiss is gentle, reverent, a promise instead of possession. Thank you, I whisper against her skin, for trusting me with this. Her hands come up to cover mine. Don't make me regret it. I won't. I step back, forcing myself toward the door while I still can. The hallway feels colder than it should, but I don't look back. Tomorrow calls for daylight courage, not midnight confessions. Behind me, I hear the soft click of her door closing, the sound of locks engaging. But at last, it doesn't feel like she's shutting me out.
Chapter 35. Nia. I stand before my closet at 8:30 in the morning, holding my phone with Tasha's text glowing on the screen. Backup arriving in 20. Wear the burgundy sweater. It makes you look like a goddess who eats drama for breakfast. The burgundy sweater in question hangs before me like armor, disguised as cashmere. Soft enough to invite touch, rich enough to command attention. I pair it with dark jeans that hug my curves without apology, and knee-high boots that add 3 inches to my height and 10 degrees to my confidence. My reflection stares back with eyes that refuse to hide behind false lashes or excessive liner. Just mascara that makes my amber brown eyes pop, and the lipstick that's never failed me. A deep berry that stays put through coffee, conversation, and the occasional earth-shattering kiss. I'm twisting my curls into a loose puff when Tasha's knock rattles my door. "Your chariot awaits," she announces when I open it, gesturing toward the street where her ancient Honda sits running. Also, I brought reinforcements. Behind her, Maya Martinez grins with the kind of predatory satisfaction that comes from anticipating excellent gossip. "Heard you're about to scandalize the breakfast crowd. Wouldn't miss it. You two are ridiculous." I grab my coat and keys, but warmth spreads through my chest. Having them here feels like showing up to a duel with trusted seconds. "We're invested," Tasha corrects, linking her arm through mine as we head downstairs. Plus, Maya makes excellent moral support. Remember when she stared down Principal Higgins about the dress code thing? "That man needed humbling," Tasha says with satisfaction. "And if anyone tries to side-eye you today, they'll get the same treatment." We pile into Tasha's car, the heater blasting and radio playing something upbeat that helps settle my nerves. The drive to 3rd Street takes exactly 4 minutes, but we spend them strategizing like generals preparing for battle. "Remember?" Maya says, checking her lipstick in the rearview mirror at a red light. "You don't owe anyone explanations. You're a grown woman having coffee with a man you care about." "A devastatingly attractive older man who saved your life?" Tasha adds helpfully. "Don't forget that part. It's romantic as hell." I laugh despite the butterflies performing aerial stunts in my stomach. "You two are going to behave yourselves, right?" "Define behave," they say in unison, then dissolve into giggles. 3rd Street buzzes with typical Saturday morning energy. Dog walkers, joggers, early shoppers clutching coffee cups like lifelines. The diner sits on the corner, its windows already fogged with warmth and conversation. Tasha parks across the street, engine still running. "Want us to come in?" "Not yet." I check my reflection one more time, adjusting my coat. "Let me get settled first. You can make your entrance when the curiosity becomes unbearable." "Which will be approximately 3 minutes," Tasha observes. "Fair warning, I'm ordering the biggest stack of pancakes they have. Drama makes me hungry." I step out into the crisp morning air, feeling the weight of their support and the sharper edge of anticipation. Michael's truck isn't here yet, which means I get to walk in alone, claim space, set the tone. "Nia." Maya's voice stops me at the crosswalk. "You look beautiful and brave." "Thanks for being here." "Wouldn't be anywhere else." The diner's bell chimes as I push through the door, and conversations pause for exactly the length of time it takes to register my presence. Then they resume with the careful intensity of people pretending not to eavesdrop. I choose a table by the window, visible, accessible, unashamed. The waitress approaches with the kind of professional curiosity that comes from years of serving small-town drama. "Coffee to start, honey?" "Please, and I'm expecting someone." "Take your time." Through the window, I spot Michael's truck turning onto 3rd Street. My pulse quickens, but my hands stay steady as I reach for the menu. Whatever happens next, I'm ready. The diner hums with the kind of forced normalcy that screams something's happening. Conversations continue at carefully modulated volumes while eyes dart toward the windows. Mrs. Henderson from the flower shop has abandoned her usual corner booth to sit closer to the glass. Even the teenagers at the counter have paused their phone scrolling to peer outside. I sip my coffee and watch Michael's truck pull into a space directly across from the diner. The engine cuts, and for a moment he sits behind the wheel, hands resting on the steering wheel, head tilted down. Planning his approach, maybe, or gathering courage. The bell above the door chimes as someone else enters. A construction worker I recognize but can't name. He takes the table behind me, positioning himself with a clear view of the street. The waitress refills his coffee without being asked, her own gaze drifting to the window. Michael's door opens. He unfolds from the truck with that effortless grace that makes every movement look choreographed for maximum impact. Dark jeans, charcoal thermal Henley beneath an open flannel jacket. The morning light catches the silver threading through his hair, and I watch 3 women at separate tables forget to breathe. But it's the way he moves that draws the real attention. Not the hurried stride of someone trying to avoid notice, not the swagger of someone courting it. Just steady, purposeful steps that say he belongs exactly where he is. The construction worker behind me sets down his mug with unnecessary force. "Well, I'll be damned," someone mutters from the counter. Through the window, I catch sight of Tasha's Honda, still idling across the street. Maya's face is pressed against the passenger window like she's watching a particularly riveting soap opera. Michael pauses at the crosswalk, waiting for a car to pass. A woman walking her dog does a double take, so dramatic she nearly trips over the leash. The dog, a golden retriever with better manners than his owner, wags his tail in greeting. More faces appear in storefront windows. The barber steps outside his shop, ostensibly to sweep the sidewalk. The pharmacist lingers near her door, adjusting a display that was perfectly fine 5 minutes ago. My chin lifts another degree. Let them look. Let them whisper. Let them construct whatever narrative helps them sleep at night. The crosswalk signal changes, and Michael steps into the street. His eyes find mine through the diner window, steel gray, steady, and sure. One corner of his mouth curves, not quite a grin, but close enough to send heat spiraling through my chest. The conversations around me fade to white noise as he approaches the diner entrance. Outside, the small crowd of suddenly interested pedestrians finds excuses to linger. Inside, the pretense of casual dining dissolves entirely. I wrap my hands around my coffee mug and wait for him to walk through that door. My phone chimes against the table. Tasha's text lighting up the screen. Movie ending coming. I glance up to see her and Maya crossing the street behind Michael, their timing so perfectly orchestrated, it would be suspicious if I didn't know them better. Tasha carries herself with the casual confidence of someone who absolutely belongs wherever she decides to go, while Maya's grin suggests she's already mentally composing the group chat summary of whatever's about to unfold. Behind them, a small parade of suddenly motivated pedestrians begins gravitating toward the diner. Mrs. Henderson abandons her flower shop entirely, her assistant left to mind the register. The barber sets down his broom and follows at what he probably thinks is a discreet distance. Even the pharmacist locks her door and joins the migration. Michael reaches the diner entrance first, his hand pausing on the brass handle. Through the glass, our eyes meet and hold. The rest of the world, the gathering crowd, the barely contained excitement humming through the diner, the weight of 20-plus pairs of eyes tracking his every movement, fades to background static. The bell chimes as he pushes through the door. The effect is immediate and electric. Conversations don't just pause, they die mid-syllable. Forks halt halfway to mouths. The coffee machine's gentle gurgling becomes the loudest sound in the room. Tasha and Maya slip in behind him, with the stealth of practiced infiltrators, claiming seats at the counter like they've been planning to grab breakfast here all along. The construction worker behind me shifts in his chair, the leather creaking with anticipation. Then the flood begins. Mrs. Henderson enters with enough drama to suggest she's fleeing a natural disaster, rather than satisfying curiosity. The barber follows, running a hand through his thinning hair. 3 women I recognize from the grocery store cluster near the door, whispering behind coffee cups they're not actually drinking from. Michael stands just inside the threshold, 6'3" of controlled power in flannel and denim. His steel gray eyes sweep the room once, acknowledging the audience without yielding to it, before settling back on mine. He takes a step forward, then another. The diner holds its collective breath as he walks past occupied tables, past avid faces turned his direction, past whispered speculation that thinks it's subtle. His boots click against the checkered linoleum with measured precision. He stops in the center of the room. Every conversation dies. Every eye fixes on him. And Michael Caine, who spent months avoiding exactly this kind of attention, stands perfectly still and lets the silence stretch until it becomes a statement all its own.
Chapter 36. Michael. 23 faces stare at me. I count them automatically. Old habits from tactical assessments. 23 people waiting for me to stumble, to justify their whispers, to give them something to dissect over Sunday dinner. I let the quiet settle until it becomes uncomfortable. Until Mrs. Henderson shifts her weight from foot to foot. Until the construction worker behind Nia clears his throat. Until even the teenagers at the counter stop pretending to look at their phones. My hands hang loose at my sides, shoulders squared but not aggressive. Command presence without the threat. The same stance I used when addressing my team before missions where everything had to go exactly right. I know why you're here. My voice carries without strain, pitched to reach every corner of the diner. The barber flinches like I've called him out personally. One of the grocery store women takes a half step backward. You want answers, explanations, some kind of story that makes sense of what you think you've seen. The waitress hovers near the coffee station, pot frozen halfway to a cup. Through the window, I catch more faces pressed against glass, people who couldn't fit inside but refused to miss the show. Here's what I'll give you. I pause, letting my gaze sweep across the room once more. I owe my son honesty, and this woman respect. The words land like stones dropped in still water, ripples of reaction spreading through the crowd. Mrs. Henderson's eyebrows climb toward her hairline. The construction worker leans forward, suddenly interested in his coffee. I take 2 deliberate steps toward Nia's table, close enough now that I can see the way her amber eyes have gone wide, the slight tremble in her fingers around her coffee mug. Close enough that the scent of her, vanilla and something indefinably warm, cuts through the diner's bacon grease and brewing coffee. A few short days ago, this woman called for help. She was stranded, freezing, scared. My voice stays level, factual. I went out in the storm and brought her home, kept her safe until the roads cleared. Someone behind me, sounds like the barber, makes a soft noise that might be approval or skepticism. I don't turn to find out which. What happened after that is between us. What happens next is our choice to make. The teenagers at the counter exchange glances, suddenly looking younger than their 18 years. One of them, the girl with the pink streak in her hair, nods slightly, like she's filing away a lesson in standing your ground. If that bothers you, I continue, my tone still conversational but carrying steel underneath. If our choices somehow impact your ability to sleep at night or enjoy your breakfast, I suggest you find more interesting problems. Maya grins behind her coffee cup. Tasha doesn't bother hiding her smile at all. The silence stretches until it becomes something alive, breathing with the collective held breath of 23 people. Even the coffee maker has stopped gurgling. I turn away from their stares and face the only person in this room who matters. Nia sits perfectly still, her luminous eyes locked on mine, waiting. Her coffee mug trembles slightly in her hands. The only sign that beneath her calm exterior, her heart might be racing as hard as mine. I spent 45 years learning how to survive alone. My voice drops, meant for her but carrying to every corner anyway. How to endure, how to complete missions and walk away clean. She sets down her mug with deliberate care, never breaking eye contact. You called me out on that, told me staying was harder than enduring. I take another step closer, my boots silent on the worn linoleum. You made me want to learn the difference. Behind me, someone's breath catches. Mrs. Henderson, probably, clutching her throat and loving every second of the drama despite herself. You made me better. The words feel raw, leaving my throat, scraped against 45 years of keeping everything locked down. Not by fixing me, by refusing to let me settle for less than I could be. Nia's lips part slightly, and I catch the shine of tears gathering in her eyes. I reach into my jacket pocket, fingers closing around the small velvet box. Simple, elegant, nothing flashy, like the woman it's meant for. My pulse hammers against my collar as I drop to one knee beside her chair. The diner erupts. Oh my God! Is he actually... Damn, what is Kane doing? Language, Timothy! I ignore them all. My world has narrowed to the woman in front of me, to the way her free hand flies to cover her mouth, to the tears that spill over despite her efforts to contain them. I'm not asking to protect you or rescue you. I open the box, revealing gold band with its smooth, fiery opal. I'm asking to stand beside you. Not in front. Not behind. Beside. Her breath hitches, a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. Nia Brooks. Her name tastes like a promise on my tongue. I need you in my life. Stay with me. Let's see where this goes. The silence returns. Different this time, expectant rather than shocked. Even the teenagers have gone quiet, phones forgotten as they lean forward to catch her answer. Nia stares at me for a heartbeat that feels like forever. Then her face breaks into a smile so brilliant it could power the whole damn town. Yes. The word comes out as barely a whisper, then stronger. Yes, you beautiful, impossible man. The diner explodes into chaos, cheering, applause, the scrape of chairs as people surge forward. Maya shrieks something unintelligible. Tasha wolf whistles. Even the construction worker grins and claps his calloused hands. I slip the opal ring onto her finger with hands that shake only slightly, then pull her into my arms as she laughs through her tears, the sound sweeter than any victory I've ever claimed. The last of the well-wishers finally drift away, their congratulations and excited chatter fading into the background hum of the diner. Mrs. Henderson pats my shoulder one final time before shuffling toward the door, muttering something about romance and chivalry not being dead after all. Even the teenagers clear out, phones already buzzing with the news and pictures they're desperate to share. Maya squeezes Naya's hand and whispers something that makes her laugh before slipping out with Tasha, who throws me a mock salute and a grin that suggests she approves of my dramatic timing. The diner settles into something resembling normal, just the soft clatter of dishes being cleared, the distant murmur of the cook in the kitchen, and the two of us sitting across from each other in a booth that suddenly feels very intimate, despite being completely public. Nia turns her hand to catch the light on her ring, the opal catching fire under the fluorescent bulbs. Her smile hasn't dimmed since I slipped it on her finger. So, she glances up at me, eyes bright with unshed tears and something that might be relief. We really outed ourselves, in front of the entire town. We did. I reach across the table to cover her hand with mine, careful not to jostle the ring. No hiding, no half-assing it. No taking it back when the gossip mill starts churning. Her voice carries a note of wonder, like she can't quite believe we've crossed this line. Let it churn. I lift our joined hands to press a kiss to her knuckles. I'm done caring what this town thinks about my choices. She laughs, the sound warm and unguarded. Look at you, going rogue. What happened to the man who planned everything 3 moves ahead? You happened. The words come easier now, like admitting them in front of 23 witnesses broke something loose in my chest. You made me realize I was planning around the wrong things. Oh! She leans forward, chin propped on her free hand, eyes dancing with mischief. And what should you have been planning around? Building something instead of just surviving it. I trace my thumb along her finger, marveling at how right the ring looks there. Creating a life worth protecting instead of just existing in defensive positions. Her expression softens, the teasing fading into something deeper. I love that you see it that way. Building instead of just enduring. You taught me the difference. I catch her gaze and hold it. Promise me something. Depends what it is. But her smile tells me she's already inclined to say yes. No more walking away when things get complicated. No more assuming I'll choose the easy path over the right one. She considers this, turning our hands so she can lace our fingers together. I promise. But only if you promise to keep showing up like this. Not the tactical version of yourself. The real one. Even when he's inconvenient. Especially then. Her dimples appear as her smile widens. I happen to like inconvenient men who make fools of themselves in diners full of gossips. Good thing. I lift our joined hands to kiss her ring finger again, because you're stuck with this one.
Chapter 37. Nia. The drive back to the lodge feels like exhaling after days of holding my breath. My hands rest in my lap, the new weight of the ring foreign and perfect against my finger. Every few seconds I catch myself turning my hand to watch the opal catch the dashboard light, like I need proof this actually happened. Stop staring at it, Michael says, but his voice carries warmth instead of reproach. It's not going anywhere, says the man who gave it to me in front of half the town. I sink down in the passenger seat, watching the snow drift lazy and purposeful through the headlights. Very subtle, Kane. It's perfect, by the way. Opals are my favorite. I kinda suspected. Subtle was never the point. He glances at me, steel gray eyes soft in the dim light. Public was. The storm has calmed to a whisper outside, the kind of snow that moves slow and deliberate, like even nature doesn't want to disturb what just happened. The headlights carve soft arcs through the trees as we wind up the familiar path, each turn more sacred now than it was this morning. I can't believe Mrs. Henderson cried, I say, still half laughing at the memory. Actual tears. Over us. She asked if we'd set a date yet. Michael's mouth quirks up at one corner. Before we'd even sat down. What did you tell her? That we'd keep her posted? And that we're not quite ready for that step yet? I snort. Diplomatic. Very unlike you. I'm learning flexibility. The lodge emerges through the trees. Windows dark, but welcoming. Feels like home. The word settles in my chest like something that's always belonged there. When Michael cuts the engine, the silence wraps around us like a living thing. Not the careful quiet of people avoiding difficult conversations, but the easy hush of two people who finally stopped running from each other. The moment the front door closes behind us, I toe off my boots and just stand there, letting the familiar scent of cedar and firewood wash over me. The living room stretches ahead of us, fireplace dark but ready, the rug where we first crossed every line, spread before the hearth like an invitation. Michael moves through the room with quiet precision, striking a match to the hearth. The kindling catches instantly, flames licking upward to embrace the larger logs. Fire paints gold across the wood paneling, across his face, turning him human again. No audience, no armor. Just the man who bared his heart in a diner and meant every word. Better? He straightens, dusting his hands on his jeans. Much? I watch him in the firelight. This man who chose me in front of everyone who mattered and several who didn't. No more hiding. No more hiding, he agrees and crosses the room to me. We meet in the middle of the living room, neither rushing nor hesitating. The fire crackles behind him, casting dancing shadows across his face, turning his eyes molten. He brushes his fingers over the edge of my sweater, tracing the outline of my ribs through the soft fabric. His hands settle at my waist, fingers spanning my ribs. It's not lust first, it's gratitude, reverence. Like he's memorizing the fact that I'm here, that we made it through the storm and the whispers and the terrible fear of wanting something too much. I love you, I say, because I can now. Because I told an entire diner full of people how I felt about him, and there's no point in holding back the smaller truths. His eyes close for a heartbeat, like the words hit him somewhere deep. Say it again. I love you, Michael Caine. I let my hands settle on his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heart beneath flannel and thermal cotton. Even when you're inconvenient. Especially then. He echoes my earlier words, voice rough with something that might be wonder. I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Let's stay here forever, I whisper, half serious, half dreaming. It's dangerous to say out loud, but in this fleeting moment, wrapped in his arms, I can't bring myself to care. His response is barely more than a breath against my lips, warm and sure. No arguments here. His fingers stroke slow, idle patterns down my spine. Only place I want to be.
Chapter 38. Michael. The morning after doesn't feel like aftermath. It feels like a sweet beginning. Pale sunlight seeps through the lodge's tall windows, tracing gold across her bare shoulder where she's curled into me. The snow outside glows blue-white, muffling the world into a calm I'd forgotten existed. I wake without the instinct to anticipate conflict. No mental checklist of perimeter checks, weather reports, or tactical assessments. Just this. The steady rhythm of her breathing against my chest, the weight of her arm draped across my ribs, the way her hair catches the morning light like spun copper. A simple thought hums in my mind. What does choosing her look like when the world's not watching? I ease from beneath the covers, careful not to wake her. She murmurs something unintelligible and burrows deeper into the pillow that still smells like me. The sight hits me square in the chest, domestic in a way that should terrify me but doesn't. The coffee maker gurgles to life while I retrieve my laptop from the bedroom. The worn pine table by the window becomes my command center, morning light streaming across documents I've been working on for weeks. Practical love has always been my language. Plans, structure, security. Words fail me more often than not. But actions? Those I understand. While the coffee brews, I pull up the legal transfer forms that will make her a partner in the lodge's new survival and training program. Not a gesture designed for headlines or Instagram posts. A foundation. Something real we can build together. My fingers hover over the keyboard as I add her name to the board registry. Nia Brooks Caine, co-director of operations. The hyphenated surname appears before I consciously decide to type it, and I stare at the screen for a long moment. It looks right. Natural, like it belongs there. Ownership is partnership, not possession. The coffee finishes with a satisfied hiss. I pour 2 mugs, black for me, cream and sugar for her. Details I've memorized without trying. The legal documents print with efficient clicks, and I arrange them beside her mug like an offering. Footsteps pad across the hardwood behind me, and I turn to see her emerge from the bedroom wearing my flannel shirt and nothing else. The fabric hangs to mid-thigh, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and her hair tumbles over one shoulder in waves that catch the morning light. Sleep still clings to her features, making her look younger, softer. "Morning, gorgeous." She stretches, arms overhead, and the flannel rides up enough to make my mouth go dry. "Coffee. Please tell me that's coffee." Strong enough to wake the dead. I slide her mug across the table. "Figured you'd need it after yesterday." "Yesterday." She wraps both hands around the ceramic, inhaling the steam. "When we became the town's most entertaining scandal and I accidentally agreed to marry you in public." "Accidentally?" Her smile breaks like sunrise. "Poor word choice. Enthusiastically agreed to marry you in public." "Better." I gesture to the chair across from me. "Sit. I have something for you." She settles into the chair, tucking one leg beneath her. The movement shifts the flannel, revealing the curve of her thigh, and I force myself to focus on business. Mostly. "You said you wanted to build, not just survive." I slide the papers across the table, watching her face carefully. Her eyes scan the document, widening as she processes what she's reading. "Michael, this is..." She looks up, coffee forgotten. "You're making me a partner? An actual partner? Equal stake, equal say, equal risk." I lean back in my chair, studying her reaction. "If we're doing this, we're doing it right." "This is crazy." She flips through the pages, voice climbing. "This place, your business, it's your life's work." "Was." I reach across the table, covering her hand with mine. "Now it's ours. If you want it." She sets the papers down, staring at me like I've grown a second head. "You're serious?" "Always." "But why? I mean, we've been together for what? A couple of weeks, and half of that was under duress." "The best time of my life. Under duress or otherwise." The words come easier than expected. "You didn't run when things got complicated. Didn't hide when the town decided we were their evening entertainment. You stood up to Zach, faced down the rumor mill, and told a diner full of people you'd marry me without blinking. I may have blinked a little. Not where it counted." I squeeze her fingers. "If it's worth loving, it's worth building together." Nia plants a quick kiss on my cheek. I need to shower. Morning coffee is good, but there has to be a shower too. The shower starts running upstairs, pipes humming through the walls with familiar efficiency. I wait until the sound settles into a steady rhythm before pulling my phone from the kitchen counter. The HR director's number sits in my contacts like a loaded weapon, one I've avoided using for anything personal. The line rings twice before her crisp voice answers. "Michael? Everything all right with the Denver contracts?" "Personal call, Sarah." I lean against the kitchen island, watching steam fog the bathroom window upstairs. Need to establish some boundaries. A pause. When she speaks again, her tone shifts to careful professionalism. "The Nia Brooks situation? No statements, no commentary on private matters. From anyone." My voice carries the same authority I'd use to brief a tactical team. If questions come, the only response is that it's personal and off-limits. "Understood." The relief in her voice surprises me. I've been fielding calls since yesterday. Half the staff didn't know how to handle it. Now they do. "Michael?" She hesitates, and I hear her office chair creak. "For what it's worth, the team respects this approach. Clean lines, no spin." "Good. That's the point. Anything else?" "No." I glance toward the stairs. "Handle it like you handle everything else. Professionally." The call ends, and I set the phone aside. The war between keeping secrets and living openly dissolves in my chest, replaced by something steadier. Control doesn't have to mean concealment. Sometimes it means drawing clear lines and defending them. I grab my coffee and step onto the deck, cold air biting through my thermal shirt. The valley spreads below like a postcard, pristine snow catching morning light, mountain peaks sharp against winter blue sky. No tire tracks mar the white. No evidence of the chaos that brought us together. From here, I can see the bend in the road where Zach's headlights swept through the trees 3 nights ago. He'd driven up angry, all accusations and wounded pride, demanding explanations I couldn't give him then. The memory sits differently now, less like betrayal, more like the inevitable collision of old patterns and new choices. Love twists into legacy if you don't tend to it. I've spent years letting silence build walls between us, thinking distance would teach him strength. Instead, it taught him resentment. The shower shuts off upstairs, followed by the soft thud of bare feet on hardwood. Nia's voice drifts down through the open bathroom window, humming something low and sweet while she moves through my space like she belongs there. Not intrusion, integration. The sound wraps around the edges of my solitude, softening it without erasing it entirely. For 37 years, this lodge has been my fortress. Now it feels like a foundation. The deck railing bites cold through my jeans as I settle against it, phone heavy in my palm. My thumb hovers over the keyboard. 3 conversations I need to have, but only one that might determine whether I'm building bridges or burning them. The cursor blinks in the empty message field like a heartbeat. Dinner. Just us. No past tense. 3 sentences form in my head, each one weighed and measured like ammunition. Simple. Direct. A white flag disguised as an olive branch, because anything more elaborate would sound like manipulation, and Zach's heard enough of those from me over the years. I type the words before I can second-guess them, thumb moving with tactical precision across the screen. The message sits there for a moment, blue bubble waiting for confirmation that some reconciliations start with showing up, not explaining. Send. The whoosh of the outgoing text cuts through the mountain silence. No taking it back now. No strategic retreats or tactical delays. Just a father reaching across years of careful distance to offer his son something I should have given him long ago. Presence without conditions. My phone buzzes immediately. A response from Zach that makes my chest tighten. When? One word. No anger. No accusations. Just a question that sounds like possibility. Tomorrow. 7. Your choice where? Another buzz. The steakhouse on Main. I'll make a reservation. Done. I pocket the phone and push off the railing, boots crunching against the snow-dusted deck boards. The cold air follows me inside, mixing with the warmth that radiates from the fireplace. Wood smoke and the faint scent of Nia's shampoo create an atmosphere that feels like home in ways this place never has before. She's curled on the leather couch, legs tucked beneath her, hair still damp from the shower and catching firelight. My flannel shirt hangs loose on her frame, sleeves rolled back to reveal the elegant line of her forearms. She looks up when I enter, amber eyes reflecting the flames. Everything okay? The question holds weight, not just about the phone call, but about all of it. The partnership papers, the town's scrutiny, the delicate reconstruction of a family that's been fractured for too long. Getting there. I lean down to kiss her forehead, tasting the sweetness of her skin and breathing in vanilla and cocoa butter. One boundary, one call, one message at a time. Her hand finds mine, fingers threading together with practiced ease. That's how peace is built. The words settle between us like a benediction. For the very first time in my life, through years of tactical missions, corporate negotiations, and careful emotional distance, I believe her. Peace isn't won through strategic dominance or careful control. It's built through small acts of courage, honest conversations, and the willingness to show up without armor.
Chapter 39. Nia. Morning sunlight filters through the lodge's wide front windows, catching on the floating dust motes and the steam rising from twin mugs of hot cocoa. Michael's glasses sit low on his nose while he scrolls through the draft on my laptop screen. I'm perched beside him at the long wooden table, barefoot, still wearing his flannel that smells like cedar and promises. The statement we've written together isn't long or defensive. It's calm, clear, and deeply human. We're grateful for everyone who supported us. I read aloud, fingers tapping the edge of the keyboard. The words sit on the screen like an exhale after holding breath too long. No explanations needed, just respect and understanding as we build what comes next. Michael nods once, the corner of his mouth curving in that rare way that makes my chest flutter. That's the tone. Kind, not apologetic. Honest, I add, watching him lean back in his chair, satisfied with the simplicity of it. And honest, he agrees, leaning in to kiss my temple before I hit send. The notification ping sounds quiet, almost sacred. The world now knows exactly what it needs to. Nothing more, nothing less. My shoulders drop an inch, tension I didn't realize I was carrying dissolving into the morning air. There. I close the laptop with a soft snap. Now we can focus on the fun part. Fun part? I gesture toward the notepad beside my mug, covered in looping handwriting and cheerful bullet points. Making this place feel like Christmas instead of a beautiful bunker. Outside, the landscape glitters with new snow that fell overnight. The lodge has already begun its transformation from fortress to gathering place, every window warm with firelight and twinkling strands of soft white bulbs that Tasha and I strung yesterday while Michael pretended not to hover protectively. A wreath hangs on the heavy front door, woven with cedar and cinnamon sticks, smelling faintly like peace and possibility. Tell me again why we're voluntarily inviting people into our sanctuary. His tone carries mock reluctance, but his eyes give him away. The way they soften when he looks at the lights, the wreath, the evidence of home being built around us. Because hiding in paradise gets lonely. I flip to a fresh page in my notepad, pen poised. And because I want to show off my ridiculously handsome fiancé to the locals. Ridiculously handsome. Don't fish for compliments. You know what you look like. Together, we plan the open house. Something small and genuine that won't feel like a spectacle. Hot cocoa with real whipped cream, mulled cider simmering on the stove, gingerbread cooling on wire racks that will make the whole place smell like childhood memories. A few neighbors from the valley, the local ranger who helped coordinate my car rescue, Mrs. Henderson, who insists on bringing her famous pecan pie, and even the teens from the diner who still whisper about the proposal of the decade. Hell, the whole damn town is going to want to be there. I scribble notes on the pad beside my coffee mug. Borrow extra mugs from Tasha. Ask Maya to DJ Christmas playlist, no carols before noon. Buy marshmallows shaped like stars. Michael glances over my shoulder and smirks. You realize that's a tactical operation disguised as hospitality, right? You love it. I do, he admits, voice carrying the wonder of a man still surprised by his own contentment. The morning light shifts, throwing golden rectangles across the pine floors and catching the opal on my finger in tiny rainbows. This feels like the real beginning, not the dramatic declarations in town squares or passionate reconciliations in snowstorms, but the quiet morning planning of a shared life. What's the head count looking like? I tap my pen against the notepad, mentally calculating. Maybe 20 people? 30, if the weather holds and people actually show up. They'll show up. His certainty makes me look up from my notes. You're irresistible when you're in hostess mode. I'm irresistible in all modes. True. He steals a sip from my mug, grimacing at the sweetness. But there's something about you planning things that makes me want to buy you aprons and watch you boss people around my kitchen. Our kitchen, I correct, heat climbing my cheeks at the domestic fantasy he's painting. Our kitchen, he agrees, voice rough with satisfaction. The day spills into evening with the kind of unhurried rhythm I forgot existed before Michael. We move around each other in the lodge, like dancers who finally learned each other's steps, him stacking wood by the hearth while I rearrange the furniture. creating conversation clusters that won't feel forced when our guests arrive tomorrow. He hums something low and tuneless while he works, a sound that vibrates through his chest and somehow through the floorboards under my bare feet. The melody shifts when I pass behind him, carrying a stack of mismatched throw pillows, his awareness of my movement changing the pitch without him realizing it. Left or right? I hold up 2 cushions, one forest green, one deep burgundy. Right. He doesn't look up from feeding kindling to the fire. You always go right when you're thinking. Heat climbs my neck. You've been watching me think? I've been watching you everything. The admission drops as casual as breathing, but his shoulders tense slightly, as though he surprised himself with the honesty. I drop the pillows on the sofa and move to the kitchen, needing the distraction of busy hands. Cookie dough still clings to my fingertips from this morning's baking marathon, and I run them under the warm water, watching the snow fall outside the farmhouse window above the sink. My reflection wavers in the glass, hair loose around my shoulders. This woman looking back at me feels both familiar and foreign. Still me, but steadier somehow. Like I've finally stopped bracing for the next disappointment. You know, Michael's voice carries from directly behind me, his arm sliding around my waist before I hear his footsteps. I used to think quiet was peace. I lean back against the solid warmth of him, his chin finding the curve of my shoulder. And now? Turns out it sounds a lot like you humming while you work. You're a lot more sentimental than I thought you were. I twist in his arms to face him, surprised by the soft honesty in his steel gray eyes. I'm impressed. Don't get used to it. But the way he says it, half warning, half promise, suggests I should absolutely get used to it. After he heads outside to split more wood for tomorrow's fire, I find myself climbing the stairs to our bedroom. The space feels different each day, less like his sanctuary and more like ours. My books stack beside his tactical manuals on the nightstand. My lotions and lip balms crowd the dresser top where his spare ammunition used to live. The late afternoon light filters through the windows, painting everything in shades of amber and gold. On the dresser, the opal ring catches the glow where I left it beside his battered watch last night. 2 small symbols of time and commitment, resting together like they belong. I slip the ring onto my finger, the metal cool at first, before warming against my skin. The opal flares with inner fire, greens and golds shifting like captured starlight. In the mirror across the room, my reflection stares back, hair loose, sweater soft, the ring settled on my hand as though it had always lived there. Still me, I whisper to the woman in the glass. Just more. I turn toward the window, drawn by the gentle percussion of snow against glass. The flakes drift down lazy and fat, each one catching the lamplight before settling on the deck rails like tiny sugar crystals. The evergreen boughs that frame the lodge bow under their white burden, creating a living postcard that feels almost too perfect to be real. Below, golden light spills from the windows onto the fresh snow, painting the world in honey and amber. The glow reaches across the yard to where Michael's truck sits parked, its dark bulk softened by the accumulating white. Even the fence posts wear little caps of snow, standing sentinel in the gathering dusk. The life we're building isn't the kind that makes headlines or inspires envy on social media feeds. It's quieter than that. Steady, like the heartbeat of this mountain, like the rhythm of 2 people finally breathing in sync. No grand gestures or dramatic declarations. Just the slow accumulation of shared mornings and whispered conversations, and the way he hums when he thinks I'm not listening. I slip my ringed hand against my heart, feeling the opal's smooth warmth through the soft cotton of his Henley. The stone pulses with captured light, greens and golds shifting like tiny galaxies beneath my palm. My heart beats steady and sure beneath my fingers, no longer racing with uncertainty or the fear of being left behind. Naya? Michael's voice drifts up from downstairs, carrying the particular note it gets when he's realized I've wandered off without him noticing. Coming? I call softly, but I don't move yet. The snow continues its gentle assault on the windows, and somewhere below I can hear him moving around the kitchen, probably checking that the cookie sheets are properly cooled or adjusting the thermostat for the 100th time today. The woman in the window's reflection smiles back at me, and I barely recognize her. Not because she looks different, but because she looks settled. Like she's finally stopped holding her breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop or the next disappointment to arrive disguised as possibility. I press my palm flatter against my chest, feeling the solid thump of contentment beneath my ribs. Tomorrow we'll open our doors to neighbors and strangers alike, sharing this space we've carved out of winter and stubbornness and the kind of love that grows slowly, like evergreens reaching toward light. Coming. I whisper again to my reflection, then turn toward the stairs and walk toward the sound of him, toward the life we're still writing, one quiet, deliberate moment at a time.
Chapter 40. Michael. The lodge hums with voices and laughter, every room alive with the kind of warmth that has very little to do with the fire crackling in the hearth. I lean against the kitchen door frame, whiskey in hand, watching Naya orchestrate the evening like she was born to it. Her dress, emerald green that makes her skin glow, catches the light every time she moves between the clusters of conversation. You're doing that thing again. Tasha appears beside me, wine glass tilted at a dangerous angle. The staring thing. It's very intense. I'm observing. You're brooding at your own party. She bumps my shoulder with hers. Smile, Kane. You won Christmas. Through the wide front windows, snow drifts down in lazy spirals, catching the golden light spilling from inside. The world beyond our walls looks like a snow globe someone forgot to shake. Peaceful, contained, perfect. Inside, our neighbors nurse mugs of spiked cider while Mrs. Henderson holds court by the fireplace, regaling anyone who'll listen with stories about New Year's Eves from decades past. Michael! Ranger Tom raises his beer from across the room. This place is something else. Nia's got you living like a civilized man. Don't give her too much credit, I call back. I was house-trained before she got here. Barely, Nia adds from behind me, her hand finding the small of my back as she slides past with a tray of chocolate-dipped strawberries. The brief contact sends heat up my spine like she pressed a live wire to my skin. The teenager from the diner, Sarah, I think, bounces over with her phone extended. Can we get a picture? My mom's never going to believe I was here. Nia glances at me, eyebrow raised in silent question. I nod once, and she slides under my arm like she belongs there. The flash pops, capturing us against the backdrop of firelight and falling snow. Sarah squeals with delight, already uploading it before we've moved apart. Fame suits you, I murmur into Nia's ear as the girl bounces away. Everything suits me. She steals a sip of my whiskey, nose wrinkling at the burn, including this ring and your ridiculously photogenic jaw. Photogenic? Don't fish. But her smile gives away how much she enjoys my fishing. The evening flows around us like water, conversations shifting and merging, glasses refilling themselves, the playlist Tasha curated weaving through everything like a soundtrack designed specifically for this moment. Even Zach showed up an hour ago, awkward and formal in a way that breaks my heart a little, but he's here. He shook my hand, kissed Nia's cheek with genuine respect, and settled into conversation with Tom about winter hiking routes. Progress looks different than I expected. Smaller, quieter, more like forgiveness than reconciliation. 10 minutes to midnight, Tasha announces from her makeshift DJ station near the stereo. Last call for resolutions you'll abandon by February. Groans and laughter ripple through the room. I find myself scanning faces, neighbors who've become friends, friends who've become family, the woman who turned my fortress into a home without asking permission. The lodge feels bigger with all these people in it, not smaller, like it was designed for this kind of gathering all along. What's your resolution? Nia appears at my elbow again, this time carrying 2 fresh glasses of champagne that bubble like captured starlight. Don't do resolutions. Of course you don't. She hands me a glass, our fingers brushing in the exchange. Too much like hope disguised as planning. What's yours? To get better at receiving. She clinks her glass against mine, the crystal singing a clear, bright note. Turns out I'm excellent at giving and terrible at letting people give back. The admission hits me somewhere behind my ribs. This woman who spent 3 weeks learning to let me cook for her, carry her bags, love her without expecting anything in return. The same woman who still startles when I bring her coffee in bed or replace her phone battery without being asked. 5 minutes, Tasha calls. Around us, the party begins to reorganize itself, couples gravitating toward each other, while the singles cluster near the windows to watch for fireworks that won't come. We're too remote for displays, too practical for pyrotechnics. But nobody seems to mind. The snow provides its own kind of magic, each flake catching the light like nature's confetti. Ready for another new year? Nia's voice carries just enough uncertainty to remind me she's still learning to trust good things. With you? I set my champagne on the nearest surface and turn to face her fully. I'm ready for 50 more. Her smile blooms slow and brilliant, the kind that makes me understand why men write poetry and fight wars. The countdown begins around us. 10, 9, 8. But I'm already kissing her when the room erupts in cheers and midnight claims another year. The room buzzes with post-midnight energy, conversations flowing like wine, laughter threading through the warm air. I watch faces flushed with celebration and champagne, people who've become something more tonight, witnesses to the kind of ending that doesn't feel like an ending at all. My glass sits empty on the mantel. The moment calls for something more deliberate than champagne bubbles and midnight kisses. I step back from Nia, my hand finding the solid weight of my whiskey tumbler. The crystal catches firelight, amber liquid swirling like liquid gold. The conversations around us continue. Tasha regaling Mrs. Henderson with stories about her latest photo shoot, Zach actually laughing at something Ranger Tom said, but I feel the pull of something larger than small talk. Hey. My voice cuts through the chatter without strain, the way it did when I commanded units in situations where volume meant survival. The room doesn't fall silent so much as it organizes itself around my words, faces turning toward the hearth where Nia and I stand framed by firelight and fresh snow beyond the windows. Before everyone heads back into the cold, I lift the tumbler, whiskey catching the light like captured fire. A toast. Glasses rise around the room, champagne flutes, wine glasses, beer bottles, coffee mugs still steaming with spiked cider. Even Zach raises his beer, something careful but genuine in his expression. Tasha grins from her perch on the couch arm, phone already angled to capture whatever comes next. To bad storms and good choices. The words land in the warm air like stones dropped in still water, ripples spreading outward as people process the simple weight of them. Mrs. Henderson chuckles first, raising her wine glass higher. Tom nods with the kind of approval that comes from understanding exactly what storms can teach a man about what matters. Cheers to that, Ranger Tom calls out, and the response echoes around the room, voices layering over each other in agreement, glasses clinking, laughter bubbling up like champagne. I drain the whiskey in one smooth pull, the burn familiar and welcome. When I set the glass down, Nia's looking at me with eyes that hold too much light, too much understanding of what those 8 words actually mean. Outside, the first distant crack splits the night air. Someone in town apparently decided midnight deserved fireworks after all. The sound echoes off the mountains, rolling back to us like thunder made of celebration instead of warning. I pull Nia close as the second burst follows the first, her body fitting against mine like she was measured for the space between my arm and ribs. Her hand finds the center of my chest, palm flat against flannel and heartbeat. The fireworks crackle again, closer now, painting brief gold across the snow-covered pines visible through our windows. The fireworks fade, leaving only the soft whisper of snow against glass and the gentle murmur of conversations winding down around us. Tasha started the subtle work of gathering coats. Mrs. Henderson's nodding off in the wingback chair, and even Zach looks ready to brave the cold rather than overstay what feels like a fragile peace. But I'm not ready for the night to end. Not ready to let go of this moment where everything finally feels aligned. The lodge warm with voices and laughter. Nia's hand steady against my chest. The weight of secrets finally lifted from my shoulders. I lean down, my mouth finding the shell of her ear. The words come out rougher than I intend, carved from months of almost and maybe and not yet. No more alone. Her breath catches, fingers curling into the flannel of my shirt. When she tilts her face up to mine, her eyes hold the same fierce certainty that carried her through broken-down cars and small-town scandals, and every moment I tried to push her away for her own good. No more, almost. The words linger like a promise neither of us has to explain. Around us, the party continues its gentle dissolution. Tasha helping Mrs. Henderson with her coat, Tom shaking snow from his boots at the door, the warm buzz of people who've shared something worth remembering. But all of it fades to background noise as I cup Nia's face in my hands, thumbs tracing the high curve of her cheekbones. You realize everyone's watching, she murmurs, but makes no move to step away. Let them watch. I kiss her then, slow and deliberate, the kind of kiss that tastes like champagne and promises, and the particular sweetness of choosing each other in front of witnesses. Her mouth is soft and eager under mine, hands fisting in my shirt as she rises on her toes to meet me halfway. The kiss deepens, becomes something that belongs in private rather than public, and I force myself to pull back before I forget we have an audience. When we break apart, the room has gone quiet in the way crowds do when they've witnessed something worth remembering. Tasha grins from across the room, phone definitely capturing the moment for posterity. Even Zach watches with something that might be approval, or at least acceptance. Happy New Year, I say against Nia's lips, voice rough with everything I can't say in mixed company. The happiest, she agrees, and in her voice I hear the echo of every almost we've left behind, every door we finally walked through instead of just standing at the threshold.